And it wasn't even. Good. Switch this. Switch it around. Send some invites out. No. Probably. See. Let's see. Let's see. I think that's all the people I can get for now. Got Mary. I see you, Mary. See where I go tonight. I know it's got on pretty late. Well, some people it's only about 7 o'clock. So 7 to 10 o'clock so far from no, it's people across the seas though, but most of my peoples be 3 hours behind me. Or some of them the same. Let me see. So, okay. Mm. I forgot to check to see if let me check something real quick. Let me check something real quick. You know what I learned recently though? A lot of people they know what accountability and all this stuff is, right? Some people could be very smart, smart as they want to be. But you learn a lot when you get somebody in their emotions. You learn a lot. That's one thing I've been learning this week. They can know what they talking about. They can have degrees. They can, like I said, they can hold people accountable all they want. They can hold themselves accountable sometimes. They can be very wise. You know what I'm saying? But you learn a lot when you get somebody in their feelings. That's one thing. It tell a lot about their character. That's one thing I actually learned this week. Just a simple fact of just triggering people, man. And you could tell a lot too. You could tell a lot of people just never been, uh, Or you can tell a lot how they handle when they under pressure or something like that, when they not confident in what they talk about, when they not used to getting pushed back. That's some stuff I most definitely learned this week. I ain't gonna even lie. I learned a lot this week. I mean, in general though, but I just, as in like me, even just hopping in different lives, you could just tell a lot of people actually was shocked about. But that's why I love it. That's why I talk about everything. I talk about everything to see where people that claim they, and it's gonna kind of tie into this topic though. I see how people these people that claim they help so healed, but yet they got so many triggers at the same time. Saying that, they got a limit of what you should talk about. But it shouldn't be no limit for real. That's why I be loving. No, it ain't you. My whole app shut down out of nowhere. It's like, shut up. Shut up, my boy. That's what they told me. You say it too much. Even the app getting triggered. Ain't that crazy? Let me get my background back up for a second though. I'm gonna get back talking about it. But like I was saying though, right? I learned a lot though. And that's why I talk about everything. This is a reason why I tell people they triggers. Your triggers, our triggers is our problems. Your triggers is your problems. Hold up real quick. What the freak? Not his background trying to trip. Like I gotta switch it over again. I'm gonna finish saying what I'm saying. Let me shut this thing. All right. I should be back. I should be back. All right. I got it. I got it. I got it. So let me see if I can get this. Let me get my background back up if I can. This thing be doing this every out of the blue all the time. It's gonna be crazy. All right, we back. So, like I said, it kind of tying into the thing, but it's random thoughts at the same time and experiences this week. Like I said, people could be as smart as they want to be, hold people accountable, all this stuff, but people still got stuff that they hiding within them. And even triggers to tell you, and that's why I say it's actually a good thing when you get triggered to show you where you got to work at but that's for a person that's trying to build or help themselves better them, or somebody trying to better themselves. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people not, because people is comfortable being them. But that's why I look at it. When if I find myself getting triggered or something, or I go in rooms that might get me there or something like that, it show me where I'm weak at. You know what I'm saying? Triggers show you where you weak at, and it show you that's something more you got to work on. Because nobody should be able to, have access to your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Unless you allow it. But like I said, that's why I talk about every last thing, just to see who gonna buckle. So people can actually so people can actually, a lot of people expose themselves. These people it kind of ties into this topic though. It shows where people be claiming that they healed and I'm good and all this stuff, but then they want you to shut up. Then they want you to watch your tone. They want you to do all this other stuff, right? But then, uh, it's just funny to me. But it show you where you at. That's why I figured that's why I say it's your job to stop yourself from feeling a certain way. Like you don't have to control nobody what somebody say. You shouldn't, you can't control other humans, but yourself. I mean, that's always been the answer. That's what's crazy about it. But we always want to blame our problems on everybody else instead of us trying to, control what we can, which is ourselves at the end of the day. Oh, I like these questions. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think somebody actually gave me a hunch about the healing thing. So it made me think about this. I'm like, let me see how many people is so-called healed. You know what I'm saying? Tooshay in the box. I see. But yeah, I learned a lot this week for sure, man. Like I said, all the people that can claim like I said, people will be very, very smart. Um, They can know everything. They can sound good, all this stuff. But that's why I say you talk about something, and all of a sudden they get in their feelings about something. And shit, like I said, that stuff goes all out the door. It don't even mean nothing after that. Then when people start deflecting more, and it's funny. I ain't gonna lie. I went in some rooms that I was shocked because I'm like, yeah, you preach on this, you preach on that, but then when I feel like I gotta walk on eggshells to talk to somebody out of nowhere, because I'm like, what the freak? Well, you see, like I said, it kind of ties into what we was talking about on my topic before. Like I think it was a couple of days ago. about what do listen to respond look like or something like that. So some people they so used to talking and saying they part, probably being right all the time or whatever sounds good because so many people validate what they say and all that. But it's like I noticed something recently. I had was talk about something trying to be real, like, and I noticed a lot of people be saying that they can handle the truth and they like the truth and all this stuff. But then you give it to them, they act like it's another whole world. And when a person can't accept it, right? Because a person they will deflect and say something. But what about this or something like that, right? So it's like, but is you trying to get the point or not? You know what I'm saying? A lot of, and I don't like, I literally ran into that all this week, right? With the people in us, it's a few people I knew. You know what I'm saying? It's a few people I knew, but that's why I say I be making jokes about me. I be coming in there. Well, it's not really a joke. I be coming there with the little demon head or something like that. But it's sad that it's like that, and I be saying stuff like, "Oh, dang, I'm about to shake the room up," or stuff like that, right? But at the end of the day, it don't be me trying to. It ain't. I don't be trying to be no toxic or nothing like that. But it's just I know stuff I say because I think so.
Toxic.
I think about stuff so differently, right? I know it's gonna trigger somebody because you can be positive or negative. It's gonna trigger somebody because everybody's hiding something. You know what I'm saying? They act like they're this topic. They think they healed. They swear that I'm all this stuff. But then again, you say something or you try to expose something about them. You know what I'm saying? That's when the deflection come. That's when all this stuff it just unlocked one day. That's why I love talk about everything. If I was the me when I first started on this app, I probably would have been, because I was trying to walk on eggshells, trying to save friends and all that stuff. Let me not talk about this. Let me watch what I say. Let me know all this stuff. But then when I started losing friends, and I'm like, dog, this is a lot of stuff that I really want to speak on, and just because I don't want to lose friends, I gotta watch my mouth and stuff. So when I started losing them anyways, I was like, you know what? I gotta keep the ones that's willing to, that's trying to actually listen or hear somebody else that got the ability to listen, right? Listen. I mean, even if it's a disagreement, that got the ability to, put your feelings to the side and try to understand the next person. I'm doing the same thing, or try not to, or at least try to not be offensive or something like that, and gotta lose your, because that's one thing I'll be talking about is this emotional control thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and that's why I went from that point. Once I started losing so many friends on here, just because I have a different point of view, so a lot of the times or whatever. When I started doing that, I started not caring after that. I'm like, whatever. I'm about to talk about everything now. I'm gonna talk about everything that people be wanting you to hold back on. I'm gonna talk about it from what I feel, because at the end of the day, I feel like it's some of the stuff is certain solutions. Some stuff be just looked over because people just don't want to talk about it. And I'm gonna talk about everything that I see since I've been a kid and grown up. Everything that everybody wanted to ignore, I'm gonna talk about it. If people think different, it is what it is. But I want to see a valid reason of what's being said, or the reason why you feel is that way. What I know deflections, because like a lot of people just can't answer a straight question without the flu. Well, but what about this? And it's been this way and it's natural and all this stuff. Okay. But you still can't give me a valid reason or how this is working now, right? Most of the time they can't do that because people just so used to living their life and they don't want to change. That's a harsh word, a trigger word nowadays for everybody. It's change. They just don't want to, they don't want to do it. People love being me. I love being me and all that stuff. But then again, you stressing, you on this app, like I was in Peter room. We got people that's in there sitting there so triggered, so mad, but they don't like what he talk about, but want to stay in his room. I never got that stuff. Like, why do people do that? But it showed that people got these deep traumas and stuff, and they got this stuff where they want to just come in the rooms just to shake the room up. That's why they ask dumb questions sometimes. That's why, because they want people to
Hmm.
feel like them and stoop to their level. That's what it is. You know what I'm
But
saying?
so,
Sometimes I got the time to sometimes I want to entertain it. Sometimes I do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? I entertain it sometimes just because that's why I say I be two steps ahead of a lot of people. Not I'm noticing that. I'm not trying to get mad at these people no more. I
hmm
just see what they do. You know what I'm saying? Because I still got hope for everybody anyways, even if they like that. Even though that they miserable, I'm the bigger person. So I'm like, you know what? All right, today I'll entertain it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. But
but
okay,
that's
I got
toxic.
people in there now.
That's
Hello?
What's
toxic.
that?
That's a toxic character trait. And if you want me to break it down, toxic is an adjective used to describe usually very negative person that blank about everything, spread unnecessary hate, or just talk about others. So when you say that you do something to bring out something in somebody just to see if they go respond to it or not, that's a toxic thing. Like
Okay.
that's just me being 100 about it. If you
It sounds
notice,
like that's a subjective thing. So I guess that's your point of view.
I just read a definition. I'm just telling you that what the definition is exactly described. But once
Yeah.
again,
Did you hear the whole thing I said, or you just take the piece what I said? Because I actually
no,
explained the reason why I do it
I'm
too.
reacting to the things that I heard you say, and you was like, "Well, I'm not toxic, but I do this." So
Did
I
you?
get what you're coming
Do
from
you?
because you're
But
doing
it's
a test.
intentions behind it though. You got to remember
Yeah,
it's
because
intentions.
you testing to see
Intentions.
if they healed or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my next thing is I'm gonna answer these
Yes,
questions.
and it's a personal thing to see who need to be around me or not. It's a whole thing I did say. I think you only took the certain. I get it though.
No, I
That's what.
listened to everything you said. I heard
Yeah.
everything.
So,
I heard exactly
so
what
the end
I'm just
results will prove that's not the toxic thing. It's not toxic at all. But that's what you got out of it. So I don't know.
I'm just giving you the definition of what toxic is, and you said you're not.
Toxic is subjective and it's a made up. Toxic is really not for humans. It's a
It's a
like a.
poison.
It's just some stuff that's harmful or like something you gotta.
Yeah, it's a poison,
But
but it
that's
was
a.
the word was urbanized. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. What I'm getting at is when you do something to see if somebody's going to
Huh.
react in a certain manner, that is a toxic trait. I get your
Okay.
test, but it's a toxic trait. I'm just being
Okay.
100 with you.
I guess that is what it is.
I think people that
Because
are
every day I'm on this app, I guess I'm toxic because I talk about everything just to see.
To
So
talk
I guess that's
about
what it is.
things to see other people's perception isn't that bad to me.
no, it's not seeing other people's perception. I think what I'm saying is if you do something to test somebody to see if they give you a negative reaction, that's being toxic. Like if your man comes in the house and you've been dating, you guys have been good, and he does something to see,
I
like
mean, God tests people he toxic too.
God don't test people in a way to
Let's
see
see,
if they
more
go react.
100% do it. It's all. Even if you read the Bible, it's all through it. That's what he do. He
Yeah,
even he
but
even
that's
he
that's
even sent the devil to test his top dang near perfect person. He even
yeah,
sent him.
yeah. But he sent the
Like
devil.
he
Like,
gave tests.
but that's the thing. He
Yeah, I
sent.
know, checkmate, right?
I mean, but he sent the devil, and yet that I don't think none of us are God, so we can't even compare that. But I just want to get into these. Um, I believe that
Hmm.
yes, I am healed. What is the process of going through it? Currently going through it. Just always trying to figure out what's the best route. Having human decency, you know, being something like that someone can actually like be inspired by, like by me being a better person. Um, who called God toxic?
I don't know.
Yeah, you said
Let's
that.
listen and respond, I guess.
Um, what's stopping you from healing today? Nothing. I mean, I think once you start healing, you never really stop. I think you gain emotional intelligence as well, so that plays a part in your healing consistently. Um, finding like different ways to go about like talking to certain people. Um, healthy boundaries. Having accountability. Those are all a part of healing. Um, what does healing look like? I mean, if you see somebody that went from being wild and like loud and very confrontational to now they more kind of quiet and they take time with addressing certain issues, they're not really impulsive. um I think that is a sign of someone healing, even if
Facts.
somebody puts be the bigger person, and even being the bigger person in some situations. That's all I think has to do with healing. Um, how much does forgiveness play a part? I think it plays a little bit of a part because I think forgiveness is something that you do for yourself. It's not for other people. Some people get that misconstrued. It like I forgive people
Don't you do
because I
healing
want.
for yourself?
Huh?
Don't you do healing for yourself?
Yes.
Right. That threw me off. Did you say? Okay, all right. My bad.
Yes. No. I do. You do. But that's what I'm saying. Forgiveness is like
For sure.
for you. Like, I
Right.
don't think, like, if you feel like you genuinely don't forgive nobody, but you're not upset, I don't think that's a negative thing. I think that sometimes you could be like, look, I'm cool, I'm not tripping on them, but I don't want to rock with them either. And I don't think
Hmm.
that you don't have to show that.
Hmm.
Like, it's cool. It's like I said, I think it's very cool to a lot of people. People are like, well, you forgive them for you. Well, for if it's for me, then I don't forgive them. Like, why would I lie? Like, why would I even set up this lie to even begin with? You feel me?
Yeah.
So, um, I feel like forgiveness does play a part, but not a major part in you healing. Like,
Mm.
you can heal without forgiving somebody. That's called setting boundaries. Like, oh, I'm not tripping on them, but I'm also not trying to be friends with them either, and I'm not trying to give them like no open access to me in my life no more. So, but I mean, I'm not tripping on them either. So, I mean, I don't know. That's my answers though.
What's the percentage you would say then? I'm gonna go off percentages.
I really don't want to put a percentage on it because it varies to me. Um,
It's
you
to you, right? You said to you.
yeah, like you just kind of know, like you kind of know who you want to. I don't know. I think it's just very small. It's not a major percent. Like I don't wouldn't say it's half 50-50, but I would say like it's a small amount.
Okay. Mhm. I think Jane was. Jane, what's up?
Hi, Ken. Dang,
How
you
you
got
feeling?
some good topics. I'm doing good. Trying to get my life together right now. Oh. So the first one, what is the process you go through or currently going through to heal? The process that I go through is choice for one. First, wake up in the morning. I have a schedule of things that I do, and then I talk to myself in the mirror. And I go over certain things that I know that I am not healed from because I'm probably never going to heal from those things. Let me see. Sorry, I was moving around my room, so I'm out of breath. What's stopping you from healing today? The only thing that could stop me from healing today is myself. Not
Okay.
making a conscious decision.
Hmm.
What does healed or healing look like, and how is it proven? You can't really prove in a broad spectrum that you're healing. A lot of people, they will go into what I consider as a hiding. But someone that takes accountability. Accountability is like the main thing when it comes to
Okay.
healing. If someone, if there's a situation where you've wronged someone, someone that is in a healing process will bring that up first and make the announcement first and say, I've recognized what I've done,
Hmm.
instead of waiting for somebody else to recognize it or waiting for the person that you've wronged to recognize it. How much does forgiveness play a part? Most people that see that word forgiveness, they don't measure that to anybody else. They measure that directly to self. So 100%, you need to forgive yourself 100%, and that does take some time because there are certain things that we do once we have that word accountability. There are certain things that we realize that we're not getting over, and you become a toxic person because you don't know how to forgive yourself. You like to
Facts.
put that energy towards other people, and you like to shift the blame. Instead of putting it on yourself, you put it on everybody else, and that's what makes the majority of the world toxic. But it
Hmm.
plays a huge role, and forgiveness is not for the next person. Forgiveness is only for self.
Hmm. Facts. That's perfect. Lena, what's the deal?
Hey, hey, how are you?
I'm good. You?
I am good.
I
Finally
missed
off
your
work.
singing session, man. I
I
missed it. I think I
know.
was playing the game too long.
I'm thinking about doing it again, but
Okay. Yeah, I gotta
probably
catch you. I
soon.
ain't never seen you live, man. But
It's
how
fine.
you feel about the topic?
What is the process you go through or currently going through to heal? I'm in constant. Sorry, what the heck? I'm in
Oh,
constant therapy. I'm like, once a month, I just go in and let them dump because of what I do. So,
mhm.
what I do is like mentally straining. So,
Mm.
my job pays for it, so it's all good. Um,
Mm.
what's stopping you from healing? Nothing.
Mm.
Apathy. Some things. Some days, What does heal look like? Changed behavior and accountability. Changed cycles that you used to go through. That's what that looks like. It's also ugly in the process. It's not cute. How much does forgiveness play a part? I think a lot. A lot. It's really important to do that. Otherwise, you stay stuck in those moments.
Are we getting somewhere? We getting somewhere. Okay. So y'all good. I'm gonna go ahead. I guess I put my input for everybody. Is that Tutu in here again? I see you again. What? I get another presence of Tutu in the building. We about to start singing up in here in a minute. It's like that. She was, yeah. I made a video of her a long time ago. Joke was funny though. But all right. So it's a reason why that even with that the number two though. So I'm gonna answer it in my way, I guess. Um, what is the process you going through? I ain't going through or currently going through the hill. Um, so what I'm doing every day, I'm I guess every day I make the goal to try to be better than yesterday, right? Because like usually as the day go by, you get it tested, right? And see that, dang man, what is thing in my? You see that it's a lot of stuff. Sometimes you gonna have days you gonna drift, right? You can't be 100% every day. I mean, or you can't be perfect either. So it's gonna always be a day. Every day is a freaking test, no matter how you want to look at it. It might be a big amount, a small amount, but shoot, every day you wake up and go into this world, even every day you wake up, it's gonna always be something that's gonna test something that you are either been stressing about or triggered about or something like that. It's gonna be something. So yeah, that's something that's an everyday thing. And every day, right, I'm always um basically gotta hold myself accountable for every last choice I make. But what is stopping me today from healing? The reason why I asked this reason why I asked this is because a lot of people I think there's I don't know what I just said, but I dang near think it's like I would say about maybe 80% of people that do this that be saying that I know I need to work on this. I need to work on this, and it's been years and years and years that's saying the same thing that they say they got to heal from or got to work on. You know what I'm saying? They've been saying this stuff since they was 20 and it's going to 30 and 40, you know what I'm saying? They've been saying the same thing for years, years and years. And that's the reason why I'm saying, what is stopping you from healing today or working on yourself, whatever you want to call it, right? People be saying this stuff, but it's something, right? It's something that's in their life that they don't want to take the time to really, really focus on because a lot of people is so used to, like I said, doing what they want, living their life and being them, right? And it's hard. It is hard. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard to change, especially if you made a habit out of how your life is. You made a habit out of this and you feel like this is being right and all that. So it's just, of course it's gonna be hard. People's gonna keep making excuses. But then, like I said, before change, and even with they say with the emotional intelligence, it's awareness. That awareness is serious. You got to be aware, really aware of you doing. You can know what you're doing, but if you ain't aware of how it's affecting you, you ain't gonna make no change. Because knowing is you just addressing it every day. I need to work on this. I know I have an attitude. I got to do that. I know I'm addicted to this. I know, you know what I'm saying? But the awareness part is like actually knowing of how it's affecting you.
Right.
How this, huh?
Right. What step are you on right now in your change?
Me personally.
Yeah.
I don't even know
Sorry, I
if it's a
didn't
step
mean to
because
cut you
it's
off
just.
there. I was just like, I was thinking about it and I was like, oh, if I lose it.
Yeah. Well, you was asking me personally, or you just saying it in general?
Yeah, just in general. Like,
Oh, okay. Because I was about to answer that too. But
well, you
yeah,
could answer it. Why not?
yeah. I mean, I guess, um, I can't say my steps, me myself, because that's nothing really highly that's stressed me out for real that I know of. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll be trying to be stress free though on a lot of situations. And I guess what I do, like I said, besides me testing people, right, by my topics and all that stuff, I test myself a lot of times. I go to rooms I don't belong sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I talk to people about certain things and see. I talk to people that I know they ain't gonna agree with me, right, or that
Mm-hmm.
don't understand me and stuff. I actually do that to see where I'm at. That's why I do go do back and forth and hear people out, even if I know they always far left and I'm far right or something like that, just to see. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see, how I can handle it, just in case. And a lot of people do give good questions, right? And I just
Yeah.
want to see how firm I stand at what I talk or what I believe in, right? So it's good to get
Mm-hmm.
challenged, every now and then. Sometimes it gets annoying, but it's good to get challenged sometimes. That's why I go to certain rooms or I keep talk to certain people, whatever. So I do that just to see, because other people can hit you from an angle and you ain't gonna have an answer for it, right? And if I do find myself to not have an answer for something, or I feel like it's something that I might be slacking in or something like that, I either try to do my research on it, or I either try to find a way to work on that, because everything that I got or weak in at, emotional wise, or maybe even information or something like that. I'm gonna try to something I just want to work on. I literally take a lot of this stuff real serious, because I do want to be better than my yesterday, or be, what I'm saying? Because that's why I even, I be enjoying this stuff, even coming on this app and stuff, because I be hearing everybody's different mindsets. They be teaching me stuff that I never even, or teach me different ways to look at things that I didn't
Right.
expect. That's even when I made changes in my life. It took another point of view for me to see it, because a lot of us got this stuff in us. We know a lot of this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but we're not fully aware of it because we ain't hear it from a certain angle. That's why I believe a lot of us do, and that's why I be saying a lot of us do need help. I admit that I need help. I feel like every human know it, but every human is not going to admit it until you humble
Mm-hmm.
yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I can admit I need help. All of us literally need help. We just don't want to. We don't want to voice it. That's all it is, because we feel like
That's
we
for
know
sure.
everything and all this stuff, and I got it. I'm grown and all this stuff, or whatever. But like I said, when I thought I didn't need help, until I had started doing, like, when I started listening to motivational videos and doing all this stuff and quoting stuff that I knew that was within me, and I'm good, saying this, I'm good, dudes as
Mm-hmm.
men is good for saying that junk all the time. No, I'm good and stuff. And then it just unlocks some other stuff when I hear things from there. I didn't think about it this way. I didn't know, so sometimes it do take that. And I be feeling like one day I can get through to other people and maybe they'll do it. But
Mm-hmm.
some people are very, very stubborn, so it just ain't gonna work like that. Me myself, I'm always, and what I've been focusing on is like, and that'd be a lot of my pushback on a lot of things is when I hear negative. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so focused on being positive. I can't see where I can go wrong trying to push out positive either advice or positive a positive statement, positive way, a
Mm-hmm.
lifestyle of living, from my point of view, or what I feel is positive, right? Because everybody, some positive be negative to some people, whatever it is, what it is.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it. Because like I said, that's what I've been focused on. So I was like, I don't know, what was I getting to about that, but whatever. Um, I guess I get to the next one though, because I threw my whole brain off. What does heal look like? Yeah, y'all said the number one is actually taking accountability, owning up, humbling yourself. It's funny because we was talking about this, I think it was yesterday, right? Because we was having this debate about humble and prideful, right? And I think humbleness is the goal, or humility is the goal. And it's a difference. I think somebody was mixing being humbled up and humble. It's two different things. You get humble, that means you had to be arrogant or something like that, and somebody had to humble you. You shouldn't have to get that far, right? And then even getting humble don't mean that you gonna um that's like somebody holding you accountable. That don't mean you're gonna be accountable. You're gonna be accountable because somebody holding it. That's something you actually gotta, accept within. That's how that is. But yeah, I think the goal is that, because that's when you humble, or when because you get to this point where you just don't have to prove yourself anymore to certain situations. If that's what a confidence build in, that when you don't have to prove yourself anymore, and I got to take up for what I stand for and all this other, whatever it is, what it is. Cause you're going to realize there's some people you just can't talk to. Some people already got this thing where they already want to see you, they want to see you burn. So they want you to prove yourself. And that's why I'm so big on that controlling the emotion thing, because like once you lose that, you're going to look like the rest of the people. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be like, we got to focus on that for real. Because, who can tell the difference if they seeing you from far away? If y'all both cussing each other out, they ain't going to be able to tell. You know what I'm saying? So it's that one person that as long as you sit back, let them cuss, whatever, it is what it is. That's why I'm good on, like, hey, just walk away from a situation if a person can't handle it. Because everybody, like I said, a lot of people is dreaming, or that's their whole goal in life, because that's the way they relieve their stress. It's this trauma exchange. I don't know if I made that up. Like I said, I think I made that up some days ago. I never heard it before. But I trauma exchange. That's what people be wanting to do. They want us. I can get yelled louder than you yell and all this stuff. And I'm good for this. People just love that. Like people be wanting these brownie points for. I'm the biggest snapper. You don't want to talk to me. Like what the freak? What's that? Who cares? Like you're not about to get no prize at the end. Like people like boosting their own egos up, but that does nothing for you at the end of the day. You still gonna be a miserable person that's looking for I can check people. That's all you got in your life, but you can't check yourself. So what the heck? What's the point? You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. When I find out a lot of that stuff don't be really mean and nothing, a lot of things we do is just to boost our ego and be more arrogant nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It does nothing. That's just childish games. It is what it is. But
I just want
I guess,
to
but yeah, I was about to say when people will take accountability, when people don't show they
yeah.
old, like when you see people that like Tooshay was saying earlier, when people be wild and then also you see them a little more quieter or actually trying to hold their tongue a little bit more. That's how you can tell a healed person. I
Yeah.
think Jay was about to say
I'm
something.
telling you, when you go low, I go to hell.
Oh,
That's what I be
low
trying
earth.
Mm,
to say.
uh,
Even them people right there. There you go. Right, you just said it right there. The ego booster right there. That's it right there. But yeah, that's why has got to the point because like I said, all this stuff I didn't realize that, and I used to be like that for real. A lot of people, I used to be that type that because I never liked it. It's even to this day I don't be liking it, but I be like whatever. I let people, what I'm saying, I let them talk. But it's like I be actually listening and take time just to see people how they want to prove how tough they is. It's like
mm-hmm.
really people be thinking they getting brownie points off this junk. I'm part of this and I do this and I do that. You don't want to, you don't know, you ain't from where I'm from. Like, that's why I be smiling so much. It's like, dog, it's just, what you gonna get? Like, everybody be want to be feared on here, but fear, the only thing that's gonna get you is, it's gonna be 6 feet under, right? In jail or in a hospital. Like, what's cool? I don't get it. Like, we do all this for nothing, but that's why I say everybody got their way of how they want to express their internal issues. That's just what it is.
We're on the
Everybody want
internet.
this little thing, huh?
We're on the internet. For fuck's
Yeah,
sake, I can just go
yeah.
somewhere
On the
else and not
internet, oh
listen to you. Like, it's not that hard. Like, no.
man.
And I wanted to
Mm-mm.
add to it that gratitude goes a long way too. When you can see someone that was hyped before, typically when they settle down and they start understanding the way that's way easier, just
Mm-hmm.
gratitude for everything, It's good shit.
Mm-hmm. And I guess for the last one, how much does forgiveness play a part? I do want to say 100%, right? Because I think once the more forgiving you is, the more you start healing on most for the most part, right? Um, but I would say maybe 80%, and then I think the other percent would be like understanding. I feel like it's something else. I just want to leave some room for something. I feel like it's some more stuff, but I know a big amount is forgiveness, right? But then there's something, and then other amount is understanding. Got to have some form of understanding, even for that. Um, so it could be, let me make it a little bit small. I say forgiveness because understanding got to be a real big part too. Then, so I would say 40-40, and then maybe 20 of whatever else that can be. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. I just like living room for other stuff that I might not be thinking about right now. But I would say 40% of healing will be understanding. 40%, the other 40% will be forgiveness, and 20% could be other. I'll say that. They both big amounts though. But did I do that right? I'm trying to think about doing it
I think you did.
right. Car truck. It's just I want to make it so big. That's what it is. That's what she said. But I couldn't let that slide. It just sounds weird saying that, but I do want to make forgiveness so high though. But it's just I don't know. I guess that's how I gotta do it then because it do take a lot of understanding and it take a lot of forgiveness. So I don't know. But all right. All right. What y'all how y'all feel about whatever I said, any back thing, back pushback, anything, whatever. Or add to.
Um, I I don't have any pushback. The hardest thing for me and for a lot of people out here, I'm not just gonna center myself, is
Mm.
forgiveness because we don't know how to forgive ourselves. We are told to forgive ourselves, but we don't know what that looks like. And I hear it so many times on panels. So would you like to explain, Kev, what that looks like to forgive yourself?
Mm. Okay. Uh, uh, that's a good one. It's kind of like it would. That's funny because even with that's funny. That's a good one. Because even with forgiveness, right? So I think I'm gonna raise forgiveness even higher now. Because even with forgiveness, you got to still have some type of understanding to forgive too. And when I say, and that's why I be saying understanding is the key to life. That's too funny though. So because everything got to have some understanding to even progress just in life for real. I mean, oops, I did the wrong thing. That wasn't that. Good looks came, man. But yeah, it come with a lot of understanding. So you said, well, forgiveness. What's the process of forgiving? So first you got to understand or be aware of how this other person affecting you, or realizing that whatever had happened to you, your brain is still stuck at when that happened, right? So that means your body grew, but your mind is still stuck at whatever had, whatever damaged that person or that thing or whatever it is. You're gonna realize your mind been stuck there, and it's like a chain to you. So, um, it's understanding it and basically realizing, I'm trying to think of a scenario or something like that. So, okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Um, let me make sure before I don't want to deflect or change the thing. So the question again, we'll say the question one more time. I want to make sure I say it right. I don't want to mess it up.
What's the process for forgiving just yourself?
Oh, forgiving yourself. So I would say this has 100% understanding. It's most definitely dealing with understanding. So first you got to understand yourself. You got to understand yourself and realize, and this how I'm forgiving everybody really, because I understand myself. I understand I'm a human. I understand that I'm gonna make mistakes. Um, then I make room. I got to realize that all of us. Let me go back to myself right because I'm about to talk about forgiving other people, right? But it's the same process though. I realize that I make mistakes. I realize sometimes I didn't have control of it all. I only knew what I knew at that time. Uh, and I, I got to realize why I did whatever I did or why I made this choice. Um, I guess the simple thing I can't really because it is. I guess it is different, but it really got to do with understanding. You got to really understand yourself to even have some type of forgiveness. That's just what it is. You got to understand yourself because that even come with self love. That come with uh respecting yourself. All that stuff, like really all that stuff with self, but it's understanding behind it. So you really just got to understand that you a human. You make mistakes, and that's what I do. That's how I look at it. I'm a human. I make mistakes, and and uh that's what it is. That's the best way I can answer that then. Because that's how I look at it. That's how I be forgiving because that's how I forgive other people too. Because we all humans. We're
I
gonna
think
make mistakes. We express ourselves different. We react different. And I gotta just better myself.
I
So
think forgiving a person, and this is just me. I think when I forgive somebody, I don't allow past negativities to resonate in my brain anymore. but I may like forgive you, and I may sit back and be like, you know what, yeah, I forgive that person, but yet I just don't want to be connected with them anymore. Like we did, like forgiveness to
Right.
me seems like for my ex, I didn't forgive her for a long time, and then when I finally like had a conversation with her, I was like, oh, I could forgive her, but yet I still don't want her around. I still don't want you a part of my life or sitting at my table eating with me and my people. Like I don't know. To me, you can never fully forgive somebody if you do not forget the negative, the past, the negative. Like if you don't forget, like if you don't let that go, you'll never fully forgive them. So I think when you say and if I ever forgave somebody, I didn't forgive them. Like I said, for them, I forgave them for my peace and my growth. You feel me? But
Like,
that's just my personal opinion. Like,
Fuck everybody else. We're not worried about nobody else. When you in that room by yourself and you facing all the things that you bring to the world and holding on to shit you never did and was not your fault, how do you forgive you? Even for things that were not your fault and you hold on to, how do you let that go?
I mean, to me, I personally just look at it like this. I can't change anything that has happened in the past. So I choose not to harp on certain things. So I always ask myself this, right? If I hold on to this, is this gonna give me anything? Is this gonna bring like anything that I want in my life? Right? And I always ask myself that with dealing with negative stuff. Hey, if I go this route, um, can I actually get a reward from this, right? What am I gonna gain from it? So when I be like, if I'm sitting in a room and I'm thinking about all that, that's why I'll be like, oh, I ain't really too much tripping. I'm just gonna separate myself from them, and I'll never connect with them on that level, as far as being as close as I was to them or whatever the case may be. So I feel like that's how I handle it. Other people have different ways. My therapist told me a long time ago, like, you carrying around this ball and this chain because you keep looking for clarity and you keep looking for a reason why people treated you the way they treated you, and you're never going to have a real answer for it. So why even continue to lug around that ball and that chain? So that's why I was like, you know what? That's the facts. Once something happened to me, I kind of be like, all right, cool. It happened. It's nothing I could do. Am I gonna forgive that person? No, but am I gonna forgive myself for allowing certain stuff to be in my, in my face? Yeah, because I shouldn't have did it. I knew when I seen this, I should have stepped back. I knew when I heard this, I should have maneuvered different. You get what I'm saying? It's just different.
I got another one too.
You mind if I
It's
answer
kind
it
of
though?
add on to his. I got you in a minute, cuz my man. Welcome to
Oh
the
yeah, you
live,
good?
man. Welcome
No,
to
you
the
good.
live.
I was
Uh,
gonna say that. What's up with y'all?
what
Okay,
up,
go
man?
ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to be quick anyway. I was about to say, I'm glad he said that positive thing. He made me think about that. And that's another thing I do. I look at things a positive way, as in like, even if I make a mistake or something like that, I always think about that. It could have been worse. That's how I look at it. I always tell myself it could have been worse, and I made it. So, what I'm gonna do about it right now? You know what I'm saying? If it's nothing under my control, if it's nothing I can do about it now, like I might as well, I gotta move on from it because it's holding me back. So, that's the way like I said, my main thing is, I think it's just two things. And people, I can say understanding seems so broad, but everybody got their own way of understanding. So I have to understand myself, right? I got to understand that I'm gonna slip up some days. I got to understand that, you know, I'm gonna get tested sometimes, right? So that's how I get forgiveness for myself, right? Because I just be like, you know what, and I just got to try harder the next time. It's just life. There's human things that happen. So that's how I look at it. And like I said, I'm about to go back to talking about forgiving somebody else, but yeah, that's how I look at it, though.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good, brother.
Oh, okay. Right on, right on. So I was gonna say, man, forgiveness of self and just self-reflection, what I would call mirror work,
Yeah.
is the first step in anything. And what we start to understand is that you have to have an understanding of yourself, like you said,
Facts. That's what I was
right?
saying.
But
Right.
that comes from experience, that comes from wisdom, right? And it's a saying that, like, when we can learn things from books, education, we learn, right? That gives us knowledge. We will succeed and we have successes. That gives us confidence. But we don't get wisdom until we fail. So that is how we get, that's how we grow. It's through heartache. It's through failures, because there are lessons to be learned from that. And that is the key to forgiving yourself, because we're never going to forget. Like my man said earlier, you can have a breakup. I don't forgive, or I don't forget what happened. I can forgive it, but how can you forget? You're not going to forget it. But what you have to do is change the polarity of that. So it has to come from a negative into a positive. And that means that the only way that you can get a positive from something bad, from something negative, is to recognize the lesson. And then once you see the lesson from it that you got from that, right? So whatever happened, let's say for that breakup, for an example, right? I don't know what happened. I'm just saying that for just a random example. They did something to you, and boom, now you went through whatever you went through, your heartache, your pain, and now you go back and you say, all right, what did I learn from this relationship? Then I learned what not to do. Okay, cool. That is a lesson, right? So now, to forgive that, you thank that person or yourself for that lesson. So now it becomes not you forgiving, you're finding thanks in the things that have made you grow. If you come at it from that perspective, right, it's harder said than done, don't get me wrong. But if you try to consistently come from that perspective, you'll find it easier to forgive yourself. And you will find it easier to forgive other people, because then you start to appreciate the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because life is not going to be all good. We know that. And life is going to have problems. So we got to learn how to appreciate the problems. Like when I get bills, I love bills, because I'm like, it was a point in my life where I couldn't pay shit. You know what I mean? It was a point in my life where I didn't have a bill. So when them bills come now, I'm like, I'm thankful. Bring them. That means I'm doing something. You get what I'm saying? When somebody hate on me, I'm like, look, I need some more haters before Christmas, so come bring it. You know what I mean? Because this means you doing something. You living. You out here. You above ground. So stand 10 toes down on it and understand that bad, good, whatever, it all comes for a reason. And we just got to recognize what those reasons are. And I think once we do that, it becomes easier. And I'm not going to say that you can just snap your fingers and do that. You know what I mean? It's a hard process. But I think that's the first step into forgiving yourself. And then understanding, too, that it's not about what you did wrong when you say forgive yourself. See, when you forgive yourself, it's about understanding how you are, what you may have missed, things you didn't see. You know what I mean? Like you said, back to understanding. You know what I mean? So it is, I think, understanding in that it goes hand in hand. Yeah. Right. But it all starts with yourself. I think as a woman was saying before, I didn't know who it was. I heard it sounded like a woman's voice, but said that it starts off with yourself. You got to start off in the mirror, and then that is when you can actually affect anything else. So that's just my perspective on it.
Oh yeah, and I'm about to say I took out of that, and that right. You right. So I was about to say, you made me think about this too. Like it is about changing your point of view of how you see things too. And the other thing was it was never meant for you to forget anything, because if you forget it, right, you're gonna fall for the same exact. You gotta learn. It's all about learning. You can't just forget something. It's just learning and trying to look at things from a different perspective. That's another way, what I'm saying, how you learn. How to even forgive another person or forgive yourself, right? It's the same tactic. And it do, like I said, like King was saying a bunch of times, all that stuff got to start from self before you can forgive anybody else. Like that's not legit. It's like you got to love yourself. You can't just love somebody else without knowing what it really is. You just expressing some stuff you really don't know about. You know what I'm saying? You just going off the vibes, I guess that's what they be saying, but you really don't even know what the vibe is, because you just going off of like tit for tat. Oh, you do it, I'm gonna do it, and you do. You know what I'm saying? That's not real. That's not genuine, anyways. You know what I'm saying? Everything starts genuine when you do it for yourself first. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. I know I was gonna think of. I knew people was gonna help me think about some more, because I couldn't. I know it's more things to forgiveness. I just was in the hot seat. I just couldn't think about it at the moment. But I talk about forgiveness, and I used to have I think I was like on part 8. I talked about that on my live so much, like part 8. And some people, a lot of people was getting triggered. Well, I don't want you to keep bringing up my past. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? But it's like at the end of the day, that's something you got to work on. We can't keep sweeping everything under the rug. You know what I'm saying? We'll be just be
Right.
living it and faking it for the rest of our life. And like I said, and that'd be funny to me. I be looking at that people rather work on their external than their internal. You know what I'm saying? I want to look good. You know, I want to play this role. You know, I want to paint, but in your insides, you toe up and you ugly. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta. They got everything backwards nowadays, man. They got man.
Right. Hey, and to your to that where it's just where you said about healing and what does that look like?
Yep.
That goes right into what you were just saying right now. It's like, for me, my perspective or how to like explain it, I explain it like this. When you have no chance of having any type of like bad things, embarrassing moments, anything like that, like you can't have a scandal. Like if you were famous, right? And you like, I don't give a damn what you do. You can bring up all my past. You can't embarrass me. There is no scandal that you can bring up because I have dealt with everything. Like there's nothing that you can empty my phone right now and split all on the internet, spill my address. You can put all my exes. You can do everything that you want to, and it can't hurt me because I have dealt with it all, and I'm good with it, and I'm legitimately good with it. Like I have no problems with it. That's when you know that you're healed. So as soon as you can go back and you can honestly say that, you will know that you're healed. And what we will find is that most of us, we still got a couple of loose ends out there. You know what I mean? Like, you know, oh, damn, if that come out, I'd be ruined. I'd be embarrassed. So those are things that you deal with. You get me? So when you don't have that, you won't get triggered. And that's the difference. That's how you know when people get triggered. It's because they have some loose ends out there and it's rubbing. You see what I'm saying? Like whatever you're talking about is starting to touch the ends of that nerve and it's bothering them. But when they are totally healed from a situation, you can talk about it. They ain't tripping. It don't even affect them no more. And so that's what I would say. You can tell when you're healed is when, you know, like somebody like, I don't know, who's somebody publicly that's just ridiculous. Like Dennis Rodman, he would do things in the public, right, that was so out of the box. And so at some point, you got to a point where like no media could even touch him. Like they couldn't bring nothing out of his past. They couldn't say nothing to embarrass him. They couldn't make a story about him. They couldn't do nothing because he was like, whatever, I already talked about myself. So at that point, you like whatever he living, he good with it. And he's good with it. You know what I mean? And you had to accept it. And so that right there is just an example because it's public. You know what I mean? Something I can grab onto that we can recognize. But yeah, that's what you know when you healed.
Can I ask the question?
And that's confidence too. That built confidence too. People don't realize that too. Like even forgiving yourself, all that healing, that brings confidence where nobody can't, you know, they can't shake you for real. That's why and that's another reason why I talk about everything on here. And that's the reason why I try to go in rooms that, you know, to see where if I get triggered or not, because it showed me, like I said, I'm so big. When people say, I want to work on myself. No, you put yourself through tests to see if you really working yourself. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be like, oh, I'm just going to just test this out and say that I'm working on myself. But that ain't really, you know what I'm saying? If you got to limit yourself on what you got to work on, is you really trying to better yourself? I don't think people really is. They want you to baby step. They want to spoon feed this or do whatever. I just want you to talk about this right now. Or I just want you to, but why somebody got to be like that? You supposed to.
But what I want to get at is this, right? Just because I deny access to bringing something up does not mean I'm healed. That's me setting a boundary. That's me telling you that I don't want to revisit that because it does not serve me. That does not mean that I'm unhealed. So just because you don't want to talk about something or you go to a certain place and they bring up something you like, hey, bro, I'm not talking about that. That does not mean that you're not healed. That means that you set a boundary and you don't need to even address that anymore.
That's facts, and that's true. But you know, I think what you have to go to is like the reason why you don't want to talk about it. That would be
I see why you've been sending me.
You know what I'm saying? That would be the only part to say. Like, if you said that you're just setting a boundary and I'm good, then you're right. You're correct. But like, if the reason why you set the boundary is because every time you talk about it, you're gonna get triggered. You get what I'm saying? Then it's like you see what I mean?
On the
like,
boundaries.
I agree to that, right? But what
I don't want you to talk about it's gonna hurt my feelings.
just because you don't want to talk about something does not mean you're not healed from it. You just setting a healthy boundary that, hey, it don't serve me no more. So why do we have to talk about that? There's a million and one things to talk about. We can talk about everything else. I just refuse to go there because I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's real. Yep.
If you triggered, you are.
And honestly, you know what?
Right.
And just to kind of to kind of pinpoint on that, when you are healed, you will have more boundaries. So that's kind of true. Like what he just said. Like, you know what I mean? You will start to be like, you know what, this dead weight. And like, I'm not going to waste my energy on a dead weight. You know what I mean? Like this low hanging fruit that y'all want to talk about. We ain't going to talk about that.
Because imagine this, right?
So that is true.
Let me say this. Imagine this, right? We come up on a gang of money together, right? But I don't get my cut. And you want to keep bringing it up? Bro, I've already accepted the fact that that money is not in my possession. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to like, that's me setting that boundary. Because why? Because if you want to talk about it, it's like you trying to put me in a place to see if it's going to bother me. But I already told you before we even started this, hey, bro, I ain't got that money. I don't even care.
Right. So he's trying to be an antagonist to you. That's why. Yeah.
What I noticed, I think you did it. Well, you did what I was talking about. Because I think you missed the whole point of what I was saying, and what he was saying, right? Nobody never said you couldn't have no boundaries or nothing like that, right? But the thing is, the whole point of saying that, where you healed, right, is where a person don't have to walk around on eggshells on you, or you don't, you know what I'm saying, or you don't have to walk around on eggshells. No, okay, matter of fact, the opposite, right? So a person basically can talk about, certain things, even topics. We're gonna say topics or something like that, where you are confident in whatever you did in your past to where it don't really affect you like that because you're over it. You're over it. You know what I'm saying? So nobody can say, that's just like okay, so let's talk about how the women be, and if you're over these many bodies, you're a thought or something like that. So I don't know, some crazy stuff. I try to think of some weird stuff, right? But then they what that's supposed to mean or something like that. But if you confident in what you is, or you whatever it is, you accepted your past. So you ain't really got to worry about, you ain't going to go in the room and got to talk about it. You say, hey, I did what I did. It is what it is. So it is, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. People going to say what they going to say because you can't control everybody else's mouth on here. You can't, you can't go.
I think I can control what you say to me. What you have a
You can't go in nobody's room and control what somebody say.
Okay, so guess what? Then I just will leave. I'll just take myself out of here because you don't respect my boundaries.
That's all I'm about to say. That's no way. Right. But I'm just saying, I don't know if you missed the point again. It seemed like you did it. But whatever. Healed people are not easily emotionally triggered. Facts. You can't tame your own tongue or others. Okay.
I mean, and y'all right. You can't tame it, but I could also remove myself from the situation and just choose not to connect with that person.
That's fact. That's knowing yourself. You're knowing your. Yeah, I feel you. Tolerance. What you can tolerate.
Like that's your toleration. And like I said, that's still you setting a healthy boundary. Look, I don't want y'all I don't want to talk about this, so I'm just not gonna talk to y'all about it. And if y'all want to respect the fact that I'm talking about it, I just will not continue to even be cool, be friends, or be around. Because I'm setting that boundary.
Yeah. So it's showing, you're not ready for the right. I feel you on that. So I say everybody got their thing, and everybody still got a lot of stuff they still working on too. But I think the whole point of what Cousin was saying is like when you at that point where not really anything somebody can tell you can affect you, because just like he's bringing up the Dennis Rodman thing, like, okay, yeah, I did this and that. Well, I mean, what else you want about it? That's why they confident in what they did in their past. They ain't got to be triggered about it. They ain't got to,
I mean, some people will keep trying to bring something up, and that's toxic. Like, if you, like, why do you keep trying to bring
you just talking about a person that's trying to pick at you. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, but I don't know how you jump into that. But you might be missing the whole point.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you.
Because you're using, like, your examples that you use, and it's like you just trying to, I don't know what you're trying to, you just pushing stuff that's not even really the whole point. We can understand there's people that just want to pick at people. Like,
Okay.
oh, that you used to be fat. You used to be fat. You gonna keep saying this, of course, right? But I don't think like that's a whole different whole topic. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that was the whole point of it. It was just
I
basically
think
saying,
we just both missing it because you saying I don't understand
yeah,
you.
but you talking about something different. You talking about people that's actually that's purposely trying to troll you or something
Yeah,
like that,
that's what I.
and keep picking at you, right?
But
That's
that's
different.
okay. But
But
that's what I was saying. That was
I,
what I was talking about, Kev. I said if I sit here and I'm around somebody and they want to talk about something that I do not want to talk about, and I set that boundary and they continue to do that, then yes, that's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to understand where was
Is
the confusion.
is that
but nobody
is
was
that
talking
like
about that. That's all I said. That's
saying
why I knew
that?
you didn't understand what was going on.
It as a reference.
Oh, if we walk in
Yeah.
here and somebody say something to you and then you don't respond, then that's how you know you heal from it. That's not true. Did y'all not say that? Or
Okay,
am I
okay,
hearing
okay,
things?
okay. I get what he's saying. So what he's saying, Kev, what he was saying is like and I think it was might have been me, and I said on some parts I said something like if somebody says something you're not gonna have no response, you know what I mean, or if you or something like that, yet you're not healed. I was just using that as an example, and he was just elaborating on that point when he said that. So he
Oh,
wasn't
that's all.
bringing it
Okay,
out
so
the
you
topic,
took what I.
right?
Okay, I
So
get you.
yeah, and that's the
I,
reason why. Yeah, so I get what he was saying. He was just talking about that
something else
specific
different,
thing.
right?
He was just saying that just because you don't have a response or just because you put up a boundary isn't an indication that you haven't healed. Like a lot of people will say, well, if you just walked out the room when they start talking, it's probably because you ain't healed yet. You get what I'm saying? And he was saying that no, that's not necessarily the case, which I agree with. But I think he was just addressing that one
I
part
get you
of that.
though, but I got your
Yeah, yeah.
point
So I
too. Like it was all about the bigger
yeah,
point, not just looking for the. But whatever. I
right.
mean, I get you. I get you. But
But
mhm.
was I correct though, bro? I don't want to. I don't want to speak for you. Is that the part that you were
No,
talking about?
no, you understand. You understood what I was getting at. That's exactly what I was saying. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
said, I
Okay.
don't feel like
But did
because
you understand what he's saying? That's the thing.
and
That's what I'm trying to get to. You took out. I
I
guess you was just trying to rebuttal so bad. It's like you missed the whole point. Because I get what he was saying. I get what you're saying too. But
are you asking me a question or are you making an assumption?
what?
I said,
I
are you
didn't make an
asking me?
assumption. I look. I just it was something I observed. You really got off. It's you didn't never talked about what he talked about. You just went and talked about. Well,
Because
what
he
about
wasn't
this?
wrong. He was not wrong with what he said. I said, but you cannot say that somebody that has set a boundary, which in my case
I don't think
be
he was talking about boundaries though. You
all right,
threw in boundaries.
because he what he said, he just explained it to you.
All right, I get you. I feel you.
But that's why I'm
But
saying
he,
I never said nothing to rebuttal him. I understood exactly what he said.
yeah, you took out the part like we was talking about yesterday. You took out the one part that got to you, and you like, well,
All
but
right,
I
Ken.
think the whole point was just the whole point was that he just talking about healing. You will know how you can tell a healed person, how a healed person can react. I don't think the whole argument was about boundaries.
Yes, but
I
that's
don't.
responded to how you know a person is healed. That's what I responded to.
Okay. Go ahead, lovely. You got the one bar. What's he driving?
Hey everybody. Hey Kev.
Yeah, where you?
Isn't isn't healing a constant? Oh, hold on. Let me. Isn't healing a constant? It's like healing is like a preparation for things
Hey,
that you
cuz, can you
cannot
mute
control.
your background
Because the
loud?
whole reason you have to heal, how in order to heal, you have to recognize how long are we going to stay victims?
Hmm.
How long do we stay a victim? Because
Some people
you're
enjoying it.
healing, but I think healed means that there's like it's an end. I think we're always healing because we're always going to be faced
Yeah,
with
some
things that we
stuff you
cannot
do get
control.
healed from or you better from. You
Yeah,
actually surpass.
well,
But it's always something
it's
you
a
healing
teacher.
from, but some stuff you can be healed
Yes.
from. I was talking to
Hmm.
Hormiga or somebody about that, and I was like, I had to understand what he was talking about though, but it is some stuff you do heal from and get better through, right? And it's some stuff you still gotta heal, and some stuff people just choose not to heal from. So that's what that is.
It's also like a preparation too. Like if you've been, in order to go through the healing process, you have to recognize that you've been hurt.
Yeah.
You have to know that side of things too. And when to know that you've been hurt, it's almost like a preparation. That's what the boundaries are for, is to avoid from being hurt.
Y'all cousins? Oh wait, no, his name cousin. Never mind. Okay. I thought y'all was cousins.
You know, I call everybody cousins. That's this thing.
Oh,
It's
I threw
all
me off.
family,
I'm
no
like,
friends.
what? I was like, y'all say it two different ways. I was about to be.
Yeah, no, it's all family, no friends. That's how I roll. So that's how I do it. And so everybody a cousin. You a cousin now too. So there it is.
For sure. I was right. I'm glad to be a cousin. Hey, that's crazy. But yeah, I feel it, man. Y'all preaching, man, for sure. But hey, but yeah, like I like exactly what you said for sure though. You can tell when you heal when a person don't have to walk around on eggshells. Especially okay, and what I mean about that is right. It's like even if you just get on the app, right? If you feel a room, and that's why I say, because all of us still, like I said, we gonna always be constantly healing. That's just what that is, or it's something that we might thought we worked on and didn't know. Because I'm gonna have another topic about the power of word. Like words is only as powerful as you or you make words more powerful than what it is. But whatever, that's something else. But what was I about to get to though? Like I said, when you want to better yourself, you're gonna find, or you're gonna test yourself. That's no different from like when, because a lot of people just be all talk. They talk, I can do this, I know I can handle this and all that stuff, but never been like they go through it and then it'd be a whole different thing. So you do have to test yourself in general, or test situations, right? Even like in a, and I don't want to make it seem like that, but even like if you about to date with somebody, right? I think you got an automatic tests in your mind. You ain't gonna be. It ain't gotta be petty tests, right? But you got tests in your mind to see how people gonna react. Because I know the first thing that you really want to do is see how a person gonna express their emotions, or like how they react under pressure. You know what I'm saying? So you know how this gonna play out in the future. I feel like that's like actually a smart move, but you don't want to purposely do it and be petty. But you just want to see or be observing them to see how this gonna play out in your future. Like, um, dang, all right, this how this person talks to their cousin, or this how they talk about their family. This gonna end up being a problem. Actually did that before though. It was a very nice chick. I was and I mean we hung with cooking with each other for a few years and stuff or whatever. But it's just like I had that gap, and I'm like, you real nice to me and all this though, but I see how they talk about their cousin, behind their back, and how the way they seem so arrogant and all this stuff. So I'm like, nah. I'm in my mind like, you only acting this way because you getting something from me. You know what I'm saying? You only being nice to me, right? But otherwise, this gonna become a problem. Because I'm a firm believer of how people treat other people is how they gonna end up treating you, and how they treat, especially with attitude wise. If they always got something or whatever, how they do that with other people, they gonna eventually do to you. Especially if they get mad or something, like they gonna do it to you. It's gonna come out because people don't just sit there and change. It's just a code. They behaving themselves because they're with you, or you you having relations with them and all that stuff. So that's taming them for the moment, right? But eventually, it's gonna come. It's part of them. If it's part of, like I said, habits make our character and stuff. You already got a habit of being this way, or you got this mindset being this way. How do you think another person is gonna change you out of nowhere? Like, oh, I'm just an angel or something. Like, I mean, people can help you, motivate you, but if you still talking a certain way and you to about another person, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, people, it's coats. People just be coating stuff. That's all it is. So.
Yeah, that's facts. I always used to say like you can see some character about somebody is how kind they are to someone else when they don't have to be. That is a
Facts.
good indicator of because that's integrity. Integrity is doing the same thing even when no one else is looking, right? That's what
Facts.
integrity means. So if you are talking to people, especially like if you're in a different positions, Like that's a real telltale sign. Like if you go somewhere and it's a service worker and they look down on them, that's a red flag. You know what I mean? When you look at somebody and they're like, they feel like they're above somebody else or they feel better than, and you see those little
The
glimpses
haughty
when they
eye.
talk to people. Yeah, they start talking to people crazy and you like, you know what? I'm good. That's what you were just saying. And that's true, man. Like you got to look at the details
Got
and
to. I
how,
tell people
yeah.
that. People be thinking you can D a person down and they I'm gonna give her that act right. No, that's what they be messing up at. It don't work like that. You gonna be getting that same pain soon as she get a bad day. You gonna get that same exact work. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. Some people be like, oh, this chick be so masculine with everybody else, right? All of a sudden she feminine with you. Get the freak out. It's gonna come out one day. All that stuff gonna come out one day. Ain't nobody Peter that strong. Ain't no Punani that strong. Ain't no, ain't that's nothing that strong to change a person from their natural habits. Like that's why I say I can tell a lot, especially the way people handle their emotions. You could tell a lot about that. Even like, and then go back to what I was talking about at the beginning of this, before I started this topic, right? Is that, and I learned a lot from a lot of people though. When people can be as smart as they want to be, and that's what I be feeling like I got over a lot of people because I've been doing that work. That's why a lot of people be trying to wait on me to see if I'm gonna slip up and stuff because I talk about emotional control so much. Well, you were mad at this time, whatever. But I let people. It is what it is. But I do tell a lot based off how people handle arguments, based off, if they gotta be so fast to cuss somebody out and all this stuff or whatever. Like I said, you could hold people accountable, all this stuff. You can be knowledge, book smart, college smart, even nice at the moment, but then that's why I be saying that's what it goes back to what I be saying. I talk about a lot of stuff. I talk about everything just to see where everybody's head is at. Because if I feel like I gotta limit myself of what I talk about, like I said, it's gonna show that smartness literally comes out. And like I said, I've been going through this all this week. I've been with different rooms and stuff. That smartness goes out the way when you say something that a person might even take personal, and you could be talking about general, and that been happening a lot. You could be talking about some general, and they take it, especially man. I think I was in Peter Live, and that happened to a few times. I ain't gonna mention no name, but it's just like you can tell a lot about a person though. Like they can be like, "Oh, I'm emotional controlled and all this stuff," and I be loving that junk. I actually do love it because I be like, dog, and it shows. You know what I'm saying? I actually love it when people try to do that junk to me, right? Because because I'm so, like I said, I trigger me so I can know what I gotta work on. I look at triggers as a fun game, and it shows me where I gotta work out at. That's all it is. Show me where I'm weak at. It's just show you where you're weak at. That's what triggers are. But people want to make excuse about their triggers. That'd be the problem. I'm only doing this because of that, and as long as you keep doing that, you're gonna be stuck being you because nobody should have control over that. They shouldn't have no remote control on your back. Like, hey, I'm gonna make them do this. If I say these couple words, all I gotta do is that. You know, that's why I'll be
That's
trying to limit
Hey,
what people say. I'm
Kev,
gonna let people speak
because
their mind.
if you think about it, like when does a thought, like something that you think, become an emotion?
Just something I think become an emotion. What the,
When you
ain't that like
think
an
of
instant
something, you
thing?
can have a thought. You have a thought, and it carries out. But when are you emotionally tied to that thought?
I guess when you think about that thought. I don't even think you gotta accept it either. It's sometimes you even if you like worried about it, or if you even, I guess it's actually just. Well, I want to say that's why, right? I got Kaylee in the say. I want to say because it seems so instant. It seems like it's already become a,
Yeah,
but it's
it's like
something, and I get you
already
though,
become an
and I get you
emotion.
with the thought part too, right? Huh?
No, go ahead, because I think
No,
you're
I'm about to say I
speaking.
kind of get you with the thought part because a lot of the stuff like and it's gonna go back to that topic I'm gonna do probably next week about we put power in a lot of words. You know what I'm saying? Words can only be as powerful as you would basically accept them or something like that. But it's like it comes with what we put behind, like even with insecurities and all that stuff, or all it's coming from some like the meaning that we put behind certain things that make us have a certain emotion behind whatever we thinking, right? That's just what it is. But it just depends. So Yeah, that's a good question though. So
I think it's
it's like almost tied. It's just depending on your habit, depending on what you went through. I guess I don't know how to
I,
look
I
answer
think
that though.
that you've already felt the emotion and you're trying to explain it to yourself. That's what the thought is. So the
Okay.
thought came second. The words came second, or the thought came second, because
Uh,
you're feeling a certain way, and you're trying to now explain it to yourself. Like, damn, what am I? What is this? What is that? And now all of a sudden you feel like you feel it, right? But your brain plays tricks on you that way because it's like you have already felt it. So you feel uncomfortable in a room, then you go try to explain it to yourself because we always try to rationalize what we do, right? So I think
I
that is
could.
the thought, maybe.
I
What do you
don't know.
think?
I think I disagree with that. I think I do
No,
this. The more I
I
keep
kind
thinking
of
about it, I
see
think I
where
disagree with
I
it. I
kind of
think,
see where he's coming from,
huh?
though. It's like because I kind of see where he's coming from, though. It's like if that thought why did the thought come up? Because you were already emotionally tied to it.
Mm. I don't know. The reason why I say that because I think it's like both. I think it's a thought first. I think it's a thought, then it's emotion, then it's a thought again, right? Or that's or it's extending the thought about it. Because the reason why I say that it gotta come from like it's something that you gotta know, right? Before you even have an emotion to it. Because there's no way the emotion could come first to something that you never heard. You see what I'm saying? So it got to be something that clicked, made that thought, right? Then you have an emotion that connect to that thought, that's connected to that quick thought or whatever, or what's
Which is
being
a
said.
trigger. That's
Then
the
you
trigger.
prolong that, huh? Then it become a feeling
That's
after
the
that or something,
trigger.
huh?
That's the trigger.
Yeah. So I don't. I think it's something in your mind first. So that's where the thought. But it's something in
Well,
your
Now,
mind
think
though
of
that made you
trauma.
get that emotion towards
If
this certain whatever been said or something like that. You see what I'm saying? It got
if
to
you
be a thought first, then an emotion, then the emotion, then it comes to a feeling after that. You see what I'm saying?
well,
I don't know
if you look
because
at
like
if you
you
look at
reacting to
trauma,
something.
though, well, exactly, you're reacting to something. When you react, it's emotional, right?
Yeah, because you can't get emotions to something that you didn't think about. You see what I'm saying? You can't. How's that
I get where
possible?
you're coming from.
well, I
Well,
think
think
Yeah.
about
it might
trauma.
depend on the
It's
emotion, though.
tied. Oh,
Look.
go ahead.
Would it? What I'm saying, would you? Okay, so because this is getting deep, this is interesting. Do
Let's
y'all
get it.
think that it has to do with what emotion though? Because some emotions are fight or flight. You don't think about that shit. It comes innately. That's what keeps us alive, right? Some emotions are made that way, like fear. That's.
Mm.
But then, through society, we start learning that certain things hurt us, certain things, whatever. So then when we see it, we can recognize it, and then we automatically get that fear again, right? But it started off from an innate emotion, and then through life it starts becoming a memory, and then that becomes the trigger because then we associate the bad things that we experienced with whatever emotion that was or with whatever words that were spoken. You know what I mean? Because there's the association to that horrible memory or that trigger or that trauma. So
What's
so
up,
man,
Empress?
maybe it's all like it. Maybe it just depends on the situation. Like that could go either way. That's
Mm.
that's 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 deep.
Mm. Mm.
Well, if you think about it, like look at how trauma is tied to your body. So sometimes you're in an emotional state of mind, but your thoughts aren't there, or your thoughts are there, and then your
No, you
emotions
just ain't.
come
Oh. Mm.
after.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I believe a lot of like hate. Just like you get taught hate, right? You know how we get taught hate.
Exactly,
You see what I'm saying? So
exactly.
it had to came from.
Yeah,
You see what I'm meaning with this?
is it like
Because you
an
can't react to
yeah?
something you don't know. That's all I'm saying. Like I can't have a certain emotion to something I don't know what to emote to. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
This junk
okay.
is
So
just
do you ever have thoughts, Kev, that like you don't get emotionally tied
because
to? You can have a thought about something and you're just like, no, I'm just gonna skip it.
I get you on that
That's what they
though.
call fleeting thoughts. Fleeting thoughts. It just fleets. You thought it and it goes away. You don't get emotionally tied to it.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you though. I feel you on that. I feel you. But I'm just saying, still, it got us. It's something to, just like I was talking to my man's just like when people be having fetishes, right? Fetishes and all this stuff. It came from somewhere. You just don't. it's something that you seen, right? Or your mind. It always start off with the mind. I think everything start off, even with
Mm-hmm.
the everything got to start off with the mind, man, for real. But it's just like, see, I'm gonna think about this. This is a good one though. But
Hey,
goodbye. I gotta stick with that though, because I think it's always a reason behind everything. So it's a reason why we react certain ways, and it's a reason why we feel a certain way.
right.
Um, because it's always it's something we reflecting. It's something we reflecting why, because even like when somebody get angry or something like that, it's something that happened in their past why they got angry. It's something, a certain word somebody said, but you put that's why I want to talk about that topic though, there's certain word, like words and stuff, we make it powerful, but from the way we got taught or something like that, we can, or the way we look at
Right.
things, and we
It's a
reflect it off like,
reaction.
Yeah, y'all remember the
yeah,
story about the white dog and the black dog? Whichever dog you feed, the bad thought or the good thought. Y'all remember that illustration
mm,
or
no,
that
I
story?
don't know. Never heard that one. You
Not
got
in
me on that one.
native culture. You feed the black dog or the white dog, which is
Yeah.
like it's a symbol of the yin yang too. It's a symbol like in all cultures they have like that whole thing. Like on in Christian, it's the angel and it's the wolf. There she go. There she go. It's the wolf. It's not the
Hmm.
dog.
That's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a wolf, and
That's like
that's
getting
like the
sad.
shadow
Like,
self,
why would I get
the other
sad
side of
without
you,
thinking about something first? You see what I'm saying?
But that's the
I'm just
thoughts.
gonna
the
cry
shadow
for
self.
nothing. Huh?
That's the thoughts when they come. That's the story. That's
It
what it is.
gotta be, that's why I said it gotta be something that made me cry. You know what I'm saying? I'm reflecting to something. Because say if it's like this, right? If it wasn't no thought behind our emotions, it's like it'd be like uncontrolled. Like I'd be
Right.
it'd be weird. It'd be scary too. Like we couldn't really, and I do feel like that's even part of like controlling your emotions. That's what, like, even sometimes you got to even be logical to even control your emotions. 'Cause you got to think it through. Like, is it
Right.
worth it? Is it that? Or
Yeah.
if I do react, this gonna come out after that.
You
It's
got to
all
play
about
the tape through.
thinking it through. But like even with moving off impulse, it still come from a first thought, and you just reacting to it instantly. You know what I'm saying? Because people just don't get mad for no reason. It's a reason why you got mad. It's the reason why you getting jealous. Like all of those are emotions, but it's reasons behind it. You see what I'm saying? So I gotta stick with that one on myself. I gotta stick
Yeah,
with it's a
no,
thought first,
you're
then
right.
it's the
You're
emotion.
right. There's intentions behind it. There's an intention. There's a reason why
The
you
balance,
feel the
yeah,
way
most
you
definitely
feel
balance.
based upon the thought that you thought, or and it's not even your thought. Sometimes we have to react to other people's emotions. That's when the
Mm,
challenge comes in. Now, oh
mm-hmm.
man, how do I respond to this person? How do I
Yep,
react to their emotions when they're not even part of me?
yep.
And what about sometimes, I know, have you ever had that, you just walk into the room or somebody walk in the room and that vibe change and you just feel the
Yep.
energy ain't right,
Yeah, that
or
come from
somebody that
somewhere.
good and it right. So it wasn't your thoughts that felt that first because you just felt it.
That's
You
that
get what I'm saying?
intuition
So
thing
in
people be talking
those,
about.
which might
Yeah,
be,
Intuition.
I
that might be tied
know.
to emotions. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
crazy. Like
Yeah,
how
I
can we?
believe the energy thing,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but I think even with that, because I don't think if you just walk into a room and a baby just gonna be like, because they not gonna be like, oh my gosh. Even though I think what's Hobo said a baby can react to something, but
Yes, they do.
huh?
Hey, listen, if you go
Yeah,
into
their
anywhere,
innocence is
look at the
so
animals,
knowledgeable.
and look at the babies, how they reacting. If they cool, then you're probably in a good area. I'm telling you, animals and babies will give you a good
Instinct.
telltale sign of what's happening
It's
if
right
you look
down
at
to a
it.
T. That's it right there.
Mm,
Man, I'll be watching these roosters.
Well,
I'll be watching these wild pigs outside, man. And like for real. Just watching the males. We got roosters that get crazy, that beat up their little kids. We got roosters that like literally, I don't want to use the wrong word, but do destructive things and take out the plants. We got like good pigs that, you know what I'm saying? If you watch animals, you just watch nature, you just watch other things growing. You can understand more than you can understand from watching politics or some of the stuff that we've seen, like some of the circles that we've seen created. You know what I mean? But
hmm
my
and that
bad for
goes
just
But
back
I'm
to
jumping in
trying to,
y'all so much. I'm
instinct.
sorry
so
It's
about
like,
that.
is your
I,
instinct more powerful, or what's more powerful, your instinct, your intuition, your thoughts, or
I
and are your emotions driving
think
there?
it's thoughts. I would say thoughts.
Thoughts, definitely.
or maybe
Thoughts,
I think it
thoughts.
starts first, but then our emotions take over. I think that's the most powerful thing that kind of take over, though. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, that's what take over nowadays because people lack trying
Hmm.
to control it. It's a hard thing to control your emotion. But
Exactly.
I was about to get somewhere. Cause like this, say this right. It's like even with the energy, right? The energy thing we was talking about. Like the reason that's the reason why I gotta go to this because it's like, how do you know which feeling or which emotion will be legit? How you pick the right um emotion for? Because like, say if a certain uh a weird crazy change the energy type, even though I feel like even the energy when you feel something it's still reflecting to something. It got to be something that is reflected from or something that's seen, right? That's what I feel. But it's like, how do you know the right correct emotion to attach to this certain energy or something like that? Like that's like saying, like, say if a deer. So I think most of the time we always talk about fear, and which fear is not, I don't think that is that emotion. Is fear emotion?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Okay,
And
okay.
Yep.
I think
Fear,
that goes back to
fear and
healing though,
happiness,
Kev.
right? Huh?
That goes back to healing. So if
Yeah.
you're tying yourself
But
to another emotion, if your thought it's instinct.
yeah,
If you're going off
I don't think
instinct.
no animals heal though. I was just talking about animals. I feel you on that. But I was just saying how the instincts and all that stuff work, right? But I was saying like, or we was talking about babies and that. I think if it's like this power or something that we just, because it's like we only talk about if it's fear, between fear and happiness, but what about the rest of the emotions? Like we have all of them. We got love. So
Because you don't
you
take
saying a baby
time
can
to
get
make the
jealous out of
decision.
nowhere without getting taught jealousy,
Yes.
But you don't take time to make the
or
decision.
If
huh?
you have another kid,
You don't
that
you,
baby
you
will
don't
be
take
jealous.
time to make the
Yeah, but
decision. That's the
yeah,
problem. It's the time. From the time that you think something and then you have to react, are you going to use your emotion? A lot of people don't even know what emotion to use because they don't take time. That's why I brought it back to healing. Like
Or
how
right.
much time do you have to
yeah,
actually
I
make
feel you
that
on that.
decision?
I was just trying to, yeah, I feel you on that. I was just trying to get to a certain point on about how this instinct and intuition thing work. Uh,
But see, like you with the animals, instinct is their lifeline, right? What separates us from them is that we have reason. So now the reasoning comes in, and now we can identify different emotions, and we can communicate and all other things. That's what separates us from the rest of the animals, right? But they rely on instinct more than we do. So I think through evolution, our instinct kind of plays second fiddle. We
mm,
still have it, but we have so much intellect that we try to reason through everything as opposed to just following our instincts, right? So that's the battle. You know what I mean with us. You feel certain things. But like what you just said originally when you asked how do you know what instinct or what feeling or what it is, how do you identify, which emotion it is or whatever? I think animals, they just do it instinctively. They have a
mm,
certain, that innate thing. It feels like this, I'm gonna react. That's why if an animal is
mm,
scared, he's gonna attack, right? If you walk into a bear and they have cubs, it doesn't matter if you're trying to feed the cubs or not. I feel like it was some energy in this room, and you got to get up out of here because I got to protect my cubs, so they will attack. Period. That's
mm.
it. You ain't gonna get no other
Interesting.
outcome. You just gonna get them. You're gonna get them hands. So, but a human,
Yeah,
we gonna
I gotta do
assess
some
the
deep
situation,
thinking on this for sure. He got me thinking though.
right? But we gonna do some. We gonna assess it. We gonna be like, what you doing? We gonna give you a warning. We gonna give you, hey, what you doing over here? This might, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then we're gonna figure it out. So that's the reason. So, but like, it all comes back down to what we said in the first part of your of the live, which comes to understanding that you need wisdom, you need experience in your life, and that's how you tell that energy, because it's a fine line between energy of love when you get those butterflies in your stomach, well, you get those same butterflies when you're scared. And you get that same butterflies when you're on a roller coaster. You
Hmm.
get those same
Yep.
butterflies when you get excited, right? How do you change? How do you know? The only way that you're going to know the difference is by the circumstance. And that comes from experience, and that's what gives you wisdom. So it all goes
Yeah,
ball in that circle. You get what I'm saying?
which
So
is
it just
which
it's
is
yeah,
stored in your mind. So your body feels it one way, your body, your emotions feel it one way, but your mind, your thoughts tell you how to decipher.
right. See, it's all a big circle.
Mhm.
It isn't that the international sign for infinity too? It's like two circles joined together, or something like that. Like they just go in this figure eight. It's just all it keeps going in the same energy, and then they say that
Mhm.
energy can't be it can't be stopped or eradicated.
Created
It
or
can only be
destroyed.
right. It can only be transferred. Right. So it just got to keep going somewhere. So it's all around in a circle, and
Mhm.
everything repeats.
So I'm looking it up. I guess it look like I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I thought I knew. It looked like emotions come first before thought. I guess I got to take time to understand this then. Trying to see, because it said in a song, emotions often occur first and are unconscious. The thought then results from the emotion, which leads to us feeling. I kind of said that part
Like
though, with the thoughts and the
like
feelings will make a feeling.
subconscious, like subconscious.
It
Like
say
there's a thought
unconscious.
behind the thought.
It say unconsciously. It don't even. It's not even subconscious. It just say unconsciously.
Hmm. I've been doing so much research on this lately, like crazy on emotions.
Thought, thoughts
A
can
lot
trigger
of research.
emotions. That's the part I was talking about. Thoughts can trigger emotion.
Yeah, you were
But
saying that it
so,
does. But emotions,
but in
like
some cases,
when
it
you
sounds like, huh?
when you go through like a traumatic event in your life, your emotions actually tie to your body, to your vessel. So maybe you're not in the same experience, but you feel the same emotion, and that's when fear sets in. Like it's like even though you're like that's like people being in survival mode, even though they're not in survival mode, they still have the survival mode characteristics. So knowing when to use what emotion, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yep. And fear is the default of the
Wow.
unknown. So
I think fear and love is like default. I would say that then. I think. I don't know. That just blew my mind. I'm probably talking crazy right now. I done blew my
No,
mind. I
fear,
didn't
fear to me, I think that
learn
fear
something new
is
today.
probably the most driven emotion. Or that's the, isn't it crazy that fear is an emotion, but it's also what keeps you from emoting? It also keeps you from emotions because you're afraid, right? Like, it's ironic.
yeah, fear is like one of the protectors of our life.
He
You
is
know,
a protector.
that's what it is. It's made
Hmm.
to keep you cautious, but at the same time, I think it gets out of control because we use that because it's such a powerful emotion and it drives. We have learned that if you can tap
Hmm.
into someone's fear, you can get them to do whatever you want, and that's why
Hmm.
politics, all the way down to any sales pitch, it's always a fear of what's going to happen if you don't do this. So they're trying to make you do it because that's how powerful fear is as an emotion. So
Right. And then you have to get to the fact of like, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Because what you're afraid of, you're not taking this risk because you're afraid of something that hasn't even happened yet.
right,
I think
Yeah.
that's one of my biggest pet peeves is this whole like fear mongering kick that literally everyone is
You
on
and me
because
both, Hobo.
it seems like
Yes.
it only works the most effective on those who are the most vulnerable. And so like
Mhm.
you're literally preying on people. But you know.
that is exactly right, and they know
That's why
exactly what
they
they're
call it
targeting.
fear mongering. That's why we have so much fear with religion. We have so much fear with what's going to happen when you are unalive, what's going to happen with your kids. Everything is fear based.
Yeah, fear is, I guess it's a good thing too at the same time. It's like a double-edged sword, just like ego. Does it keep you from doing things and getting in trouble too?
It
Uh,
made
uh,
me wonder
That's
when I
true.
first
That's
heard
true.
somebody say that to be a faithful agent or a faithful follower or believer of God, you got to be fearful. And I was like,
yeah.
what? It was like, you got to be a God fearing person. And I was like, that don't sound right. You know what I mean? Like if I gotta fear you to be, I don't know. That's kind of drawing a little question mark in my head, you know.
Mhm.
But that's what they say. And I mean, if you look at every little corner of our society, it's something based on fear, what you don't want to happen to you, what you know, if you don't do this, you're gonna, you know, you hear the new thing, everybody's gonna unalive alone if you don't have this, or if you don't act this way, you're gonna be alone when you're old,
Or
and
it's the end of the
like
world.
they're driving it. Yeah, it's just a natural thing. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
look at that. I look at that as in like he just. I guess he want to emphasize we shouldn't fear no man but him. And even if you look at it, that it do say God is love. So it's like I guess I just look at it like um basically don't have no worries for real. I guess
We
because a
should.
lot of us do fear man. We fear the way life go and all that stuff. So I guess that's why they just say I guess fear God.
Well, let me
Oh,
say this. At the beginning of Proverbs, it says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and discipline. And that's because
Mhm.
if we fear God, Creator, like I don't know if anybody's religious or is not, and I don't debate none of that. I just try to treat people like people, but I'm saying
right.
like you fear death itself and not any man. Like no man is gonna shake you up on this or that in this world. The Bible says not to fear man, just like you're saying. And that's why we have no worries. But like in relationships, you know what I'm saying? People use fear-based guilt trips and manipulations and abuseful tactics to
Right.
jack people all up in weird ways. And that's why this is good stuff right here and holding people accountable because some people don't want to be held accountable. Like they're
I
raised a
do.
certain way where they got boundaries protecting themselves, but they don't have boundaries in attacking everybody else. And
Facts,
it's so hard
right.
to
It'd be
True,
crazy.
Joey. Oh, I'm so
I
do.
glad
was
you said that.
So it's just
um
so many angles people got, and like y'all doing a good thing here. So I don't mean to always overtake the comment thing. I
I
just got a
know.
lot of energy, so my bad, y'all.
Yeah, think about it was something. But yeah, you said that.
No, he just proved a good point. Like people will set boundaries for themselves, but it's like, what boundaries are you gonna set to not be able to hurt somebody so they gotta heal again? That's part of accountability.
Yeah, because they attack people, but they don't take accountability for themselves. They don't change themselves in the ways that would make them better people. They change themselves in the ways for success driven like type stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's just so much
Oh,
we could talk for to the end of time and still be on to something new.
you know what I found lately? What I thought about, and even when it say, and I be thinking about that too. That okay, it say fear God, but what I noticed that a lot of people, what they took out of that, right? People fear hell more than fearing God. That's what that be. So they take out of fearing God and say fear
I don't
hell.
want nobody to ever feel
That's
like
what I
that. That's
noticed.
wrong. Yeah.
Because it's like
The
that's
judgment.
two different things. People really don't notice that though. But people just be looking at. That's why I said. And even with that, if we talking about just to throw that real quick, I'll get off the topic real quick. But even that, I learned how to when you learn how to read the Bible in love and not uh in fear. I guess you want to look at it that way. Then you'll see it from a whole different angle. You
Yeah.
realize that a lot of that stuff was done out of love or done to better our life for real. A lot of stuff is said, and it's because he realized that we can't control ourselves and stuff. Or that's why all these commandments are out because it was out of love. All this stuff was out of love, and if you read it in love, you'll see it a whole
Mhm.
different way. A lot of people look at it as controlling me and it's that, but you notice what happened when we don't control ourselves. We be over here traumatized, be on these apps talking like the way a lot of us talking on here and all this stuff. And I can't believe I went through all this stuff. I hate men, I hate women, and all this other crazy stuff. And if you was to follow, you wouldn't be talking like that. But people be
That's
wanna, I
actually a
just want to
good
be
point,
me.
Kev, because
Control
you've
is
been in many
needed.
lives. You've been in
Huh?
all these different arguments and all these different conversations. It's almost like people are afraid of love.
They are. They don't like when people love them either, though. That's why they, oh, are you? Here are you? You ain't supposed to tell me what to do with my life.
People are taught to
Yet
use.
you over here stressed out.
You know what I think? Because I go into so many different lives, and I do it purposely because I'm like I want to get different different outlooks. You know, I want to get
Hmm.
different ways of thinking to see
Facts.
what what people are talking about. And then that way, when I can address something, I have a good base to address it from because I've heard all the angles, right?
Right.
So I've been in some toxic lives, even to the point where I had to like back out. I'm like, you know what, this ain't okay. This is too much. I got to go. But you know, like I go in and I listen, and what it seems to me, what I've gathered from is that people are not necessarily afraid of love. They are mad because they don't know how to recognize it. And so what happens is they haven't had enough examples to show them what it looks like. And now they're kind of bitter about it. So if you talk about love, if you talk about your happy relationship, if you talk about good marriages, they'll automatically want to jump in and, what about the 50% of marriages, 80% of marriages that don't make it, and blah, blah, blah. Dude, but we aren't even talking about that.
Right.
But what happens is because that old saying, misery loves company,
Right.
it is something to that. You know what I mean? It's like if I can't relate to what you're talking about, I'm gonna have to downplay it. I'm gonna have to belittle it a little bit so that I can feel a little bit more
Facts.
comfortable. And so what you're seeing is a lot of people who just haven't had the experience. They haven't had good experiences in love, or they haven't had good relationships, and so they're projecting. And so at
Yep.
first, when I thought about it, I used to be like, man, look at these suckers talking all this, you know, and I would go off. But then I had to get some compassion. I had to find some grace because I'm like, whoa,
Right.
I've been fortunate to find this in life. You know what I mean? I've been
Yep.
fortunate to have a good life. So I can look at things differently. And it's easy for me to look at things differently. But I can't expect everyone to be on that same, you know, from that same angle because a lot of people go through shit that I haven't went
They
through.
do.
So I gotta,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? And I have to be compassionate enough to say, damn, maybe you got a point from your direction. And I'll say this, because even a 6 looks like a 9 depending on how you standing. On what side
Yeah.
of that number you standing, a 6 is a 9. And we can argue all day, and from where I'm standing, it's a 6. And I'm right. But from where you standing right across from me, it's a 9. And you right,
Yep.
because that's what it looks like to you. So you know what I'm saying? So we arguing for nothing. But what we got to do is maybe change places or maybe turn the number a little bit so the other person can see what you're seeing.
I,
And then you
I
start having an
always hit them.
understanding. Yeah,
Yeah. I hit people with, okay, since your 6 is in my 9, we might be both right, but who moving forward in their situation? That's all that really matter though. Who progressing? Like we both can feel like we right. We both can be right, but is what you doing working for you? Or that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Is it helping you move forward? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times it don't. Some people be arguing stuff and saying, well, this is my feelings are valid and all this stuff, but it's so valid, but you still stressed out at the same exact time. So make it make sense. And so it's like
absolutely.
a lot of people and that's one thing. It was something I was about to say. A lot of people will, and it's just like kind of what you was talking about earlier. They will deflect so bad because they don't have an answer to certain things, and that's how you know when people and I realize that too. When a person ain't got no good comebacks, they can't think of something, and people would be so ego driven and stuff. But what they gonna do is they gonna trying to offend you, or they might try to hit you or something like that because they got nothing else to say. No, some people just don't want to get back in the corner so bad, so they get offended that they get because a lot of people just don't like being they don't want that feeling of being wrong. I guess that feeling of defeats. They don't like that
Yeah,
feeling and stuff, so they
defeat.
rather take it out in a different way. Well, okay, I can win when I put my fist against your mouth or something like that. They rather do something like that and still be
Hmm.
wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's people just don't like defeat that bad, so they rather live that way. So that's what it be. And they don't got nothing to say. They
Because
intellect only goes so far and all that stuff because people don't know how to humble themselves. Like, hey, you know what? I was just like I did right now. You know what I'm saying? I had to look it up because it just wasn't sounding right. Of course, that's how I do. I argue stuff, or I'm not even argue stuff. I just tell my point of view of how I look at it. But I don't have no problem with being wrong. I had to look that up and see that emotions come first, which I never knew. I just going and what I do, even when I be wrong on certain situations, I take my time and try to understand why I don't understand that or something like that. I try to figure it out so I can try to make sense. I do that with everything. I try to make sense out of what other people might have said or something like that. That's why I be listening to some of my old. I listen to my videos, the ones I be reposting on my page and stuff. I listen to them, and like, damn, I didn't hear from this angle. I didn't think about it that way because sometimes a lot of us, and no matter how we want to look at it, we our emotions in a lot of stuff that we say, all of us.
Hmm.
Sometimes, but it can get so far and deep that we end up missing out on a message. That's why sometimes I have to be repeating some of the stuff that was said to me, and then maybe I can understand it when my emotions not in it, you know.
Hmm.
But that's not how I be. That's human. Welcome to being a
That's
human.
kind of what reminds me of the statement that they say, people, you may be wrong, but you're never in doubt. You may be wrong, but you're just gonna fight that doubt.
Oh, some
That
yeah.
those are the people that argue.
Uh, some people gonna fight it to the end because some people are really ego
Hmm.
driven. They don't want to take a L. But a L is the best thing you can do in your life, man, because it is something you can learn from and better. That's why it's no such thing as like really a loss or you being wrong. It's just you either learn from something or you already knew it. It's one of the two. You know, that's all how you look at it. Ain't no, oh man, I'm supposed to be perfect and know everything and all this stuff. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? No, just you learn something new. That's what it is. That's how we got to help one another. That's why I say we do need one another. We should rely on one another, but we do need one each other. I mean, do need one another because that's how,
Hmm.
you know, that's the power of diversity for real. Because we all learn things from different angles and see different possibilities and stuff. But I think
Hmm.
Hobo was
All
trying to say
knowledge
something
is
for a
good
long time.
knowledge. It's just how you discern it. Like cousin was saying, you like we go into these different TikTok lives, we get to see other people's perspectives, even if we don't agree. And it's like that's what brings that discernment within you. Is like, man, I didn't even know that people even thought that, or people even emoted on that. It's just all knowledge is good knowledge. It's just
Yeah,
how you transfer that. Are you gonna take what somebody else thinks, and are you gonna create an emotion out of that?
yeah. I feel
How's
you on
everybody
that.
doing tonight?
What's up? DJ, I got to let, because I know Hobo answered, had her hand up like 14 times down there, so I got to let her go real quick. I'm going to let you go,
Pretty good.
man.
Good.
Well, how you feeling though anyways, brother?
I'm pretty good. Just got home.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Hobo.
It's okay. DJ about to make some bubbly sounds anyway. So
Bubbly sounds. What?
yeah, hey Hobo. Um, but yeah, I forgot what cousin said now. But cousin said something that made me think about something that King had said in the comment, and I wanted to address it. So I think that I'm a lot harder on myself than I am on other people, and I think that like that's normal, right? Because I know what I've done. I know the work that I've put in. I know what I've been through. So I hold myself to a certain standard. And I feel like that makes it easier for me to forgive other people because I know that they haven't done those things. So the standard for them is a lot lower, if that makes any sense.
Right. You're right. That's right.
Hmm.
That's throwing grace at
Hmm.
the Yeah. Got to. And I like I want to address this though. My man said, like I said, TikTok is putting a lot of like minds together. That is true. And even with that, right? Because it's a quality thing, right? It's all about quality. There's a lot of like minds. It can be like minds that's on some other stuff, right? They just off trauma exchanging and bonding and all that stuff, right? That's what everybody is different things, but I think even with the like minds, right? Even with my situation, where the people I run into, if we on the same, same path, same goal or whatever, what I know is it's gonna take time because it's proven that it's so many unhealed people out here and people that's not willing to make themselves take accountability and all that stuff. So that's gonna be rare. So that's gonna take like it's gonna be real slow. It's gonna be real slow because I noticed that's just something I'm observing of. Because unless we entertainment or we talking about men versus women or body count or something like that, that's the only time you're gonna see the room flutter up. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, stuff like this, I'd rather go this route. Because it is quality over quantity. I'm always gonna go with that. And eventually, even if it's like a hundred of us daily, even if I can get 100 of people that just on the same page in the same room that's gonna make the way bigger spread than a lot of these toxic rooms because we're gonna start probably can be able to mold people more and more. You know what I'm saying? And that's more people that can help other people. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us, like I said, a lot of us don't realize we need help when we do. That's just what it is.
For sure. I mean, helping. I mean, information. The people that resist information are the ones that want to argue all the time. They,
Yeah.
those other people are emotionally distraught, emotionally can't control the emotions. Those people react before they respond. Those people don't really have any discernment. I heard word them get a lot of it lately. But yeah, it just it's perspective, right? Learning information is pretty much change your perspective if you're open to it.
Mm-hmm.
So this live that you're doing right here, if people come and stay longer each time, they will learn more and they will understand like, oh, really? I could. It's my fault. Certain things I go through. If I just change my
Yeah.
perspective.
So what I learned is a lot of people, what they do, that's why I said I talk about everything. And the ones that do actually, stay around, because some people, I've had plenty of people that just go on my live, they get triggered, they not coming here no more. But it's like, I can't deal with that, because my thing is, we got to be able to talk about everything so we can get somewhere. So,
Mhm.
like I said, your triggers is your problem. That's something you got to work on. And I can respect that everybody do have their own tolerance. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their tolerance, and they got to do what they do because they're not as healed. Like back at the topic, they're not as healed as they thought they was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But that's why, and with that, if I can get, and that's why I say only the strong survive. That's a true statement. Like, so
Mhm.
all the strong people we can get, we can, like I said, we can be able to build more and more off that situation, because we got people we ain't got to walk around on eggshells around and always got to go back, like, and cussing each other out. Like, we shouldn't have to do all this stuff to even get views and stuff. That jump be crazy. And that's what people is addicted to or attracted to, is, oh, cuss each other out and I love this stuff. But that's trauma. That's still like a trauma. That's that trauma exchange bond situation. Like, because like I said, all of us been hurt, but everybody got their ways of how they want to release they stresses or whatever that's inside of them. You know what I'm saying? Or they want to relate rather than correct. That's what people
Right.
do.
Right.
Right.
That's
Trauma
crazy. I
bond.
just thought about that. This about to go on a post then. That was bars.
Yes,
See,
right.
that was
Exactly. You worded that
That caught me off
perfect,
guard. I ain't want to
Kev.
toot my own horn.
You worded
It
that
caught me off. I be cutting
perfectly.
myself off guard sometimes. I'm gonna give it to God. That was God.
But that's
hey,
why I feel
listen.
like people, like you just said, is that they want to become better. It takes effort, right? And it's easier to complain than to actually take the step to become better. To take accountability, take a time to look at the past mistakes, the past what's happening to you. That takes effort, right? Take a
Yeah.
conscious decision to make these decisions. But it's easier to come and complain like, man, it's their fault. It's this happened to me. You didn't understand my trauma, like, you know what I'm saying? So, that's why you have the 10%, the 5%, and the 80, the bottom 80, because they are easier to. It takes effort to get out of the 80 to go up to the 10% of society. And that's why people complain about those people, but it's not what it is. It's they got to take accountability for themselves and realize that they can get it there too. It's a
Mm-hmm.
ladder.
Hmm. It's amazing how
Yeah.
people will complain about how much they give to other people, but then still
It's not
complain about
genuine.
what's going on in their own life.
That's genuine.
You
That's
know,
not
how are you
genuine.
going to
Yeah.
complain that you're helping other people heal? I think that that's one of the arguments that I've seen a
That's
lot
how
in the
you know you're
last.
not healed.
It's other people telling other people how they need to
10%.
heal. You can't tell other
Right.
people how to heal.
Right.
You can't tell them how to get through the process because you didn't go through it exactly their way.
And and here's the thing too, is like, we see a lot of echo chambers,
Yeah.
and people are looking for, like, when we say like-minded, that happens. Like-minded is good, right?
Yep.
But like, when we say like-minded, at least from my perspective, what is a good thing? If we're all in the same direction, but we got different methods of getting there, I would rather have that than
Facts.
then,
Hmm.
oh, we just all trying to speak and be a parrot to each other. That's not, because now you have no type of critical mind thinking. You have no type of, like, what I do on my channel is just like, look, we can get on here. There is no arguing. It's no debate. It's none of that, because it's no right or wrong answer. It's just, how did you do it? And then you share it with everybody else. And then if it works for me, cool. If not, it might work for somebody else, right? But this is just how I healed. How did you heal? And then we talk about it like that. You know what I mean? And that way it becomes more of, no, this is not what you should do. This is just what we did, and it
Yeah.
helped us. So
Yeah.
maybe if you might want to
Exactly.
take and pick up some of this or not. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I think, but it's a slow roll, like you said, bro. We'll be sitting here
Hmm.
and having the best information ever, and it's only gonna be a few people that get it,
Mhm.
because we're not
Better than
arguing, we're
zero.
not yelling. Exactly.
Yeah.
But I, like you, bro. If I get one person, I don't care. If I help one, then I've done my job for the day, and I'm
Facts.
good with
Yes,
that. You
sir.
know what I mean?
Look,
I'm not
look.
tripping off.
Before,
Yeah.
I ain't want to cut you off, but even
And
this
that's
too.
why we have an
Hold on
identity
real quick. I'm gonna let him
crisis.
finish too. I'm gonna let him finish too real quick.
Yes.
But I was just about to say, even if I don't do one person, I still, I got this deep that I still
Yes.
I still help myself in a way. I'm gonna put it this way. I had the energy. Like I always look at it stuff in an optimistic way. You know what I'm saying? I still be like, I'm gonna be grateful that I had the energy to even do this. Even if I didn't save one person, I still learned something out of it. I'm gonna learn something every day though. That's what it is. But you can go ahead and finish though, my bad.
Oh no, I was finished.
Oh, okay.
I,
Go
So
ahead,
I was
yeah,
just saying,
lovely.
you know, yeah,
it's
go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
learning is like
I
this,
know.
right? Every day, if you learn something, if you're doing something, you should be learning anyway. So if you're
Yeah.
out here on these lives, you should be actually trying to learn something.
Mm-hmm.
Learn. It could be either it could be negative or positive. It could be like, I'm not trying to do that. Oh damn, that's how they move. I would never do that. Thank God I can see for myself. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's certain lives they're going to the way they react. They're like, oh wow, people think like this. I would never. You know what I'm saying? So you learn
Yeah.
both positive and negative. So you should always try to be open minded to listen, and then 'cause you don't have to agree with everything
Facts.
you hear. You can always be open minded, and then you can choose which way to go. You don't have to you have to agree. That's why some people get emotional. I'm sorry to say anything else, but people get triggered because they think they gotta respond to everything that they hear. You don't have to. You can hear something and like, okay, that's not for me.
Yeah.
And I,
Exactly. That's
yeah,
facts.
I think Hobo wanted to speak too. But real quick, also before she go, you know, it's also good to weed out because this TikTok is also showing people true colors. And
Facts.
so you can look at these things as a bad thing. I like the think tanks and I like those people that's following each other and little coats and things that they do. Cause then I'm looking at them like, okay, I see you. Now I know how to roll with you. You get what I'm saying? So it's a good thing to see the negative as well as the positive. So just a little tidbit.
Mm. Oh, I feel you. I be saying that too. Like I'm really here. And then that's why I noticed though, and I even recommend this even in relationships. Like I think it should be our job to try to understand people rather than being understood. You know, so I rather so I know who I can be around, understand there's different ways than just me. You know what I'm saying, and whatever, and then it help me learn more and better myself more on certain situations. So yeah, I like seeing and I love it. Like people are exposing themselves, and I'm like, okay, that's what I don't need to be around or this is what I need to teach, what not to do. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. And that it's always good. It is always good. That's why good and bad is supposed to happen in this life. You know what I'm saying? To actually learn from it and appreciate where you at. You know what I'm saying? Because it always can be worse. I look at stuff that always can be worse. You know what I'm saying? That's how you keep an optimistic mentality. But if you think you're the worst of the worst, you're going to stay in that anyways. You're going to keep thinking pessimistic. But go ahead, Hobo.
Um, yeah, so kind of back to the topic ish a little bit. Um, cousin said something earlier about like being in like a happy, healthy relationship and having to check that privilege when like listening to other people and what they're going through and understanding their experience. And I think that we should keep that same energy when it comes to conversations about healing, right? Because you cannot begin to heal until you get out of the situation that is hurting you. And a lot of people are not yet out of the situation that is hurting them. So we can't be like, oh, you should have been healing when like they literally haven't had the space yet. And if they do have the space, they might not have the knowledge or the know how to actually do it.
Yeah.
So we just gotta check.
Everybody got their own process. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah,
And I think healing, you need to do that within yourself. You can't do that with somebody around. That's like a distraction too. So I can understand if you in a space, you do need your own space to be able to heal. So yeah, have to show grace and patience. Yeah, it's like me trying to forgive somebody and still kicking it with somebody that, that's dang near impossible. You do gotta, because we humans, right? I mean, there's no way we can. It's like when you do like forgiving somebody, you can't. If it's a person that been messed you over, it's no way you can sit there. You gotta forgive them from a distance, right? Because that's still like you can't be emotionless. Even that thing that become with this emotionally unavailable stuff, right? Everybody got emotions. No way your emotions can't be you know what I'm saying? It's something emotion you probably just choose not to express at that time, but you still got it there. You just not expressing it. But it's like it's no way you can heal or you know what I'm saying, or because like or actually forgive a situation if you still around it because you got to take time to actually be by yourself. I'm trying to think. It depends on the level you at, right? But some stuff you gotta forgive and let it go because it's gonna be very toxic. toxic in your life, or it's going because humans can get humans they can get tempted, they can get provoked. You know, it's only so much people can take, right? Because nobody's freaking perfect. Nobody perfect. It's gonna be some stuff that's gonna be eh, bugging at you, or going eating at you and stuff, to where you end up reacting. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it's only so
Mhm.
much a human can take sometimes.
But like
But
I said,
That part, Kev.
he
It's like you
forgiveness.
not only have to deal with your own emotions, you have to deal with the emotions that are being projected onto you. How do you react? How do you respond?
yeah,
That's that yin yang, that like back and forth. Like you have to not just only know yourself, you have to know how to react within yourself based upon how somebody is acting within themselves.
hmm,
Right.
It's
Hmm.
very,
That's why forgiveness is for you. It's not for
that
the
makes
person.
sense.
Forgiveness is for you, so you can so you can heal yourself. Because it doesn't matter how they
exactly,
feel when you forgive them. It's for you.
right, exactly, exactly. And actually, it strengthens you too. I ain't gonna lie. So I'm gonna not kind of switch it up. What I was talking about earlier about healing, but I think it's dependent on the level, right? Because you can. That's why I say that's what I be doing, like kind of daily and stuff. I try to strengthen stuff. It's like a muscle, right? Something that you're weak at. If you find yourself always getting triggered by something, sometimes I just go every now and then, retest myself, and see how much I handle this situation again, so I can get to a point to where I'm very what's a good word? Trying to say tough, I guess tough around that, so
Prepared,
I'm less likely to react
prepared.
to something that I used to react easy to it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be going to rooms that I see where I'm weak at, so I can strengthen that up, and like, and even if I was about to fail or something like that, you know what? Because I had blocked a couple people, like, dang, they not trying to hear nothing. But I knew that I had to think to myself, like, bro, what the freak I was thinking? I knew they wasn't gonna do that. I said I was gonna come in here to test my stuff, and I'm about to fail to test my dang on self. But like I said, it just showed me where I'm weak at, so I can have a different point of view, and strengthen where I'm weak at. That's all it is. So I do say we gotta test ourselves, because everybody can talk all day. I'm not gonna be do this and I'm not gonna do that. But have you ever put it to the test before, though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you ever strengthen your strengths though?
What you got me? I
You're,
almost got triggered because you just said that. What the freak is that? Now I see I got to work on that. I just got triggered. It's like strengthen your strength. Have you ever eaten your eating? I don't know.
He said, "What? What?
Right.
With a capital W?
Right.
What? He was what with a capital H? How you do
I
that?
don't know. Right. That
Hey,
got me. Yeah, you got me
hey,
on
you
that.
know
Please
what though?
explain. Huh?
It's
Go
it's
ahead, cuz.
it's, it's crazy though. I think that part of that is the judgmental portion, right? If we could pump the brakes on being judgmental.
Mhm.
Judgment is how we survive. That's how we make decisions.
Facts.
We're gonna judge regardless. Everybody,
Exactly.
I don't judge. You lying? Yes, you do. We all do.
Right.
But
You
what
just
we
told
have to
that girl she
do,
was cute. That was judging.
hey, or if we look at somebody that looks sketchy, we make the other, we do things. That's how we survive, right? We got to make
Facts.
judgments. The problem is we do pessimistically outweighs our judgment. So now that's where we have to work on. If everything that you look at, you're looking at the bad of it, or you're trying to, belittle it. It's
Mm-hmm.
always the cup half empty. I hate that cliche, but it's true. You know what I mean? That's where we have the problem. If we can kind of like balance it out, then everything else that we've been talking about tonight becomes easier. Even like what Hobo was talking about, where when you see somebody and they're still in their struggle, right? We're so quick to judge them. Maybe we got out. Maybe we didn't. Maybe you know what I mean? But we looking at them like, oh, you need to get the hell out. You tripping. You don't need, and we're just barking at them, not understanding because we're being judgmental on their situation and don't even know what their situation is,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's part of that being, not so pessimistic about everything, and then understanding grace because sometimes, you like if that's like an alcoholic, and he's battling it and he's going through it. and then he's out here talking crazy to you one day, and then you find out he's drunk. So now you're at him and you're judging him and you're like, see this piece of shit, and he's doing this and that, but you knew he's alcoholic. You knew he's struggling.
Right.
He was
Right.
perking. You can't take that serious,
Mm-hmm.
but we will, and we'll hold it against him because that's our, And so we got
Yeah.
to stop that. I think that's the problem. That if we can do that, I think the rest of it becomes a little bit easier.
But
Yeah,
you said
I think
something.
and even with that, I think that's a double side because it's all about understanding who you talking to for real too,
Like
um,
Right.
or
like you said.
understanding each other sometimes because sometimes some people and they can even with that it don't even matter because some people can I mean it do matter but I'm just saying like some people can actually take even if you say something a lightweight or even just trying to give any type of advice, they can take harshness to it. You know what I'm saying? Or they can feel like that's judgmental too. So it just kind of varies. It varies. But it's like it's a lack of understanding each other most of the time though. Because if you really understand who you was talking to, um, or understand like what a person's intentions is behind what they saying, then you know, maybe some people can break through. That's what it is.
Like what he said grace, to hand it with grace. That's the key word right there, because
Got
with
to.
grace it give you patience, right, to get more information, to see what perspective they're coming from,
Yeah,
versus to
that's
just judge off
that
top.
grace real. Yeah,
Yeah, so
that's what I do too. That's why I be more forgiving because I don't be trying to. Because I realize everybody not on the same. We all on different levels, and we all got different ways of thinking. And even if I did escape, certain things that other people went through, I'm like, well, I can only help them from so much. And if it's just they gotta learn at their own time. So I feel like it's a tolerance thing. It's a tolerance thing, and it's like, and it depends on how much you want to help somebody too because sometimes some people you do got to be tough on, right? For them to wake up. Some people you got to be lighter on, but it just depends. It's like it's a double-edged sword though. Because some people do wake up like as soon as you hit them from like, oh damn, I ain't thinking about it this way or something like that. Or because like even with that, when we be saying or what you were saying about that you don't know I guess you said don't know well it seemed like when you were saying that it seemed like more of a tone thing, right? You don't know or oh no yours is more on a basically it's just like don't look down on another person. So I guess I get you on that. You don't want to do that though. You gotta and I had to realize that like in my mid time of this year and stuff, I realized that I can't be so hard on everybody because they gotta learn when they learn for real. So I can't just be looking them down or calling somebody, which I never was doing that anyways, calling people stupid and all this stuff. Or sometimes I do get triggered sometimes and say that what they saying sounds stupid. I might say that every now and then, but I don't ever personally call somebody stupid though. Or I don't try to cuss nobody out. I don't do none of that stuff though, because I'm a human just like them, right? I get irritated. They get irritated, especially when people tones go up. I might go up too with them because they like, oh, you know what I'm saying? But otherwise, I've been controlling myself so I don't have to cuss nobody else. Some people just don't got that in them. They just automatic. If I feel a certain way, you a bitch, you know what I'm saying, going crazy and whatever. But yeah, Hobo, you go ahead. I think I seen your
Hey,
hands.
hey, Kev, have you has anybody ever asked you or anybody on this panel, what should I do? What should I do with this situation? When somebody asks you
Yes,
for
sir.
advice or says, "What should I do in this situation?" How do you respond when somebody's asking you for advice or for, I guess,
That's a person that's willing to listen.
information based upon their own experience? How do
Yeah.
you do that?
That's a person that's willing to listen, then you just give them advice. But I think most of the time people don't want to ask what to do because when they realize it's coming back to self, because like I said, it go back to that. A lot of people come on here to look for validation for what they're going through and stuff rather than try to correct. You know what I'm saying? Or a lot of people just want people to relate most of the time.
that's
And that's
fair.
all it really is. A lot of people do that. They just want somebody to relate with what they're going through because nobody don't want to do correction within themselves or their situation because people love being them. If people can find as much reasons to not change from being themselves, that's what they rather hear something that's close to what they believe in or what they thoughts is. That's what they want to hear. So yeah, yeah, nobody gonna really ask
Yeah.
that unless they already humble themselves for it. Yeah, go ahead.
when they ask, I mean, I've been asked a lot, and my normal response is to ask them why they're asking me.
Hmm.
And it kind of gives me an idea of what they feel that I can offer them, you know,
Okay.
because a lot of times I'll get on here and, you know, people think that my life is just fucking roses and everything is all peachy and I'm just this and that. And I'm like, hold on, man, you know, I have crafted this image well. Okay, that does not mean that I don't have real struggles as well as everybody
Right. I be
else.
telling
You
people
know what I'm
that.
saying? And they always see me. I got the suit on and the whole thing, so it does give an image. But when it's like you talk to me, I'm just like you, bro, and I'm gonna keep it to you straight, and I'm gonna always be real. I'm gonna always be genuine, and I think that is the key. And I think that's what people look at, and they're like, "Nah, man, you just seem like you really care." And so I just want to know what you think. And then that's when now I can see where they're coming from, and I'm like, "Okay, you're right. Let's talk about it." But then I always tell them, you got to go seek professional. I'm not a professional, therapist. I'm not that, I'm not going to lead you wrong. I don't want you to take this and then mess up. I really want you to get help. But I do understand that you might just need somebody to talk to. And so I just sit there and talk to them. I'm not trying to give you advice. I'm just going to talk to you and listen to them. And then if there is something that I can help, then I'll discover that later in the conversation. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I'm always at the first time. It's never, oh, I know this and you need to listen to me. Nah. Because if anything, I want to listen to you. And I think if you come at that and you really believe that and you come from that approach, you get a lot of more. You get more receptive people when you're talking to them.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I use questions. Well, somebody asks for advice. I ask questions. I ask them what they're going through. I ask them, you know what I'm saying? I ask them. I just ask probing questions so they can answer, and so they can answer their own question what they're really asking for. So
Exactly.
I rather let them speak more so they can answer their own question than just give them advice. Because sometimes what they're really asking you for is not what they're really going through. They beat around the bush most times. People really do that
Yeah.
because they're embarrassed. Sometimes they're embarrassed about the question they really want to ask you. So they
Yeah.
don't really come out and ask. And they say, "Oh, a friend of mine was going through this or blah blah blah."
Asking for a friend.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The famous asking for a friend. So I just always use
Yeah.
questions. So what why you think that's important to you, or why are you going through this, or what happened? Let's talk about it. Let's go back from the beginning, and so they can answer their own question because most time people know what to do already. They just want to hear. They want you to say it.
They want you to give them that push sometimes.
The permission.
And that's
Some
that's
people,
real. That's real
yeah.
good that you just said that because that's very true. That's very true. Like a lot of people do know the answer, they just been reluctant to do it, and they're just
Yeah.
looking for that validation that they're right, and they want somebody else to validate their decision that they already made. You know what I mean? And that's why they'll buck you if you say something different than what they already made. So that's how you kind of can see who you're dealing with. And a lot of times, there are those times where they really are scared to open up, and they're just throwing little feeder questions at you to see if you're going to judge them or not. And then if you go through that little first round of just talking to them and shooting the shit, then all of a sudden the avalanche open up and then the real stuff come out. You know what I mean? And that's when you know, okay, this person trusts me. Like they really are opening up to me. And then that's when you get the real meat and potatoes, so to speak.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Funny you said that.
I realize people like puzzles though. That's what it is. Some
Hey,
people
Kev.
you can be straightforward with. You can have like two pieces, then you connect with them quick. Some people is like the puzzle that got 50 pieces. Some people is the puzzle that got like 100 pieces. You got to try a bunch before you even get that boy together. So I realize that everybody is different. Some people just, some people just is the puzzle that just ain't meant to be solved either. So that's just what it is. But it's just like, even with me, it's because I'm on this app to try to motivate, right? That's why people don't like my tone sometimes. They say, oh, you got a tone or whatever, you don't like, you don't understand all this other stuff, whatever. So I look to motivate, bring awareness to certain things and find things where we can grow. Try to some way to grow and unite. Unity, y'all, that's one of my main things too. Because I feel like I'm proud. I feel like we're stronger together, not, what they say, stronger better to unite. I don't know, whatever. They're not that we stand divided we fall. Okay, something like that, right? Some stuff like that, right?
You got it
But
right. Go together.
yeah. So, but that's that. Yeah, that's my whole thing on here. That's why I be coming from different angles with different things or whatever. But I realized that yeah, my tolerance even got even lower on certain situations because it's like some people is like I said, I was saying that some people don't realize they need help. They don't really realize they need help until till like certain you hit a different angle, then they realize that they need help or something like that. But some people, if they not even, I look at it like I'm got so far. If they not even trying to help themselves and they want you to just to go through so much, and it just depends on how I'm feeling that day. You want to go through so much to try to help them, then I'm like, whatever. You got to figure that out from somebody else. It is what it is. I'm not about to do it sometimes because some people just want you to just to pander them too, for real. That's all they want you to do for real. They don't really want to get help. They, like I said, they just want you to. I just need you to relate to me. Just relate, please. Just right. Everybody, yeah. Everybody's not meant to be. Everybody ain't meant to be safe, or everybody ain't meant to be on your boat. Might be somebody that hit you from a different angle. Some people got to take time to mature and maybe grow, and then realize what you were saying years later or something like that. Everybody got their own time. It's no different from when we was young. When we was young, we wasn't hearing none of what the adults were saying. Well, some majority wasn't. We done heard, we knew what was right and wrong and other stuff, but we still did what we did. And then we realized what they were saying when we got older. Like, dang, that's why I'm supposed to be keeping up with my health. That's why I'm supposed to be doing all this. But all that stuff was sounding boring because we wanted to do what we wanted to do. But we realized what the stuff we needed to do was going to be the stuff that was going to keep us from stressing. Realize that these wants is what's stressing us out, is our wants. This lack of control, this lack of discipline and stuff is what's stressing us. But if we was to do it and went through the stuff that we needed to do, we wouldn't be stressing and crying and doing all this other stuff. But a lot of us had to learn the hard way. But I think, Hobo, you had your hands up. What's up?
I did. You were talking about, it's been a minute, but you was talking about the, like all of the super toxicity in the lives and how like they don't want to hear other people's shit. I wanted to, so I'm gonna draw a correlation and then I'm gonna explain it. But like sometimes if you break a bone inside your body and you don't like go to the doctor and you don't go get it fixed, your body will still heal that bone. It'll just heal it incorrectly. It'll do the best that it can with what it has. And so you walk around forever on a still kind of sort of broken leg. And if people are doing that mentally today, like if you are in a toxic situation as a child, you will just accept that as how it's supposed to be because you have to in order to get through. And now that you're an adult and you're out of that situation, in your head, that's how things are. So when someone comes to you with the same viewpoint or the same opinions that you had when you were a kid that got shut down, you have to tell that person that they're wrong. Otherwise, you have to admit that you are still broken and that you didn't heal like you thought you did, and nobody wants to reopen a wound that they thought was already healed. That's it.
I like how you said that too. And this actually, that also add, and then go back to what I was talking about when you heal from it, right? Even though you say you heal in a different way, you're not looking the same, right? And you have to deal with it. But I think how you really get over it, right? And you don't have to be having this false feeling about it or false confidence about it. Like I said, and I'm big on this, and people gonna realize this. It's all about the way you change your point of view or how you look at it. That's all it is. You change your point of view or how you look at it and deal with what you got. You know what I'm saying? It's in point of view. That's a real big thing. I mean, it's simple. I mean, it sounds simple, right? But it's a real big thing. Like when you do change your point of view on a lot of stuff, you actually look at things, and I mean, you look at it a different way, and you actually be more grateful about certain situations too, and you be more thankful. But it's all about being thankful and appreciative and all that stuff. But changing your point of view on things, because like I said, your mentality or the way your way of thinking is what creates your reality. I mean, you really have the choice of doing that. You can really choose to look at. That's what I be saying about the optimism and pessimism, and they both valid, right? But you can choose on how you want to look at life. That's just all how it is. You know what I'm saying? And by me being or striving to be more optimistic, I try to look at every last thing that happened, a bad argument, if I got in a fight, all this stuff, I still try to look at it as in, you know what, it was something I had to learn out this situation. It was something or something I had to adapt with, learn from, or grow from with the situation. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at stuff. So, and I realize I'm gonna say, and I talk to myself, it's something that I'm gonna get better out of this. That's all it is. That's how I look at it. That's a changing point of view.
Perspective is everything.
Yeah.
because situation doesn't change. It's the way you look at the situation. Like even
It's the
right
way
now,
you look at
you're
it,
broke,
right?
right? So
Thanks.
whatever's going on, it's not affecting you. It's how you look at the situation. Because you can look at
Yeah.
it 360 and then it change your whole view. That's why I keep saying paradigm shift is everything. If you can get to, that's why traveling is so important. Traveling, reading, having a conversation like this, it changed your perspective to learn something that you never understood before. And like, okay, I never see it that way. And
Mm.
then if you apply it, it's even better. So
Yeah.
Hey, brother. I gotta drop down, get a little late night work done.
Right.
And but I just want to tell you, man, I appreciate the live as usual. I think this is my second time messing with you, and yeah,
It
this is what's
is?
up.
Wow.
It might
Well,
have
I
been,
talked to you
it might be
before? That's
three.
crazy.
It might have been three. It might be three.
Dang, that's
Might be three.
crazy. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
might
think
be three.
because I just followed you like a day or so ago, or something like that, or 2 days ago. Because what you call it? Because Mr. P was showing me your room. I just never went in there, but I probably never paid attention. You said you've been in my
Right.
panel. Dang, I be talking to so many good people, and so I just never be paying attention though. That's crazy. But yeah, I
I never.
appreciate you for
I've
stopping
been
through, man.
only. I've been up on the panel just twice though. But normally
Okay.
I'll just be in the comments.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah. So, I was like, man, let me go holler at my man's, man. Come on, let me get on this panel real quick.
Oh
So,
yeah, man.
yeah. And,
I'm glad
Hobo,
I made it to be a
always
cousin. Hey,
spoken.
I love it.
Yes. You already know, cousin. Listen, Hobo, it was spoken eloquently as usual. So I had to stay on and see what you was going to say. And it did not disappoint. Appreciate you. And then my man on top, man. Hey, are you from Barbados or something?
uh,
Where you from, bro?
Jamaica.
Where is it? Jamaica? Okay, okay. I just noticed the accent. I was trying to figure it out. I'm trying to learn just by listening, and I can't. I'll be off every time. But but yeah, man. Hey, y'all have a good evening, man.
All
Enjoy the
right,
rest of your weekend. And I'm gonna holler at y'all in a minute.
for sure. All right, YouTube. Yeah.
All right, man.
Good night, cousin. Bro, DJ, you are okay, respectfully. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Sure.
You are one of the
Black.
you are
Like,
the calmest man
he got
from Jamaica I have seen on TikTok, period. Like,
I'm the what?
you're the calmest Jamaican man I've seen on TikTok. I,
the calmest. Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie, right? They do
you
go
know what I
crazy. Oh,
mean?
they put they finger in your face too if you make anything. They don't take disrespect. They don't take none of that. I ain't gonna lie.
Imagine.
I know what you get into about that. That makes sense because I be seeing them cussing people a lot. Who did fuck? Oops. I try to skip a word and I said,
I'm pretty chill. I'm a chill dude. I don't need to. I don't need the whole theater. But it's a thing though. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a thing. I get it though. It's never served me well.
yeah, it ain't nobody to play with for real. You don't play with them. They put their foot up yo quick.
It's like I said, it's environment, right? But I'm lucky enough. Like I was born in the country, I moved to the city, I live in the suburbs. Then I came here. So I've seen different sides, different nuances of living in the islands and living here. So I see the best way to maneuver.
Hmm.
And I'm a person like to learn. I'm a student of life, so I'm always trying to maneuver and trying to reach higher heights. So
I love that. I think you can always tell when somebody grew up in the country because it just the energy is just always different. Like it's nice.
yeah, man.
Yeah, I took my husband. Well, I don't know if you know, but most people know. I'm from like the middle of absolute nowhere, and we went. I took my husband home for like a family reunion or something, and we had to stop at a Walmart in town to get some chips or whatever. And no one was in a rush. Like no one was moving at any particular pace. Everybody was just minding their business, living their life. And he was like, "Is it like this all the time?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like, what are we rushing for? We're gonna get to where we're gonna get to. It's just about enjoying the moments. And I
Lovely
realized that a
back.
lot of that gets lost.
At least I thought I tapped it. And my boy Chris do be preaching, man. I need to add him, man.
Has Chris
I don't
ever
think
been
I
to box?
have. I ever been in one of his live before. I don't know. I always see him. I see him in here. He always preaching though.
And Hobo, where were you at when you were talking about what country?
Oh, not like a different country, just the country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm still
So
Texas. I'm gonna always be Texan. But
yeah,
Yeah, everybody about to move there too.
stop telling people that.
people in people in Cali have all already moved there.
Y'all can have them back, lovely. You want me to put them on a
I
bus or a
know, I
U-Haul? What do you
know,
need?
I know. And I even thought I was like, let me go to Texas, but Texans don't want us.
Texas got all the space you can ever want. Go ahead.
Right, exactly. That's why I be laughing about that. She hate when I be saying that. The whole
Right.
world could fit in
We
Texas.
got it for
Exactly.
ourselves. Make your own space, okay?
Nope.
Put some sand in the ocean.
Exactly.
Figure it out.
Right.
We're trying to
Nope.
figure it
Especially
out. Hobo, we're
because
really close to the ocean. We're
right,
really close to the ocean.
right, and especially because of our spaces that they don't believe that they don't want you to believe got space. They got all the space because they just want to buy the land and keep it for themselves. But if
Hmm.
they know they gotta make it into something, then that changes the whole dynamic. But
Yep.
Territory. Look
They
how
say all
right,
we
big
gotta do is
Texas
be elbow
is.
by elbow. We can all fit in there. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Yeah.
No. And not even that, just the unit,
Mhm.
just by unity. If you decide to be like, hey, brother or sister, hey, let's move in together. We split everything. Yo, you know how much you can gain from that? Because you can pay that, pay off everything, and still be living. That's
No,
all
I
it
think
is.
that that's what the future is going to look like. Like I was telling
It's
my
gonna
husband the other day, I
happen.
think that
Yes,
that's what
Hobo.
our kids are going to have. They're going to move into these big houses, like these 5, 6 bedroom houses with
Hmm.
all of their friends in college, and they're all going to stay in those houses until they get married and can afford their own home. Like that's just how
Right.
it's going to look in the future.
That's
Because
happening now,
that's
Hobo.
how it should have.
That's
That's how it should
happening
have
now.
stayed. I ain't gonna lie. That's how it should have stayed. We should have never
Yeah.
broke off from that. Because once we broke off of that, that's why we're getting into all this trouble now. Because if you look at it, I would say honestly, it all started from the nuclear family. From the nuclear family. Once we broke away from that, that's where we started getting into trouble because nobody wanted to look out for each other anymore. If
Hmm.
we still, if any, and I'm gonna talk about any family, no matter what race, just the fact that if we had the grandparents, the great grandparents, then the children of those grandparents, they had children. If we all live together and work together, we ain't facing any type of these problems.
But
We're not facing any of these problems. So I was saying, once we broke away from
Well,
that, that's why trouble started.
the nuclear family was divided, though.
No, it
The
wasn't.
nuclear family
No,
was
no, the
divided.
nuclear family was never divided. No, it wasn't. No, it was never divided because that's where all that strength lied. That's exactly where all that strength lied. It was never divided. The reason why it got divided is because all these other circumstantial things got in the way, and we let it infiltrate our home. Our household was always the strongest thing we as people ever had.
But the thing with that is, it come down. It's. So let's look at it this way: you have capitalism, and you have people have their own interests, and you have the market where people selling. Because as a entrepreneur, I'm selling something that somebody don't even know what they want yet. So they make all these apartments, they make all these houses, and like you can get a house for this much, you can move in with your friend or your girlfriend, and you move out your family, you start your own family at a very early age. Right. So it's people desires. I want to say nothing else happened, but people and their own desires.
But you look at it as, even though that's the case, everything went towards the unity of what we had. If somebody succeeded, like let's just say, for example, if you had one person who went to college, right, or two people who went to college. Some say college is a scam. Yes, some say it's not. Maybe it depends on what you make on it. But if they went to college,
Are they going back to who they made a new family of, or who they already had as family to bring up? People that they already
Or
trust.
what?
People
But
that
what
they
divided them to think that though? What divided them to think that
selfishness.
they had to have one side or the other? There's always a divide.
Selfishness. They said selfishness.
Yeah,
It's
selfish.
selfishness.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Selfishness is what
It's
happened.
divided within self, within
Right.
self.
Exactly. But that's where our true community lies is with family. If you ain't got family, you don't have community. And
Mhm.
that's what everybody's preaching. And that's what everybody on here is preaching now. Is community, community. But you gotta realize all community starts with the family that you got or the family that you built. So if you got people that got your like mindedness, that is your family. If you had people that you was born with that got your
Yeah.
blood running through their veins and their blood running through their veins, your natural family, and y'all get together, you don't know how powerful that really is. Because I ain't gonna say that every family is great. No, because we already know how that is. But if you got a family that's great and y'all want to move things, y'all always gotta move things together. Y'all can't just say, "Oh, it's just me doing this." Oh no, it's yeah, once you in family and y'all got, and you know that the people who got your back got your back. Go ahead and move. Why not? But if you don't, I feel bad for you. But even that way, still make shit happen with the family that you build. So when it comes to
Growth.
healing, healing is
Growth.
an action. Healing is really action based. You can't just think of healing and want to be healed. You gotta put effort into healing.
Put in that
Like,
work.
right. Like healing is action based. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm healed because I think this way." Nah, you gotta actually put actions behind those thoughts. You gotta actually be what you're thinking of.
Thoughts
That's why you
produce
gotta test it.
action.
Right.
But you can
Yeah.
say you healed all you want, but if you ain't never tested, how you gonna know?
Exactly. How you gonna see it?
Thoughts
That
produce
reminds me
action.
of what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about thoughts and emotions. Is like there is an action. There is an action in between that.
After that.
And
Sorry.
before that, look, it's an action between that, before that, and after that. Everything comes down to an action. How you gonna implement it
And with it.
and with it, right? Exactly. So that's what healing really is. Healing is really the changed behavior of what you learn.
So let me ask you this. You're saying the family stuff, so you brought it up. So who's at fault here?
Nobody's really at fault. The honestly, well, actually, no. I take that back. Actually, who's at
That's
fault
so
is the
true.
family. Actually, who's at fault is the family itself, because they went away. They was thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, like we always say. But as I say, if you grow a plant, it's gonna grow strong because you put in the effort into that position. So people thought
So
that,
it goes
oh,
back
this
to
other
individualism, though.
right.
Not it's
So,
not the fit. It goes back to individualism. Each
but what's the
person
group?
is a part of that family.
Right, but exactly to that point. What's a group made of?
Individuals.
Exactly. So if you got individuals who come together with the same mind, they got the same goals, same aspects, or even just a tweaked version of those aspects, but still heading towards the same goal, they're going to reach it because like-minded people stick together.
What do you
So
Yeah.
think,
even
Hobo?
The
Remember, you
whole
said
issue.
individual, but not individual mentality, though. That's two different things.
The
right,
issue. The
Gotcha.
issue
Because
with
if you
that
got
is
an
Okay.
individual mentality, that you're not looking for unity.
the issue
right.
with that
Okay. So
is
Hobo wanted to speak on that though too.
I did
Yeah,
Hobo,
just
go
what do
ahead,
real
you
quick.
Bubba.
think?
'Cause, look, I don't think that black people ever had a nuclear family. So the closest symbolism that I'm gonna do is Big Mama, right? So for me, the issue with the falling apart of that situation is that Big Mama was the reason. Big Mama was what kept everybody together. When discourse would happen, everybody would come to her. She would fix it. She would make everything. She would also demand a certain level of respect and love from each other and towards each other. And when she left, either A, nobody was groomed to take her place, or B, whoever was, the other half didn't want to accept that because you were disrespecting Big Mama by trying to take her place. And so everything fell apart entirely because it didn't have a reason to stay together. The perspective was wrong, right? Big Mama wasn't what kept y'all together. Big Mama was what brought y'all together. What kept us together was the love and respect that we had for each other. And that disappeared as a whole in the community. You can see that shit on TikTok.
Yeah.
There is very little to no love or respect that we have towards each other, and it's gross.
Mm. Yes,
Okay.
Hobo.
I
Well
think
said.
we
I
I
swear I
decide.
be
so
getting
love
two
you,
different
Hobo, for
hobos,
saying that.
man. This ain't the same
And
hobo
every
that be in the
word.
comments, man.
Right. It depends on which. It
That's the
depends on
same
what you're
one.
talking about.
That's the
Which
same
side come
one.
out. Look, it depends
No,
on which side.
that's
Which,
Of
the
course you
hobo
gonna
we
say that.
know. That's
But
the
that,
hobo
but
we
Kev,
know.
you
In the
think just because
comments or
we
on the
agree,
panel.
we not that we don't be
No, the
agreeing with you as a
no, the
whole.
hobo that be in the comments and the hobo be up here
it's two
is
different
different.
people. That's fact.
Okay, that's the
That's
It's
same
two
fact.
different
person.
people, man.
I have a word limit in
That's
the
just
comments,
like
guys.
it
There's only
reminded
so
me of
much
my
I can put
boy
in there.
Zilla, man. He be
It's
so
crazy.
toxic
It's
in the
crazy,
comments, but
Kev,
when he
because
come over there,
whenever we
dude be
agree with
super
you, you be
smart.
like,
Zilla,
"That's a
Fact.
whole
That's
different
funny.
touche." It be the
Right.
same me.
But see, I would say the reason why I
But
gotta
it's
say
like when
you
they get
gotta
in
look
the
at it
when they get in the box, I'm always dang near agreeing. Now it'd be crazy.
But that,
That's why I mean it
but
like
that's the
two
thing.
different people.
But that's the
as
thing. It's crazy. Don't you realize
Maybe they
that
say
we
the
are the
right things
same
at the
you
people?
can
right
see
time.
both. You gotta see both
He don't
sides.
say
right.
and exactly
You
what we've
gotta
been
see both
saying.
sides.
We've been saying
No,
that
but
for a
no,
minute.
I would say be looking at only what's one side and not looking at both sides. Like you say you're looking
Right.
at both sides, but people keep leaning to one side. And unfortunately, that's the negative side. But look at what the positive side started and compare
Right.
them to.
I mean, you once again. I'm gonna say this again, like I always say this. You can never
Some people
have
don't
the
want to look
light
at the
without
positive
having
stuff.
the dark.
Exactly.
You can never have the light without having the dark. So when
But
we understand,
you can't grow in the dark though. You gotta come to the light
Exactly.
one day.
some
Exactly.
Mm.
plants do grow in the dark.
Kevin,
So
let me sit down,
They
man.
exactly. So
Some plants grow in the
Haki,
dark.
so exactly to Kel's
Bars.
point. So look, exactly
Yo,
to
the
Kel's
hidden
point.
chat is
Haki live
crazy.
without one side without the other because they both
Yo,
work
yo, that's
together.
funny.
You don't want it to, but they both work together.
huh?
You got the light side, you got the dark side. But if you
They
lean to
both
one
are needed.
side more than the other, you're always gonna lose out on something.
This is the thing, bro. I think people are too absolute. Like we need
Right.
both sides.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Paul.
Exactly.
Paul,
You
as
need
many
both
times
sides.
as you talk to me, have I not been saying look at both sides of the coin?
Facts.
Hmm.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Exactly. You need both
Yes.
Always
sides
to
to
say,
assess a problem.
always.
Yes. You
Because
learn from the
You have
yes,
to,
you learn from
just
the
like you have to
dark side so
ex-
you can move to the light side, right?
The
That's
exactly.
but you
perspective.
Kev,
need
I
everything
don't
is
both
not
of
think
them,
that
right?
absolute. That's
people
what he
like
just said.
That's just
that.
like you wouldn't
yes.
appreciate if you didn't go through a struggle, you
And
wouldn't be
these,
appreciate where you at.
Exactly.
But he just said
But
everything
it's not meant
is
for you to
absolute.
live the dark side, right? It's not. I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is to make it to the light side, right?
I
You
mean,
know,
That's how it
somebody
is.
has
That's why
to,
we
he
right?
learn from our mistakes. We
but
don't
what
keep repeating the same mistakes. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? You're supposed to learn from them so you can the goal to so we can correct. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
I
But
don't think
Of
this
it's
is
course,
the
it's a
thing
I
though.
don't think
balance,
it's an
but
absolute though.
it's
It's not an
I mean,
absolute.
It's not. Yeah, it's
but
not
I
because
mean,
each time you grow,
what you mean
but
by
we can look
absolute.
at, but I
Don't
mean,
if you
we look at
okay,
balance.
but
it's not absolute
so you
because
said in
each
an
time.
absolute. So who on here is not trying to grow?
No,
No,
this is
that's what
it
I'm
though.
saying. Some people are we are growing, but that's we talking about light and dark. It's not an absolute with
Yes,
I'm
people.
it
trying
is.
to get somewhere though. I know to get too, but I'm just saying I think everybody okay, we want to say light and dark. Who don't want to be in the light?
We
A
all
lot of
do, but
people.
this is it though.
exactly.
But this is it
But
though.
the light comes through the
A lot of
darkness.
people.
Each
The
time,
But
light
then
Exactly.
The
comes through
listen,
the
light can
darkness.
hurt your eyes, man.
no,
listen.
but
Y'all
But
You
then
ever
missing
look.
my
walk out
point.
in the sun
Even
after
what you
being
just
inside?
said.
That's
Exactly.
Even
painful.
this is even funnier. If you go in a room
Both
full of
things.
light, would it
Both.
not
It's
still
both
cast
sides.
a
Either
shadow?
way.
this is it
No.
though. Each time you're growing, right? Every time you go to another phase in your life, you gotta go through darkness because it's a new
Right.
phase. So you're gonna find struggles.
Yes.
Each level you go through, you're gonna find new
Hmm.
struggles. That's the darkness. So the dark always gonna come. It's not going away. So that's
Yes.
why it's not absolute. So each
Yes, it
time you go
is.
from the phase, you go through darkness to get to the other light again, and it just gets brighter and brighter each time.
But 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 I'm saying y'all missing my whole point, right? What is the goal? What is the goal that everybody trying to get to?
To the
It's a
brighter
light.
light.
But I'm not.
Everybody
That's
wanna see
not
the
That's
my
what I'm
light.
trying to
goal.
get to.
I'm
So
not. I can't
if
specify.
we if some stuff is just kind of it's some stuff is obvious, right? It's obvious that you go through this thing. It's obvious that it's. I mean, but what's the point? You know, what's the point? That's like reflecting on like how people always so stuck on history, right? Of course, we know we went through some stuff, but what we gonna do now to move forward? If the goal is to move forward,
Right.
why do we have to keep living the past? You know what I'm saying? We can't have no future if we live in the past. Of course, we know past is there. That's what make the balance. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff got to be there so you can be able to move forward, though. But
You have
it's
to
I
focus
get
on
you
the
saying it
light.
ain't no absolute because you got to do what you got to do. But the goal is like it's only one way for one goal. You know what I'm saying? You can't move forward always looking back. That's just what it is.
But when you say, but that's what I'm saying. I hear exactly what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, it's not an absolute. Like you want to be in the light. That's cool. Some people don't want to be in the light. Some people may have
Who don't
prefer
want
the
to?
dark.
Who don't want to though?
So I honestly, I know what Touche is saying.
That's
He's
what I'm about to
saying,
say. People talk. That's and
Yeah.
I would never
Listen,
because everybody
you don't
wants to
have
do
to. It's the
better, and
facts.
even
no,
if
what
they
Touche is
just don't
saying.
want to do what it
But
takes to get
you're
better, right?
associating
But
I think
better
what
everybody
he's
with
saying.
wants to do
light.
better because if they
Yeah, like
didn't,
you.
they would
But
have
that's
been
what I'm
ended their
saying.
life a whole long
The
time
only
ago.
way that I know that I'm getting better is because I'm still seeing spouts of darkness.
Yeah.
If I get to the light and then I just stand in the light and I stand there
I
forever,
get y'all trying
I'm
to prove
not
a point though.
growing.
I get what y'all trying to get to, but nobody. I think we already on the same page as that. We acknowledged that a long time ago. I never said there ain't no such thing as dark. I can get to say that it's only
No,
light and dark. I
you
never
missed what she
nobody never
said.
said that though, right?
You
I
I get
missed
we
what
didn't
she
trying to
I
get
didn't
said.
there
say
though.
that
But
you
my
did.
thing is, how long you gonna keep staying? How long? Huh?
You
I
missed
didn't
what she's saying. You cut her like you didn't even let her completely
I
finish
never
what she was
missed it
saying.
because I understood that 100 years ago. You know, I've been understood that a long time ago, right?
All right.
So it can't be
that.
talking about me. But I'm just saying that this a lot of this stuff
That's
we
not
don't
what she was
acknowledge that.
saying,
I don't
Kev.
think we already acknowledged that point anyways.
That's not
But
what she
my
was
the
saying.
whole thing is, huh?
That's not
All
what
right,
she
go
was
ahead, man.
saying.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm saying that me personally, I look forward to the spouts of darkness because I know that that means I'm still on my journey. I know
Yes,
that
that
I
means
still
you
have
grow.
more to go. If I sat in the sun for too long, I would get comfortable there and I wouldn't want to go back into the darkness. But the darkness is where you get to do your shadow work. It's where you get to look inside and get to know yourself on a deeper level.
Mhm.
Like it's not,
Yep.
I don't see it as something negative. And I know some people do, but I don't see it as something negative. I see it as part of the process and I don't
It's negative
mind
when you
when
rely
it
on it.
comes,
Growth.
just like I don't mind when the light comes. I can bask in both of those and be content.
Well
It's
said. That's exactly what I was thinking.
identifying yourself. Right. Identifying yourself. We are robbed of our
That's
identity.
like being in a relationship and still talking about your ex. What the
No,
Exactly.
but what we're
So
saying
you,
is like
but
he's
you
some
saying.
have,
stuff you
but
gotta
you
let
have,
go. What
but
the
did you
freak?
learn from that? But did you
Of
learn from that?
course, but you don't go in a
Exactly.
relationship talking about your ex. That means you
But we
still live
learned
in your
from our
past. Like,
parents.
What?
We
huh?
learned from our parents. We learn from our
Right,
parents.
No, I
We
right.
think what
learn
he's
from the
saying. I think
people
what they're
around
saying is.
us,
I
the
think what they're
people that
saying.
raised us, the people who set or instilled certain values in us that we said we're never going to do. And then we ended up doing them.
Okay,
You
so
have
here's
to
my
look
question.
back at yourself, which is
Okay,
your shadow,
This
I
stuff
think what
can't
they're
be this
saying is
hard.
which is your
with the light and
darkness.
with the light and darkness. What they're saying
This
is
can't be this hard for real.
it
you're
can't
gonna
be.
go through
Right.
stuff, but the darkness is inevitable, but it's not absolute because each time you like what she said earlier when she's trying to grow something else, even with the relationship stuff. When you go to a new relationship, you're not gonna bring the past with you because that's now you're going to a new
That's
life.
what they saying, basically, right?
Yeah.
That's
That's
not what we
basically what
said.
they're saying.
That's not what we
It's
said.
basically what they saying. Because every time I mention that the goal is to move forward, they got to keep throwing, well, you can't get there
That's
without the
not what we
past, which is
saying
the
though.
obvious, right? So that
Who
means you
hasn't said
still,
that?
it sounds like people, and he just like he said, it's people that still want to live. And I'm starting to believe that too. Some
No,
people do just want to
it's
Who
stay in
not
the
said
about
that?
the
darkness.
other
That's
So
it's
no.
not
can
about
I
the
ever
other
Who said
finish
that
what
we
I'm
said
person.
saying
that?
though?
Who
Dang.
said that we said that though?
Let him
No,
finish.
you
Let him
said
finish.
that. You said that. You just said some people want to stay in the dark. I'm repeating because I'm listening. I listen to understand.
Yeah, but
That's the
we're
thing I
not
do,
saying we're
right?
bringing the
Let him
So
negative up on the
finish.
past
Let him
relationship. Then
finish.
So when did we
Touche,
say that?
let him finish.
I know. I'm just saying, but
Right.
don't put
Touche,
the
That's why I said they keep every time I say
Before you
something,
do
they
that,
keep
let him
All
talk.
right, man.
responding, listening to respond and not
Let
trying
him
to
finish
understand.
talk. Right. Just let everybody finish their thought. That way we can get through it. Go ahead, bro.
Man. All I'm saying is, I had to get now. All I'm saying is, my thing is, we the whole goal is to all of us want to move forward. But then, like I said, I am going to go back to what you said, and I'm starting to believe that too. You said some people want to stay in the dark, and that is what it is, though. Some people is actually confused too, right? Some people say that, and this is another thing, right? Some people, the people that would even want to stay in the dark, right? And I still don't believe that nobody really want to stay, but a lot of people want to stay in the dark because they don't want to do what it takes to come to the light. That's just what that is. Because like I don't think even people on this earth, like even when it comes to people that want to unalive themselves, I don't think people just naturally hate themselves or nothing like that. It's something that made them feel that way because even our bodies are naturally made to try to live. It's just that's what it is. It's never I don't think nobody here to just want to unalive themselves or something like it's something that came behind that. Everybody wants to live. But to come to a conclusion that I want to be unalive that came from something. It's something that happened or that was traumatic in their life to make them think that way. You know, so everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to be better. Everybody wants all this stuff. But when it takes that process to get there, you know what I'm saying? That's when they don't, that's the only reason why they wouldn't want to, that's why they want to stay where they at. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't want to put in that work. That's just what it is. So, yeah, whatever. Yo, I mean, whatever.
Does not mean you're not growing. In order for you to do shadow work, you are in dark. That is what it is. Then you cannot make an assumption because somebody is going through a dark space is that they're not growing, they're not healing, or they're not doing anything positive. Like y'all associate dark with negativity, and that's not always the case.
Who said that? That's another projection. You keep doing it.
You
I
said
never
that.
said that
You
it was
said that.
wrong. I literally said you learned from your past. Who said it was negative?
Kev, you didn't say it. Am I the only one that heard that?
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is
I
the
could have
I
dark.
mean,
sworn
who else? Who else might have heard that?
I
Because
could have
I'm
I could
trying
have
to
swore
see if I said any. I'm trying to see
I
where
could
I
have
went wrong at.
I could have swore you said you made the dark as a negative connotation. But all right. I
No.
mean,
Everything you look at is positive in a way. Because
Yeah.
I'm saying that even though we know the life is chaotic, right? That's a full fact. Nobody can deny that. But out of the chaos, yes, some bad things happen. And they will. Different various levels of degree, of course. But it's always how do you move on from that lesson? Or how do you move on from that experience that happened? Yes, I know you're gonna have traumatic experience. Yes, I know you're gonna have PTSD. But how do you live now? Did you learn from that experience? Did you move on from that experience to do better? Or did you stay back in that past where everything you do is blamed on that experience? Like, let's say, for example, if I was to meet somebody, right? I'm fresh out, single, whatever, and I wanted to meet somebody. Will I throw my past experience on that new person that have nothing to do with that? Or would I give them a chance of an open slate to create something better and brand new?
I
That's
think what
what power comes down to. Is what choices are you making? Are you choosing to stay in the past? Are you choosing to use what was in the past to now be like, okay, so this is possible, but this is the path I want to go to make it better.
Right.
That's what it
It
comes down to.
so
it's
let me
like
say so
choices
what I think Touche
choices
is saying is right. He's saying pretty
choices
much
create choices.
Exactly. Yes.
what he's
Choices
saying.
be
What he's
choices.
saying. He's not
Right.
saying the past. We're not talking about the past. The
No,
darkness
you're
will
not
happen
talking
in the
about.
future,
Oh,
bro.
we're talking about both. It's
So
all about how one leads into the other. But if
yeah,
you want to stay your one, you're not going to see the other. But
yeah,
if you want to see the other, you're going to use one as the pathway to it, either for good or bad.
yeah. But what I'm saying is when you get to the new part, right? So you started a new relationship. Now
Right.
you're in the new light again. But there's gonna be darkness in that relationship as well.
No, there's going to be a clean slate.
It is, but it's something gonna happen.
No, 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 no,
Baggage.
no.
That's baggage.
I'm gonna say,
You
I'm gonna
made me
say
think
that
about a Bible
again. Okay,
verse.
it's gonna be
In this
complete.
Bible verse, it actually is actually talking about what I'm talking about. It say the good and the bad, right? Good and bad works together for the good. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that the fact that you just looking at one thing. I think the whole goal
Mhm.
is for good, right? Is to good and bad work together for the good. So what I'm saying is the whole goal is that even though good and bad is in there, though, you don't have to, you know what I'm saying? The whole nobody never said it ain't bad. That's the thing. Nobody said that though. But I think the ultimate goal
Mhm.
is to do better. I
Right.
think that's what everybody want to do. I actually know that's what everybody want to do. But I also know that everybody don't want to do what it takes either. Because it's also hard for a lot of people too. But that's literally a fact. That's a freaking fact that what everybody want to do. That's what they want to do.
Hello, may I speak?
Some people are further from the light.
Yeah, of course, we know that though. But them the people we try to avoid too. That's just like okay. Here go another. I'm gonna let you talk. Good. Another thing. It's like another thing we could say. Like we know it's a chaotic world, but I think people should find peace within themselves. We don't have to acknowledge that it's so everything, or I don't have to say that. Oh, dang, this all that's happening because it's gonna take me out my peace. I think the whole goal is to find peace within myself because I know that it's nobody else can give it to me. You know, I know this world got all type of stuff going on and stuff, but if I find this stuff within myself, the whole goal is to find peace within myself because I can't make everybody else be peaceful. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I know
Right.
this stuff is around
Stability.
me, but it's up to me to grow from this, right?
The middle. The middle.
The
You're in the
middle.
middle. You know both sides. Now you're in the middle. You know how to waver.
Mm. Um. mm. Go
Follow
ahead.
say lovely.
Good.
Woosah.
What's the deal?
No, I said woosah.
Oh, that's that. What's
Just
up?
wanted to I just wanted to say, from listening, my perspective is everything.
Right.
So, keywords I'm hearing is peace, goals, um, just what we all want. And I'm a person who loves individuality. And I feel like as humans, we are so tribal that we want people to relate to us so bad. But we got to realize that what's good for one person is not good. Thank you, touche. It's not good for everybody. So it's just like your goals and what's peace for you may not be peace and goals for the next person. And once we realize that, then we can. I feel like these debates and conversations can be easier because we gotta, like I said, understand that everybody is different. That's why we tend to click up and be more tribal because everybody is not gonna have these same goals and same understanding. And when I say perspective is everything, you got to go back to what you truly want and what's good for you. Like I said, what's good for you may not be good for the next person,
Hmm.
and that's fine. And I feel like we just need to realize that sometimes and accept people for who they are, because you know um, what I was gonna say.
I
Um,
like how you saying this because I got something for you because
I
I
got a
heard
question.
this
I got a question
this
before you even
this
say
give
it. Are you single?
no say your wife say wife
I don't
good
mean
I'm
that.
wife.
That's
I'm
a
I'm a
TikTok
wife
name.
in the making. I'm trying to be somebody's wife.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Hold on. Don't
wow.
worry about nothing. Follow.
But but yeah, so yeah, that's the main thing. I feel like we get frustrated because our perception and perspective on things is ours. It's
Okay.
ours. Like the conversation y'all having about the what's dark to you, what's light to you.
Mhm.
It's different. It's just different for everybody. And we can be really saying the same things and not really realizing it. It's just our own personal. experiences and perspectives that alter the way we understand things.
Mm. So okay, I like that. So I got a couple, as I did this before. I love talking to the individualists. Um, so say you was to help your child out or help out. Oh, well, I ain't gonna say a child. Let's say you try to help somebody else out. How would you be able to do that if you feel like or since you said, which is it is, it's very of course we a lot of us, or especially when you start learning more about people, you realize everybody do got their own routes of how they do things and stuff. But they go to but right. Um, First off, is you big on like unity?
Yes, I am, but
Okay, yeah, because I'm a firm believer with unity and individual. It's like literally two opposite, or I can't say individual mentality, right? That's literally two opposites though. So the reason why a lot of stuff might be said because it's yeah, like I said, I learned that because sometimes it's gonna get to a point where everybody's not meant to be on the same boat, and it do got to be some type of common ground where everybody can. And which I get what you saying though. Everybody got their own ways of maybe healing. Everybody got their own ways of that. But some stuff, if we talking about unity, it's some stuff that you got to be common with too. So, especially if you have a partner, right? You don't want a partner if you get, or say if you dating, right? Since you said you trying to be a wife, right? You can't have your own individual. You can have stuff you stirring in though, but it got to be something that you have in common with your partner. Because if it's two individuals, that's gonna be two different things. People that's doing two different things. They own, that probably would never work because they got their way of thinking, you got your way of thinking, but you want to find somebody that's like minded. That
exactly,
you
and
see what I'm saying?
that's all I'm saying. You find
Yes,
somebody that's on the same page as
yeah.
you, and
And
everybody,
respect the
yeah,
individualist too. You can respect that too. I feel that, and I do that. And me myself, I respect that though. I would say that maybe what some of them might say might not meet with what my goal or a group goal that that might work or something like that. Because usually an individual most of the time they will let people be them. That wouldn't work for a part for helping out a mass of people. You
yeah.
know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
Because it
unity
got
is
to be something, huh?
everything. Unity is everything, but when you look at history too, we always kind of separate. We go find our tribe. Like I said, you find unity within your tribe. You got to find those who fit your narrative on what you
Right.
want out of life, because
Yeah.
we all want different things out of life. So just because I'm saying individuality don't mean I don't. I want to separate myself from everybody. You just separate yourself from the people who don't mean
Think
you any
different.
good, or who don't want the same as you. We
Yeah.
all want
Exactly. Yeah.
we
Right.
all want different things in life.
Okay.
And I can use an example for children. That's my favorite example to use, because they're growing and you kind of mold them sometimes. But even watching children, every child is different. They can grow up in the same, and I come from a big family, like it's 10 of us all together, but like we're similar, but um we grew up saying we grew up like 8 of us got the same mom, same dad, but it's funny how our perspectives of growing up is totally different. Like my baby sister would be like, oh, life was good, my childhood was great, and I'm like, mine was fucked up. What the, like, we like, how was yours great and mine was jacked up,
Mm.
or just like I said, people can come from the same household and turn out totally different. It was raised the same, brought up the same. We are individuals. We have to accept that.
Yeah.
That's why
Most
a lot
definitely.
of people try to find their tribe now. A lot of people are out here looking for people who looking for home,
Are
because
individuals looking for a tribe?
yeah, it's because just because we're
So it made
individuals
me think
don't
about
mean,
that now. So I
because
gotta
we
say this
are
then. So it made me
individuals.
think about
Good question.
people not really individual then, because some people even with individual I mean all of us individual, right? If we want to
Mhm.
be technical, right? All of us individual, we all got our own, but we still want to find somebody we want to relate with. So is
Yeah, that's
even
what I'm
if we don't,
saying. So
it's
that
huh?
don't just That's what I'm saying. So just because you're an individual don't mean you want to be alone. It just means you want to
Yeah.
find someone that understands you. We all want to be
Yeah.
understood, and we all want to, like everybody said, oh, don't nobody want to be alone. We were meant to be alone. Maybe we're not, but we are meant to, be accepted for who we are. Because like I said, we all are different. You just got to find who accepts you, you know,
You
for
said
who
meant
you
to be
are.
accepted. I think that's an entitlement, but yeah, I don't know about that.
I said we
But
want to be accepted.
oh, we want to be. Okay, I got you. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. So yeah, I guess don't really. I guess it depends because I think everybody do be wanting somebody they can relate with. That's why even with that's what it is. It's just
We all
because it's
split
like me.
up.
I guess you could say that I'm an individual. All of us literally technically individuals, but I will I know who not on the same wouldn't be on the same because like I wouldn't get with or connect with people that's like me, especially if I'm optimistic or try to work towards optimistic and somebody being pessimistic. That's when I realize that's another boat that we on two different boats. As much as we want to probably be cool, but we got to be on two different boats because you think this way and I think the other way. So that's like two opposites, right? So it's like you do want to find the people that relate. And there's people that's just like how we got these rooms that's so big that be trauma bonding or trauma exchanging and all that stuff in
Exactly.
there. Them the ones that connect with one another because they do that way. But I think if we are like going that route though, it's like we want to think it's like a foresight type thing. Is it how this gonna play in the future if this keep going along? So like we keep always uh bonding off this situation
It's
or
been like this since
whatever.
the
How far
beginning
this
of
gonna
time.
go?
It is
Huh?
what it is. It's been like this since the beginning of the time,
Yeah,
beginning of time. So it is what it is. You just go where you are accepted, and that's it. We have Democrats. I ain't trying to get politics, but we have Democrats. We have Republicans. We always separate. It only
yeah.
not even in race within our races we separate. Everybody goes to where their soul tribe is. Like people who really feel them on a just another level mindset, things they like. Go back to high school, the school lunchroom tables. Everybody tends to go to, like-minded or personality wise, we all tend to go where we are, where we can, like I said, just be us, because we are individuals. And a individual can, Chris, can accept not being accepted, but you will be accepted by your people. We all got our people.
I thought about this. This what it is. This difference. Now you made me think about the reason why the difference between the individual mindset and the so it is a difference. Individuals they and and I'm glad the more I kept hearing this though, so I can hear more and more. It is more of a I can hear that you an individual. I'm put it this way because like I done talked to. I think I know Touche one and then a couple more people. I can tell the difference. So one individual is like just like you said, want to be accepted, right? Want to be accepted, so they want to find people. But it's like it's still more about self. It's still gonna be like you make sacrifices what best for your life, right? And I think like with me, right, because I'm more of like for the community, right? So I'm doing what's more what I feel is most best for that's gonna work for more than just myself, for other people, even if it make me uncomfortable, right? But I think as an individual, they don't want to do stuff that's uncomfortable. They want to do what make them that
I don't feel
they
like
can relate with, right? They rather get with people that relate with them. That's what I
I don't
noticed.
think that's an individual. That's something else. I don't feel like that's saying that you're an individual, saying that you're not for community. Individuality just
Yeah, that's
means
something I noticed though, because
that
even the
you're
fact I hear the same, you said the same points that I usually hear from a lot of individuals, like, well, people
well,
gonna
being
be
an
them and
individual,
all
you
that
just
stuff. But
understand that you're not like everyone else. It doesn't mean that you don't want to um involve yourself with community. You just understand with community, and even with communities are separated. Because if that was the case, like I said, it's just
Communities that
how
separated. Wow.
they are. I mean,
You sounding more. That's funny.
this
This
in
Chucky is like
different
a
You know,
repetitive
in
thing,
different
dog.
hoods,
it
Because
in
it
you
different.
said all
reminds
the
me of
negative
like
stuff. That's crazy.
uh,
What's
Even
that?
the thing
reminds
where
me
he's
of
gonna break down. That's crazy.
That's
it
negative.
reminds me of
That's
influence,
yeah. Because
like
you could
influence.
have said that it's possibilities that it could have worked, and so you said, well, even with that, they got separated too. So you just said the worst part of it,
That's
even
not
though both
negative
of it
to
is
me.
right though. But hey, it is what it is. This funny though. I
I
could
But
feel
tell.
like
here's
So
my.
You.
I'm
I
what
trying
do
to
guess you
you
didn't even have
consider
to
understand.
say
more
that though.
I
I
feel
can
like
hear
influence,
it.
I
Brian?
think
How
what
would
I
you?
think
Why
also
would
y'all
you
gotta
take that? That's negative out of everything
I
that
mean,
I
I ain't gonna say
said,
that's
though.
negative, but I'm just saying that it was. I'm big off wording though. It is wording though. But the fact that I mentioned
Perception,
community, and then you had to mention that. Well, that can get separated too. And I'm like,
because
okay, all right. I guess
community
that's the
is
part that you wanted to
separated.
say, huh?
It's community is separated. It's separated within different groups. It's separated in different parts of class, middle class. Communities
What
is
up, BK? What's the
separated,
deal, man? Of
and to me, it don't mean that there's nothing wrong with it. People just tend to
Yeah,
go
of
where
course.
um it fits for them. You're not gonna. Are you gonna be in a community where you feel like it's not safe for you or where you're not comfortable? No, you're gonna go where you're most comfortable at. In
I'm not.
all
I don't do
aspects.
that. Well, I feel you though, but I had to learn that being comfortable is not a good thing either, though. That's just on me. That's just me though, because sometimes I have to
See,
be
and that's
uncomfortable.
the thing. You say you
Be
take
comfortable.
words, but sometimes words are words. So you can take a word and take it too literally.
Okay. What the heck is on this page?
In fact, if y'all don't believe that, that is definitely a true statement. Opposites do attract. Um, some people can come together because in the end, this might be their strength, and I require that to get to where we need to go. And I may carry a strength that they may require to need to get to where they need to go. So opposites do attract, and I've seen people that
Yeah, I believe that.
I've seen people who live in the city their whole life date a girl who lived in the country. They don't got nothing in common, but they opposites attract so crazily that it just was like, well, it's undeniable. Um,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, something is similar that they want.
I c
Just they can be opposite, but the goal can be the same. So that's what I'm saying. You can
Come
have
on up, BK,
personality
man.
and individuality, but community and unity is having the same goal. So
hmm
I'm not saying you gonna go where everybody is the same. I'm saying that you gonna go to somewhere where like I'm just saying the goal is the same. Like in community, what do y'all want with anybody? Like relationships or whatever. It's like what do we want together in a community? Why are we together? Why are we making this community? Something is the same. Something.
I mean, I
So
agree with you. I agree with you on the community is separated as well. I mean, that's something that we've grown up seeing our whole entire lives. I mean, going
I love it.
it's
I
the truth. You ever go
I
to
love
school?
doing this app, man, because it's so easy.
I know Kevin is yeah.
I mean,
I
you go
mean, what's easy about it? Because now you got me curious now. Because
All
look,
No,
right,
I'm
put it this
saying
way.
it's just
Like, let
it's
me say,
that's what like I said I think I built myself to understand people. That's all it is. I just try to understand
yeah.
people and stuff, and I'm just saying it's just easy to understand. I guess I'm put it that way to understand who I'm talking to. That's all.
Is it? Because
because I'm big on
you
individual.
about to
I'm
make
big on
me
individuals
go
too,
to my
right?
other
But
side.
I'm big on individuals as well because, and
So
for
you as
this
an
reason,
individual can understand another individual,
because listen though,
basically.
because
Pretty
the
much.
better you build yourself, is the more you can afford to, the more you can help other people. Most people trying to come in groups and communities with nothing to offer to the group. They just say, "I'm here,"
Mhm.
Right.
and then they're more a liability than an asset to the community. So always, my message is always be your best selves, because the better you become, the more you can add to the group or community or whatever you
Hmm.
need to. So that's
Right.
maybe that's individual, maybe it's not, but that's how I always see it.
But
I think the
no,
reason that
but what you just said is you're gonna do what's beneficial Because even with that individual part, you're still going to give out advice or something like that that's better for the mass rather than just yourself or what you feel comfortable with accepting for. That's what the difference is, though. So even if, like I said, of course, all of us start off as individuals, though, but it's depending on what are we doing to try to, you know, is we willing to be uncomfortable to do what's best for something other than ourselves? That's the difference.
No,
Okay.
I
Okay.
was
Yeah,
gonna say.
Because
I was gonna
we
say
gonna
no.
realize that it ain't always about our feelings. It ain't always about what you know what I'm saying. It's all about what can be beneficial, even if it don't make me comfortable. What can be beneficial for the mass? That's just what it is. That's
and
a
what's the
person that
can
actually
I
willing to put themselves or sacrifice their
hold on.
situations to better the next or better the especially people that's under me or if we talking about the youth.
But see,
Sometimes I
that
got to do something different
Exactly, and
from
that's
that's
what
out of
I'm
my
all
comfort.
about.
so Kev, I gotta push it back right there.
Oh,
Go
That's
ahead.
what leadership is, right? And not everybody, like you always say, not everybody's meant to be leaders.
Okay.
So
You're right.
that's leadership right there. The leadership, that's what they do. They put themselves, the initiative, they initiate situations, and they put themselves out there
I'm
to take
glad
a
you put that
risk.
in my head though. I never thought about it that. So you right. You right.
And also, I
exactly.
have a
I,
question
That
for
do
you.
go back.
hold on.
What's
I
the
want to.
masses to you?
What's the correlation that you seem to make between individualist and
I think I
Right.
selfishness?
said it
Because
though,
that
but I
seems to
think I
be like
said it,
the
but
thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
I think I said it. I literally said it, but
You
I don't
said
know what
why
you're
you
trying to
think
hear though. But
individualists
I
are
literally said the
selfish.
difference. Huh?
You
If
said why you think
that's your
individualists are
perception, I
selfish.
ain't never said that though. I'm just saying that. Just notice that. I'm just saying that's the difference. This the difference where you could be able to tell if you for the community or if you really or if you
Not really, because
individually
you
for
made
self.
that assumption about me, and I'm totally like I'm all
Because the
for
thing is, like, I can tell.
universal.
Look, I never said neither you or not. What I said is, you could tell. Because if you would have agreed with me, that mean if you would have agreed with what I said, you would have. I mean, or if you understood what I said, right, you would have probably would have agreed. Like, okay, I am like that. But if you didn't understand what I was saying, then you must be really a individual. You know what I'm saying? I never said nobody was self. I never said none of that stuff. But if you understood what I was saying, right, you'd be like, okay, I do that. You know what I'm saying? I am like this. I am for the community. I'm not just for self. I literally
And but
broke
no,
it down.
but
I
being an
broke it down, but
individual
all you
doesn't
took
mean
out of it
it's just
was,
for
"Are you trying to
self.
say I'm selfish?" I never said that.
The way so you say you listen to words and stuff, but it's the way you're saying it. It does seem like you made it seem like being an individual is selfish and for self. That's the
Yeah,
word
that's what it is.
you keep using. So okay, you just said it. And that's not true for everybody. Just because you understand that you're an individual doesn't mean that you're selfish and you're not for community. It's just simply saying that I know I'm different and that's okay.
Okay,
Can I say this?
I'm different too.
Either selfless or
So,
selfish,
Two
right?
chains.
What
so
are you doing
maybe it's
more? Are
more
you
about
more selfish
dependency.
or you more selfish? It's like
Maybe it's more about
Everybody's selfish. Yeah,
dependency.
everything
exactly,
gonna
but
always
there's
go back
people
to
who
self.
are
I think we
actually
talked about this. I
selfish.
talked about this on the live before. Yeah, everything gonna go back
Like
to even if
what?
you being selfless, you still doing it for self most of
Well,
the
if
time.
everybody is
Hmm.
self-ish, then how is somebody that's for the community not self-ish? Because you made it seem like it was a big difference.
I guess everything ain't meant to be understood. Like I really, I don't know if it just ain't meant to be understood at the moment. But it was never really meant to be no attack towards nobody or anything like that. It was just I was just breaking down the difference between an individual mindset versus a person that's actually trying to do things for the community, or that's actually trying to
Because I didn't know we was talking about
because
community. If
I
we
was
talking
taking
about
some, huh?
community, that's different. I said I didn't know we was talking about community when that conversation
Yeah,
came up.
that's what happens. Like I said, this is going back to my topic from yesterday, where people listen to respond. Like we gotta actually try to hear each other out for real, man. Because I
Okay,
even like when I'm in the middle of talking, and you just be like,
listen.
"What about this?" And it's like, is you really trying to hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you gotta
Because
listen.
y'all taking out certain parts I'm saying and not trying to understand what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
you're
not trying to
doing that
attack it. I'm
too.
just saying what the difference is. That's all.
But like you're
You
saying,
know?
Kev, it comes down to the point. Like you said, that's the thing about leadership. People in leadership position, they always understand they gotta take the brunt of the. They take the bullshit first. They take all the bullets, and everybody else. So far. That's why you said it before. It's not everybody's meant to be leaders,
Thanks.
right? So I think that's conversation come under leadership, leaders, and I won't use the word followers, but leaders leading people in different like your leader. You're trying to help people, and you wouldn't take the brute to disagree with people and all that kind of stuff. Not everybody's meant to do that.
Have y'all ever thought about it as this? Some people don't even see it as who's the leader. Some people look at it as, oh, I'm gonna help as many people that I possibly can. Like we not looking at it like me being a leader doesn't like I don't I would rather not be looked at as a leader. I'd rather be like a hey, we in this together and I stand with you on this because we got the same we going to the same goal. Not oh, I'm in front of you and I'm better than you.
No, no, no. What I'm saying,
Right,
leader.
I'm about to say you took it all.
I
Look, you took
think
that out of context too. It
Yeah.
was his perception of how he see me. I don't think a leader gonna call themselves a leader. I don't. They don't have to do that. That's just like a dude, a masculine
He's
person don't have to say I'm masculine. I don't have to a thug. Don't have to say you're a thug. But he was just saying that that's how he perceived it. That's all it
No,
is.
I understood, Kev. I'm just
Right.
making
So
it.
that's what I said. You said that something about that a leader ain't gonna call themselves a leader. And I don't think
I
nobody did
never.
that.
I said some people don't want to be leaders. Some people said that. I'm just
See that
saying
shit.
it's people that will walk with people and not say I'm this leader or they're the leader of this. They rather walk with each other in unity.
yeah.
Okay.
But somebody gonna take the brunt though. If a decision to be made in groups of people, leaders always rise. It's natural. We are human nature, right? Somebody gonna stood up and say, okay, what we doing? If five people get together with a matter of 6 minutes, you're gonna find out who the leader is in that
My
group.
boy Chris on point. He's saying it though. For sure.
So it's not like people chasing to be leaders. It's just natural. It's a natural thing. Like who willing to be wrong, right?
Right.
Those are the simple things. Like who willing to be wrong, who willing to make the first decision. Because that's what it is to make it. It's about decision making. Because a lot of people are scared to make decisions because they don't want to be looked at as they don't want to be wrong. Leaders are not scared to be wrong.
right,
Yeah.
because who do you trust to lead you? Who leads you as an individual?
Myself,
Right now, myself, yeah.
God.
I can't trust
the higher
nobody to lead me.
power,
When I was
But I
younger,
mean,
the higher power, the
I
higher
am humble
power
enough to
leading me
be.
to where I need to be
If
at.
I'm in a room where somebody else is more knowledge than me in their situation, I'm very humble enough to let that person lead that situation.
Facts. Exactly. You just pick it. I mean, that's what it is. You got to put that, when you able to put your ego to the side, I mean, sure.
I'm a goal person. I'm a goal oriented person. So
All
if
of
the
us can learn
mission,
from
whatever the mission is, that's what I'm on.
with someone, we working together. They're not leading me. We working together. Like if they got more knowledge, they smarter. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna let them lead. I'm gonna just work with them. I
Somebody
just
got to
have a
run point.
problem.
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
even though you say that though, it's like I think it's like an automatic thing. It's gonna be some because that's like saying that everybody can drive the same can take the
Right.
wheel in the car or something like that. Even though y'all all in the same car, it's still gonna be a point where somebody's gonna have to
Drive.
lead every or even like leadership
Right.
that's going to have to cycle around too. Sometimes this person might be a better fighter. We might have to follow behind this person. You know what I'm saying? So this person might be better at directing. This person might be better at, so somebody do have their own special. If
Hmm.
okay, let's make the individuals feel their individual thing that they good at that we might have to follow or something like that. But then again, their individual thing is beneficial for the community or beneficial to make the whole people move forward. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah,
always
whether
gonna be
you're
some type of leader, even if it get it not don't get acknowledged or not.
It's natural. It's natural human behavior. We all need somebody to look up to
Yeah,
to
even
make
in
a
a
decision.
relationship, somebody running something.
Somebody got to run point.
We're born into leadership. We're born into parents. We're born
Yeah,
into
yeah,
already like an authority above us.
yeah.
True. That's true. Somebody got to teach and somebody got to study.
Exactly.
And there's always
Sometimes
a
the
cycle of
leader have to be
people.
a follower. Sometimes it just be like that some days.
Well,
So
I
actually,
like
The
not
best
even
teaching.
that.
leaders are
You
best
gotta,
followers. The
It's
best
you
leaders are
gotta
best
follow
so
followers.
first to
good.
lead.
I grew up
Like
teaching, but
pretty
I
much, you
can't
gotta
lead.
follow first to lead, because you
The
gotta
best
know how to
leaders
lead.
are people are great followers.
Well,
Because
that's because when you're leading anybody, you're listening to the people, so you still gotta follow their orders, even though they chose you to lead. So, with that fact, it's like they literally both tie into each other because it's a whole process of one to the other. Once you learn one completely in this level, then you can be like, all right, I'm ready to go into this level. But then you still gotta take what you learned from the previous level to the next level. And then you just keep going higher from there until pretty much you start pretty much changing everything. And that's what everybody needs to do is just come to an agreement. Once you really
Yeah.
start agreeing on stuff, oh, we ain't gonna see none of this happen no more.
Mm.
Like everything that's happening
Yeah, and
now.
you're an impact on every
Right.
person. I always say customer service is probably the best experience you can ever get
It
working
is.
with people.
Right. Because you gotta do this to
Because
deal with
you're
everybody.
working, first of all, you're working for the system and you're getting paid to do a job, and you can now
Yeah.
got to please somebody, paying that person to do it, and your interaction with them, how you interact with people is so powerful.
I
That
agree.
comes from individualism.
And then you
That
get
comes from
referrals.
who you are.
Like once you start getting
Yeah,
referrals,
how you impact people off of uh, people have lost like just basic like social skills, I guess.
You know what's funny though? I think we are individual, but we are meant to be a team to a certain extent, or to be together at some point.
yes,
Because
exactly.
ain't no one person can create, even with a relationship, no one person can create a person. You know what I'm saying? Like at
Right.
some point in time, you got to team up. You know what I'm saying? So we can say that we are individual, but I think the whole goal is for us to come together at some point.
Yeah, so we gotta
It's a
go back to
customer
the
service.
whole
It's a
goal of us
transaction.
community. No, it's not even a transaction.
Everybody needs to
We
be.
gotta go back to the whole. We gotta go back to the whole goal of why we here as people, as
Right.
humans.
Right.
There is
And
a
you gotta
goal.
look at the dynamics that work and the dynamics that, even though we don't like it, we might not like the dynamics as they are, but we gotta look at what is there to replace it with, because the replacement is only destruction. So we're not heading into anything that's good to benefit anybody. If you don't go back to what we really are, we are a team. We are a team by default. So we gotta just go back to the teamwork that we already had.
Yeah.
In all
That's by being
in all
humble. That's just
aspects.
that's being humble and realize that we here to serve each other.
Yeah,
Of course.
and that's in all
Facts. Oh,
aspects.
everybody want to say that right there. That
Yeah.
hurt right there.
That's true. We all do have to go back to the beginning. You know what I
Right.
mean? But before we go back to the beginning, we do got to start with self.
There you
Facts.
go.
We got to be in the process of, we ain't gonna never be, we all not gonna be healed, but we got to be in that process of trying to better ourselves. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? To look at the bigger picture.
Right.
There's
In
a
the
bigger picture
process,
than us.
right. And to expound on that, that process is one word: is willingness. Are
Hmm.
you willing to actually do it?
Will, there you go.
Are you willing to accept everything that comes with it?
Willpower.
Right. Right. Because if you're not willing to do it, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
But if you're ready, but like you could do your research, you could look at benefits, you could look at cons, you could look at what ifs and what was, what could be, what is now, right? And then look at it, and then be like, okay, so this is where me as an individual can make a difference, because individuality is at the apex of everything. Then look at, all right, this is another individual who looks at the same thing that I'm looking at and want to go through the same things and want to do it. So once you do that, you start building a cycle of, okay, now we getting the numbers. And as things eventually change, you're going to get it to the way it was. And that's working as a team. So
that's
once
true.
it works as a team, everything works better. We shouldn't be going away from the foundation of the teamwork we already had.
Right.
Mhm.
That's true.
But some people so focused on let me do what's best for my life. You know, they
Right.
forget about the team. That's the
Get
problem.
about it.
Mhm.
That's where
But
selfishness
then
comes
get
in.
mad because somebody didn't do something for them. How
Right.
you do that?
That's what
Exactly.
self. That's where that big word that y'all was talking about earlier, selfishness,
Selfishness.
Selfish.
instead of
Yeah.
being selfless. You know what I
Well, I'm
mean?
only came in my world
All
by
right, so
myself.
let me ask a question here. So let me ask a question. So between selfless and selfish, where would you rank it? 50-50, 95-5? How would you rank this?
Who you talking about?
Shit,
All over?
90
No, between
percent
Well,
selfish in
selfless
my
and
I'd say
opinion.
about
selfish.
90-10. 90-10.
What's
I
And
say, yeah, I
90-10.
say about 90-10. More
Talking about,
people
Nine,
definitely
nine,
going to be
nine do
selfish.
what?
are you talking about on this? You talking about in the world in
in the?
general,
What's up?
Yeah,
or
In the
general.
world?
That's big as
Yeah,
you want to be.
general.
Between
As what?
selfless and selfish, how would you rank it?
As a world or as a just
Yeah,
as
as
me?
humans, as a world, like where would you
Oh, as a world. Okay.
personally, however you want to choose?
Oh, if you talking about all over, because that's gonna be different
Let's
answers
go.
for
Let's go
different
personal
things.
then.
Does gender take a
There's no
Oh,
wrong
factor?
answer here.
personal.
Let's go personal. Yeah, between selfish and selfless, where would you rank it?
Right now, I'm more. I would
That's a
say.
good question.
Now you got me. That's a good one.
Gonna give a
let's say,
crazy
Let's start with Hobo.
I say
82.9.
Hobo go
50-50.
first. Hobo, you
I
go
say
first.
Half and half.
I
Hey, just
say eight. I say 85, 85, 50.
that's
Because
not bad.
What
Yeah,
about
What the
100?
heck do that add up? What
85,
the heck?
15?
no, it
It's
ain't
like a
adding up.
hundred and.
85-15.
No, you
Yeah.
Right.
said
So wait,
85-15.
the movie is
Yeah.
85,
on.
Oh, he
50.
said 15.
85,
Oh, he
50.
said 15. That's
Yeah,
what we had.
85 what?
85-15.
Hey, 50. What the?
15,
That boy
15, my
over
bad.
the rink.
So
What
DK
did I say?
85 what?
15, my bad.
85 selfish or selfless?
85,
Hey,
15.
let the math do the math in, please.
Yeah,
No.
my
85,
bad. But
15.
you think about it, there's more people out here that's being selfish.
So 85
Boy,
selfish or
There's a
selfless?
lot of
they
people out here being
85
selfish.
15 the opposite way.
Ooh,
Right.
yes.
Well, not to cut anybody off, but just to say why people are going to be more selfish. I hate to say it this way, but I just think it comes down to, pretty much each individual is like, if you see someone hanging off a cliff and you're hanging off a cliff, obviously you're going to help yourself 9 times out of 10, unless it's your family member, maybe a close friend. Most people are going to care about themselves. I feel like
I
it's
get you.
almost like embedded.
Yeah, that's for
That's a
sure.
different
Yeah, for
Let's
scenario.
let's
sure.
get a consensus first though. So
But
what
I mean,
some
do
people do want to sacrifice themselves, though.
I
I mean,
agree.
it
Yeah.
is.
so
that's
Sacrifice,
selfish or
that
selfless?
word, that
that
word.
scenario
That's
is
sacrifice.
understandable. You know what I mean? That scenario is kind of understandable. If you're
Yeah,
hanging off the cliff, you can save yourself, but you're supposed to reach back and help the next person. You know
So
what I
facts.
mean?
You can
DK, you said
only pour over
Because
85.
what you
once
already
you
got, right?
right,
Hmm.
I'm trying to get a consensus on this.
Yeah, did you save yourself
So,
trying to help that person be saved?
yeah. So I get what you. Oh
Hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna get back to what DJ was saying.
The numbers.
I must say, I would say I'm right now. I feel like I'm 51-49.
Uh,
51 what?
okay,
Selfish?
51-40. No, 51. Yeah, selfish. Yeah,
Okay.
51-49. Because I can only reason why I say that I can only pour over whatever I got extra. You know what I'm saying?
I want to hear everybody
Because
go
I got to
go
go
go.
for first, self first.
oh, we're
Mhm.
talking about individual.
Yeah, individual, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you talking about the world.
No, let's go individual first.
Oh, the world. Yeah, you was right. That was 1585.
yeah,
Right.
I don't know. I thought you were
you
talking
That's
about
almost
the
Hmm.
changed
world.
it.
selfish
Yeah.
85.
Let's go
Exactly.
Yeah.
personal, yeah.
I thought you were talking about the world. That's why I said 85,
But the
15.
world 85-15. Yeah, I
But we're
agree with
just a
that.
few. There's just a few
Yeah.
of us.
Of
Yeah, I'm
course.
talking about you guys. It's
It ain't
personal.
many.
Yeah,
It ain't
it's
many.
It's not
personal.
many, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Because you
stick with
got
my 51-49.
So
Hmm.
DK,
Yeah,
what
I'm
you think?
51% selfish.
Yeah, personally, I would say I'm 70% selfish, 30% selfless. I try to be
Okay.
more selfless, but at the end of the day, I feel like
That's a perfect
it
number right
just
there.
it kind of just comes back to just what you know. You're just gonna do
Yep.
what's main time gonna please you, unless it's for a family member. You're not gonna get involved in something that you have no business getting involved with. And then it'd be nice to have more people selfless, but we got to be realistic. Obviously, you're gonna look out for yourself 9 times out of 10.
Look,
But
I
now,
changed it.
That's a good
60-40. I'm
point. Get it,
60-40
now,
then.
Wise?
now I'm
Nice.
gonna add, now I'm gonna
If
add a little
you,
something to that. Now, add the nuances that go into everything. How would you rate it?
Hmm.
I'll be at 70-30 as well because I gotta be
I'm
strong enough to give.
60-40. Yeah, I'm 60-40.
Whew, see how those
We
numbers
might get you
change?
to 70 soon.
Right, because the nuances change everything. So
But the person that's
instead
too
of
selfless doesn't have nothing to give. They
right,
they pushovers. They people
What
take
the?
advantage of them.
She did
no,
not
so
just say she was
so
no,
if
no,
you're
90%
if
they
you're a
do.
selfish.
70-30 and or you're a 60-40, what do you attract? Do you
You
find
know what?
somebody that relates to you or that is going to get pour into you?
Right,
April Fool.
right,
What percentage?
I want
right.
somebody to be at least close to
I
me,
be
at
to be
least 70
honest with
30.
you, I feel like that kind of comes down to you want a friend that's gonna agree with you all the time, kind of be the yes man, or you're gonna want a friend that's gonna try to help you and be strictly honest with you, even if it means hurting your feelings.
I don't never want a friend that can't be honest with me.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Just gonna pander to
Exactly.
me. You know
That's
what I
gonna be
mean? I
Yep.
at
want
40.
somebody
So,
to
That's gonna
know
be at
that if
40.
I'm doing something wrong or I'm stepping out of line, some shape, form, or fashion. I mean, it's all about accountability. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
We want somebody that's gonna hold us accountable, vice versa. We don't want no
I
pander.
agree.
hmm
Yep.
For the friend.
Yeah,
You,
I just asked that question because somebody mentioned will earlier, and I was like, it's being selfish, and because we use this word so much, but we all are selfish, and we need to be selfish, but not to the detriment of not helping other people.
Yeah.
So
So do you
the
find
more
somebody with a higher percentage than you of selflessness or selfishness?
I
It's
said it's a personal thing,
let's do
but
some selfish
70-30 is pretty good. I
much.
think 70-30 is pretty good.
I'm 100% in both.
I'm yeah, I'm a little in both too because I feel
I'm
like we
100%
look for the
selfish.
people that are a
I'm
little more
100% selfless
selfless
when it comes
because
to
we want to
love.
be more like that, but in reality,
Yeah.
So 50-50 across the board.
100% on both.
I agree with
You can be
that.
Selfish.
100% in both.
100%. I'm 100% on
I
both.
like
'Cause when it
that.
comes to my lover, I'm 100% selfless. But when it comes to the world, I'm 100% selfish because I already understand how they move. They out
Right.
for
wait.
self, so I'm out for
So
self
from
when it
what I
comes to
heard, this
them.
is kind of the same way I'm about to answer hobo stuff too, though. Because even when
They
it's
can
dealing
be.
with your circle, that's still selfish. That's still more selfish because it's benefiting. That's what I was trying to type to her. It's still benefiting you. But when it got something that's not when it's stealing something that's out of your uh that don't have no benefits towards you, right?
Right.
That's more selfish. I mean selfless,
Yeah.
hmm
right? Because it's still selfish. Because that's why I be saying when people be taking up for your family and all that stuff, that's benefiting you. So that's still like people that's with the people that's individuals. Like they like I'm doing me and mines. You know what I'm saying? Me
And
and
not
mines or something
necessarily.
like that. But that's still selfish because you still wouldn't go out of your way to help a person you don't know like that. You know what I'm saying?
I
You gonna pick
would.
your
And I
family
do.
over that.
Yeah, I
hmm
would too, Hubba.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
So, but you guys can't be 100
but I
because
still think it's selfless
you got
though. When
100.
you
You gotta
defending a
choose.
lover,
You gotta choose a number between the two.
That's
you
the
defending a
Right.
thing.
lover
I
or a
think a
family
lot
member,
of people get
Because we
stuck
only get
on
100. You can't have
when
no.
you
The,
defend them whether
200.
they right or wrong, that's a sacrifice for you.
no,
So
that's the
that's the
thing.
selfless
People get
act.
stuck on
Hmm.
numbers and
Can you be
statistics and
both at the same
all
Focus on
these
time?
the
things.
numbers.
It's selfless to defend
We
somebody
always
that's
work with
wrong
numbers.
or right, bro.
could I ask something on the contrary? Do you think women are more selfless or men are
Oh, here
more
you
selfless?
go. You about to switch. I ain't about
I'm
to
talking
answer
to
that
both
one
of
though.
you.
I'm gonna go
I
there.
ain't about to do that.
Listening
Gotta
to
go
this,
there.
it's a
Women
lot
are
of boy
naturally
math going
selfish.
on anyway. So
I wanted to hear what
We were
because I
talking
ain't hear everybody. Everybody's
individuals.
talking at one
That's it.
time. I'm gonna let Vio go and then good because I heard y'all. I couldn't hear what y'all was saying. Y'all was talking at the same time.
Wait, so I gotta answer that question?
You were saying something at the same time, and then good was saying something. I think DJ was saying something too at the same time. And I'm not about to ask what Get said because he on a whole nother thing. I'm good on that. I don't want a piece.
Oh yeah, I said I disagree with you because
Okay.
when you take up for a family member, whether they wrong or right, that's selfless. Because it's selfish to only defend them whether they right? Because if they wrong, you be like, you know what, you deserve that, so I'm not gonna get into it. That's selfish to say that, right? But when you be like, you know what, you wrong, but since you family, I'm still gonna do it. That's a selfless act. You get
Mhm.
it?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
Hmm.
hmm. I,
So there's family members
so
that if
it's
they
kind of the
wrong,
same
There's a
thing
that's what you
difference.
get.
with Hobo,
There's
Sacrifice.
family
right?
members like if they
Hold on, real
wrong,
quick.
that's what you get. You feel me? But
Yeah,
then
I feel you.
people like, no,
Yeah, I'm
you
just
got.
trying to. But I was about to say I was gonna give an example with Hobo, right? She said I'm selfish because of my kid, right? But reason why I'm saying it's like it's kind of benefit because that's your circle, right? Even though you could be selfless in your circle, right? But your circle is still like kind of it's still benefiting you because you know that's like this is your people's this, and then with her, that's still like your legacy, so that's still part of you. I mean, even though it's not
nope, definitely her
totally
own person.
selfish, it's not totally selfish, but it's still I don't know how to explain it, but it's like in a
Selfless
way
because of
because
the
it's
sacrifice, bro.
Sacrifice.
Especially if the
But
person
how
sacrificing
often would you do
for
that though? That's
themselves.
the thing. It comes down to how
Every day.
often.
If you
And that's
selfish
why
for a
it's seventy
selfish
thirty
person,
or 80-20 or 50-50.
It's like
It's not.
it's like what
I
you're
guess it's
getting
Never
at.
levels
said
to it then. I'm
90%.
gonna put it that
it's
way.
it's
It's
Every
really
day.
levels to it
because
then.
if you're doing it for a selfish person, then you got to be selfless. Because a person that's logical,
Yeah, I
okay,
get
you
you.
don't deserve this type of loyalty. You selfish.
I
No,
But
get you.
up front
so
though,
that's
yeah.
why
Okay.
I
I
say
think it's levels to it though, because some people
like
only go as far as just they circle only with they selflessness. Because
I feel
Of
like
course.
some people only selfish just to stay in their circle and they won't help nobody else out unless it's just part of them.
Mhm.
Well, I
and
mean,
You
that's
see
you
what I'm
also
saying?
see
I say I'm
selfish people
100%
with the
selfish
family,
because
though.
if I don't hold you to high regard, then I don't owe you protection.
Hmm.
I only give my protection to those I deem worthy. That's selfish, and I don't care. I'm proud of it.
So you think so? You see somebody in the street that you don't know, you want to help them?
It depends if I deem worthy. They deem worthy. If I
No, just
deem them
random
as
stranger.
worthy, I
Some
will.
random stranger got shot,
But
and you
if I
pass
be
him,
like,
he's bleeding out to death.
you know what? That shit ain't got nothing to do
So
with
is
me.
it selfish
Nah.
to keep those people around?
No, I'm just. It's a real question though. You're saying you don't. You so you see you go down the street, somebody got shot or their hand cut off or something. Accident happened. The car crashed in the street or whatever, and they're bleeding. You wouldn't stop and help them?
Oh yeah, for sure. I just gotta grab my cape first. Once I get my cape, I'll help anybody.
Mhm. See, and that's selfish. But I just wanted to say I like that he said 100. I'm 100, 100
Yeah,
because
I'm just being honest.
even though I don't like numbers like that, because I
That's
feel
not
like
possible though.
people
That's what I
are.
was trying to say.
It's not impossible because, like I said, people are so stuck on numbers and statistics and stuff like that when actually it's life experience. Like, fuck all these numbers. Numbers don't mean everything.
I'm
It
glad
don't.
you said that.
But it's a case by case scenario. So would you help? And it don't got to be in circle. Look, I'm gonna let you know this. Cav, nice to meet you. My name is Tramella, and I shake shit up. I'm just not shaking shit up right now. But anywho, I'm being nice today. Um, it's a case by case thing. In one scenario, you may not do something, may not be selfish. In a different scenario, you may not. That's like people, you may. So that's like people saying, if I was you, I'd do this and that. Sometimes you don't know what you would do unless you're in that particular situation. So I don't like numbers and when people saying what they will or won't do. Sometimes you just don't know until you're in that exact situation. Maybe in that moment you thought you wouldn't help some stranger, but maybe something got put in your heart that day to be selfless or sometimes and I agree with Hobo. Like I didn't even want to say a percentage. I don't want to say a number because I deem myself as very self list. I'm very selfless to the point where I hurted myself so much not being selfish. I just started learning how to be selfish. When she said 90, I was laughing because I'm like I was going to like if I were to say have to say a percentage, my percentage of being um selfless is high because I'm a very caring person and I do put others before my needs all the time. I like I said I recently had to learn. Really, it was like my last relationship too, and that was only like over a year ago. That made me realize that I have to be more selfish. So everybody is not the same. You
Okay.
could. What's so funny? A kiki. I want a kiki too. I want
That,
to.
I'm just
all I was
laughing at
I
saying,
what you're
want
all I
saying
was
though, because I
saying
had a
was
bunch of
this.
things you were saying.
All
Cause
I
I
was
already
saying,
know. So did you really? Oh, say what was your um? Cause I be seeing even with relationships, right? I see a lot of this where the selfish part come in. Cause a lot of people leave because they wasn't happy or something like that too, which is a selfish thing, right? But I don't know. I was thinking about that when you were saying it. But I was about to say this with the numbers, right? And it's funny. That you confirming more and more about the individual thing, though.
I'm
But you
not,
know the
because you
reason why
still
people
going
look at
off of what
numbers.
I'm saying and who I am, because right now you're considering me as an individual, but
No,
everything
you
you're
saying
saying
I'm just
about me,
confirming that what you're saying. That's all it is. You literally said you was, and I'm just confirming that you.
I didn't even,
I'm
I didn't
believing
even,
you,
I didn't
huh?
even really said I was an individual. I just said as an individual, but I mean, I guess I
Well, you
understand
saying a lot of the.
individuality. We are
Okay, yeah, I
all,
feel you.
yeah,
But
but I didn't separate
that,
myself and was like, I am an individual. I never
okay, my
said
bad.
that. I
Well,
just was
okay,
speaking on individualism and saying
okay.
that, okay, but yeah.
Yeah, but I say with the numbers thing though, you said you hate numbers. That's where I hear that a lot. Um, And you know why people look at the numbers for, right? It's because when you look at numbers, you look at numbers because of it. It did come from like right a bunch of individuals, right? But it's a thing where you look at like what's best for the generality, right? So you want to look at when you look at numbers, if it say 50% of people is this, or in 19 you got a what you call percent chance that this might work or something like that. You look at this because this is more likely to happen for the mass, not rather just what's best for me, or what worked with me or something like that, right? So I, like I said, I understand that you said that you said oh man, I'm gonna mess that up. But basically, that's what I'm saying about the numbers. And it's funny that you said you hate numbers, which I hear that a lot.
Yeah, because the people use numbers
But
for every single little thing, and you know
So can I ask you a
everything
question?
isn't
Can I say something?
a percentage
Time.
or a
Can I say something?
no.
Time.
Out of 100, it's not no 100. The word doesn't work that way. Here's the thing. So out of
what's the
100,
100? What y'all was talking about anyways when y'all said that? I must
when
have
they
missed it.
said they
Uh,
selfish 100% and be selfless 100%,
What the
it's just not possible. So it's like
Hey,
because
I
the word doesn't work
disagree.
that way.
That's
The
exactly
word
how I am. I'm 100% selfish and 100% selfless. What are you talking about?
so does that
okay.
mean you're perfect?
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
shit! No, I ain't say that. How am I perfect if I'm 100% selfish?
You have
No,
to
what I'm
find a
No,
saying is
isn't it?
balance.
I'm saying
I
You have to
that
find a
doesn't
balance.
happen every day though. So the reason why it's out of 100, I
all
am
right.
more selfish than I'm more selfless. I am more selfless than I'm more selfish. That's just it is.
But so you only can speak for yourself. I mean, you speaking for not for him. That's his thing. You know what I'm saying?
We
So
all
we,
always
we
speak for
all
So
have
you
to
tell
ourselves.
me,
You
be
can't say I'm not
our
living
own
my life to the fullest,
individuals.
Tommy.
If you're 50-50, if he's 100, okay, it's still it don't it, you know we all have to find a balance in the word selfish and selfishness.
but what
You
I'm
know what I
saying is
mean? We have
I'm
to
not
have, you know
disagreeing
what I
with
mean?
him. I'm just saying the world doesn't work that way. You don't have 100 of anything. It's in the same situation because you're only one person.
That's
Okay.
I
that's
can
what
get
Ted
what
was
he's
saying
saying
earlier,
though
though,
to
is
a
that you
certain
have to
extent. Like,
find a
how do
middle
you be?
ground.
If you 100%, that's
Here we
all
go.
that you is. You can't be.
Okay.
That's not. That's impossible. That is impossible. Because if
Like,
I'm 100% a human and say I'm 100% animal, how is
yeah,
that possible?
it's
Yeah,
impossible. It's
I get
crazy.
it.
Because
You
you
have to be in the middle.
100%. Like that mean perfect, right? That mean your total,
That's
your
Yeah.
because
cap out.
Okay.
you
Okay.
100%
Yeah.
related
Yeah.
to your mom and 100% related to your father, right?
See? Hmm?
You
So
have
you
to
100 on
accept the
Or
both your parents'
dismiss.
side.
deficiency.
Okay, that was a good one.
What you
That was a
say?
good
No,
one.
but thank you. I just
But that's
hate.
different.
You're 100%
See?
You
what?
No,
have
no,
to accept
but
the
See?
no, but
deficiency.
No.
what you saying that's no, but what you saying is different though, because you saying two different traits that's opposites. There's no way you can make two opposites be 100%. That's like I could say I could be 100% happy, but that or and 100% mad. But no, it's like it's gonna shift. You know what I'm saying? All that emotions is gonna shift though. It's no way you can do
Yeah.
both of them at the same exact time.
So
You
the
see what I'm
dating
saying?
space.
But what you said that was a good point though. Like you
What
are
is it?
100% your mother. Well, is you?
What is
Yeah,
it?
'cause you
You
gotta
Is
have
you
fifty
a.
really
Right.
percent.
100% your
How you gonna
mother?
be half
Because you
percent
got some of
of
their
a whole
blood, both
person?
of them.
50%
Because
of your
Well, blood
mom and
wise, you can't
50%
How
of
say
you
you
your
gonna
dad.
100%
be
on
half
both of them
percent
then.
of a whole person?
No,
but see
that's
when
why
it
you
comes
have
to
to be
half,
in the middle so
but
you
see
can
when it comes
waver.
to DNA,
It
it's
ain't
half
even
and
even
half
either.
because you got half your mother's DNA, half your father's DNA
Yep.
to make up
You got
100%.
more than that
So
too.
how you
Actually,
get
you
half
got
of
some
a
of your
whole?
ancestors' DNA in you too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like we
So
mixed with a
so
lot of
what?
stuff.
So
You're
then we
fifty
got to figure
percent.
out what that accounts for.
You're 50% of your parents. And, I mean 50% of your mom, 50% of your dad. You know what I
So
mean?
so where the
That's
Because
other 50%
100%.
of your mom go then?
after generations, the number starts declining. So then, whichever one you're at, you're 50% of your mom and 50% of your dad.
If I'm
That's why
50%
people
of my
say,
dad,
Nah, I guess
right?
you're 100% of one.
What
I guess
happens
you're
to the
100%
other
of each. You're
50%
100% your dad,
of my
100% your
dad's
mom.
Oh
genetics?
no,
right,
DJ, because that
Wait,
you would be
That's my
200.
if I only
argument.
get
Then you
50%
would
of
just
my
be a
dad's
200
genetics, what
person.
happens to the other
exactly.
50%? Like, what do you mean I
Of
only
your
get
mom's
50%
genetic.
of
Well,
my
if we
dad's
going off
genetics?
genetics, right? How do
How do
like
I get 50% of my dad's genes and 50% of my mom's genes? I get all of their genes. I'm confused.
You don't
So
get
you're
all their
100%.
genes
I'm
You
about
because
to
don't get
say?
all that genes.
if that's the case, you will look just like your mom and nothing like your dad.
And nothing like your father,
Some
right?
people do.
But you
That
DNA
no,
is
but
not
you got,
that
but
replicating
means
you
you will
unless
also
look
you're
like
a
have,
twin.
But if you look at the DNA wise, you're always gonna have some aspects of your mother, and you're always gonna have some aspects of your father. Now,
And your
Okay,
it might not be
grandfather.
like
but what
Yeah.
like
about
it might not.
characteristically?
Right, that's what
We
I'm
were
saying.
talking about
Characteristically,
characteristics. What makes you
you might
selfish?
you might look
Your
more of
mom's
your
traits
father.
or your dad's traits?
Like you might look more of your like you might look physically like more like your father, and you might like act more like your mother, or you might physically look more like your
Hmm.
mother and act like your father. And then it's just a
Oh,
whole
you
mix
talking about
of both.
parents? Yeah.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
it's just a
appearance is
whole
different though, yeah.
Yeah,
But we
right.
talking
but
It's
the,
about
a whole. It's a
blood,
whole.
like we mix more than just our mother and our father.
Exactly
Like,
right.
cause you
Right.
gotta think
We
about
make
their mother and
society
father,
These
they was
numbers
mixed
don't
with.
matter.
They was
but
mixing exactly.
but when you do
Exactly.
your whenever you go on ancestry, and I, when I did the numbers, when I did those numbers, and I know good wife don't like the numbers, but when I did the numbers, my DNA started declining
Yeah,
as time went on. I
Yeah.
was
uh-huh.
only 10% or I'm
Right.
sorry, I was on like 10% like
On and
my
on.
grandmother, and then 5%, and then 2%, and then 1% or something else. But
Yep.
in all, I was 50 my dad. It went somewhere like that. I have to go back and look at the numbers again. But I was more like I was. I have a twin brother, in case nobody know. I'm more like my mom. I can. Everybody say, "Dad, you look just like your mama," but then another person might say, "Dad, you look just like your daddy." You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a mixture.
Now you talking
You
about
know
the
what I mean?
appearance though. Yeah, I get
Have
you on
you
that.
ever
Yeah,
been
You
yeah,
told
you
that
say
you acted
yeah,
like your
you saying
mom or acted
yeah.
like your dad
you,
though?
but
No, yeah.
you,
Somebody said my brother act like the. I act like my mom,
Uh
and
huh.
my brother act like my dad. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like somebody
Hmm.
said, "Well, Dad, you act just like your mama. You talk just like her. You
yeah,
have
everybody
you
do
got
that
to
though.
pronounce words just
Yeah.
like your mama." And your brother, he just like your daddy. Your daddy just don't. He whatever comes up comes out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
With me, I
that's
kind of
funny. I
watch
had a
what I
laugh
say.
about
You
that.
know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
you
had a
know,
laugh about that too, and I don't even want to have. That's gonna be another topic because I don't even think. I
Yeah,
think the
I
only thing
agree.
we get from genetics with our, and I don't even think it's the acting part. We only imitate what we see and
Characteristics.
stuff.
Let me see,
But
right?
Hmm.
I think with that we get our height. We might get our height from a certain through genetics. We get our, of course, the blood and all that stuff. We get our maybe whatever internal problems that can get passed down. But I don't think
That's
like the
all.
way we act. I don't think I don't think that comes through genetics because like I think we just like I said I think we see it we imitate it and see how they is and then we just because I think
Hmm.
we big off adapting and stuff. And the reason why I say this, look, the reason why I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I don't think that genetics work in that way, as in acting a certain way like your parents, or you got this behavior, you got that anger issue just like your dad and all that stuff. The reason why I say that because it's like you gotta think about it this way, like where did this originally come from? Because they parents probably said the same thing, but and it can keep going farther and farther and farther back. So it's like it's obvious that some of this stuff is just regular human traits. We can't say I got anger issues because my dad had anger issues or something like that. I think a lot of the time it's the environments we be in. Because I had
Yeah.
talked to this other dude that was on here, and we was, of course, we going back for it. Of course, I know everybody ain't gonna get me off rip, but it's just some stuff I just thought about or whatever. But I was saying like, say if your father, right, your father and your mother, matter of fact, if they had you in birth and you got and sent you across the seas or something like that, I said, I bet money that you would not act like neither one of them if you just got raised by a whole nother environment and stuff. Y'all probably would be different. You had a blood and all that stuff. You might have a height and a looks, but I don't think you're gonna act the same way as them, or you don't think you have their behaviors. I just don't
Hmm.
think the genetics work like that. I mean, I don't know. That's how
I
I
agree
look at
with
it.
you, Kev.
Like foster
Your
kids and all that stuff. I
environment.
don't think
It
they act like they
definitely does.
parents.
Your environment is what your experiences is what creates the choices you make for your life. What you go through, what you've experienced. We didn't get to pick and choose our parents. We
Yeah.
didn't get to pick and choose who we are around or what society puts onto us. We just have to kind of grow through the process and we figure out who we are. But if we were forced into another world or another continent or another country, we would act a totally different
Hmm.
way because we were raised a different way.
You made me
Not
think about that's the part.
necessarily.
I think I missed the other part. That was the other part about the blood, right? You got, like I said, I got to a point that cause that's funny. We talk about all the stuff I used to talk about every Saturday about the blood. What makes your ethnicity and race, and I just talk about that every weekend too. Because I believe all of us is mixed my dime. But you got to even think like even our parents ain't like our parents was a solid. Ain't like they probably ain't wasn't mixed either. So we mix with the
They
mix
were
of the mixes. You
individuals.
know what I'm saying? Because like to even be not mixed, right? You had to been at the beginning of time where uh nobody was sleeping with somebody that was opposite. I'm like, well, it's a slim chance. We are in year 2000 and something, and nobody ain't mixed by now. That'd be something. You know what I'm saying? Like even like the people that might have stayed in Africa, they might have had, or the people that stayed in China or something like that, they might could have if they grew in China, right, or whatever. If they, but this,
Shit.
I don't think it's rare for somebody to be
Genghis
100%
Khan.
of whatever they supposed to be. I
They
think
said
that's.
Genghis.
I don't even think that's possible at this point when it's year 2023.
It
Like
depends
some
on where
mixing
they're
had to went
from.
on.
They said Genghis Khan. He have like 16,000 different DNAs they're finding
I can
across the globe.
believe it. I can believe it. That's what I'm saying. Because we
Across the
only
globe.
go off
He
based
was a
off what we
serial
just know from the short thing, and I always try to think beyond just our parents, right? I just try to think a little bit further than that because I'm like, they parents had to be mixed too, or they, when they had to be, you know what I'm saying?
You know, in the beginning of time with war and stuff, and like
Huh?
when they war, and then they keep the women's captive,
Yeah.
they force that mixing. So a lot of us come
Facts.
from
That's what
that
I'm
shit.
saying. Yeah.
Yes.
They forced them. A lot of them got forced. Some people did it willingly. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Hmm.
been so many years to say that somebody been 100% of whatever is supposed to be. Like it's been, like I said, we are in year 2000 and that. And if you don't even want to count BC, you know what I'm saying? Who know how many years this has been since we here today? You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of that, that's why they have like that's why royalty families they have arranged marriages because
Hmm.
they pride their blood to keep it pure.
Hmm.
Hmm.
But everybody else get the bullshit. So that's why they feel they're superior than us because their blood is pure.
Who
That's why
that?
there's a very small amount of them.
Who blood is pure?
Like royalty, rich royalty, monarch families,
I can't
kingdoms.
wait. Even them, I want to. That's
I
why I say
feel
I
like
want
it's
people
some
to
tribes
test.
too.
This how bad I want to see. I
Hey,
want to see a
I
blood test.
believe
And
that
if I see
shit.
some
Can
mix,
we
I'm
go
true.
find
I would
out?
love to. I'm
But
curious
then
too,
Right.
but they
they're,
they pride
they're
they
mixed,
pride
they
themselves on
much
that
better
thing.
than the people
They
that's
pride
pure.
themselves on pure blood.
Their
They
brother,
even
they
marry into
mixed
their own
better.
family sometimes. Certain royalty family
oh
does.
my, I give it. They said they going. They said we
Yeah,
make sure we stick together.
They make sure they stay together. But you can go back and research that.
Sister,
Yeah.
come here, mama.
They
But mama,
they
don't
pride
worry.
themselves on they
That's
pride
nasty.
themselves on pure blood.
That is nasty.
Yeah,
Mama, don't worry.
yeah.
What's nasty? They forced African Americans with the breed.
Nope.
That's
They
nasty.
what?
That's why they call people motherfuckers.
Probably so.
That's not even a joke. That shit break my heart. That's the term motherfucker came from them breeding farms and them forcing to put the blindfolds on a kid and they have to breed their mom, bro. That's
That's
nasty.
messed up.
It's true.
In
I could believe it though.
Hmm.
secret
That's crazy.
societies,
That's wild.
in the secret
I think,
societies, those guys do it.
yeah.
Like the wealthy people, they do arrange marriages because they want to have people in their circle to keep the DNA pure, so they don't mix with the average people. That's a real thing.
That's still
Which
going on
created
today.
which
Some people
created
do that here
trauma
in Ohio
on
too.
every individual. And now here you are as an individual. How do you grow from that?
And I think it created slow people too. Like,
Most people do,
yeah, like
but
yo,
This
those
new
people,
video, bro.
those
that's
people
why
have
that's why
they.
you mentally messed up because you can
Did you
trace
say
down
snow
your shit to
people?
I don't know if you could say that word either though, because I
Eskimos?
seen a
that's
couple
not
people
bad.
get took
I
down from
couldn't
that
couldn't
though.
say the
But
word
yeah, I know
right.
what
Shit,
you said.
what?
But you for saying
Saying
the S
snow?
word?
Eh?
The
Wow.
S word, I think I seen somebody get dropped. They might have changed things, but I know that S and that R word is
I would
serious.
never say that R word. That's
No, no, no.
terrible.
Uh-uh.
That R word is a
No, no,
rap,
no,
right?
no.
You got to instantly drop. They don't play with that at all.
That's crazy.
Huh?
Nah,
Welcome to TikTok.
I made this correlation because I had this friend. He's from the South, and we be having debates, and it'd be like some debates be common sense, but to him, like it doesn't make sense to him. And I'd be like, "Yo, are you the SLOW? Like, what's up? Like." But then I'm like, oh, maybe his ancestry was like they forced him to do that, the inbreeding and all that, and then maybe it's not right with the brains. Like the brains be,
Mm.
yeah. So I'm like, maybe that's why.
Yeah, I heard to the people the skin color come out different. Like you ever see the people like the albinos? That's what I heard. Don't get me don't.
Yeah, I heard
I
you got
heard
three
those.
people in Kentucky.
I heard that before. When the blood is too rich, they come out looking like that.
They start looking
Hmm.
like bitch.
Don't quote me on that. That's what I heard. But I do know in the rich in the monarch families in royalty, they definitely do that because the blood is everything.
Some people still practice that, and they're not royalty. I don't know if y'all seen a show on Netflix. It's called Our Father. It's kind of where I'm from, and it happened in Indiana. I don't want to tell y'all the show if y'all never seen it, but it's a show called
So some of the
Our
siblings are
Father,
the
where a guy was basically he was having multiple kids. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh
Well,
my.
same with Game
But
of Thrones.
it was a what you say?
Game of Thrones, same thing happened. That family, Daenerys family, they
Yeah,
family.
but no, it's a society. It's people who actually do this, practice this today, and they're like they're not royalty. They just want to keep, they want to keep a race going, so
Mm.
um
Mm.
they
Mix.
don't mingle with other races because they
Mm.
want their race to stay
The
pure.
Handmaid's
So
Tale.
That's
That's crazy.
wild.
That's wild. It's a crazy world, man.
the
I
thing is
mean, some people
those
that
kids.
serious, that loyal, they don't want to.
I mean,
And at the end
look
of
at
the day,
Hitler
we
did.
all humans. That's why I be getting so. I'm so
Look what Hitler
be
did.
so big about this stuff, though, because it's like
Those
we
kids that
be.
he made, bro. They have his blue eyes and stuff, but they also got his sickness. Like he
Oh
has some type of
my.
disease that he passed down on all
yeah,
of those,
yeah,
and
you
he
seen
forced
it.
that on those patients because those mothers was trying to get pregnant with the doctors and all that,
Look, he
and he
telling
was
the
a
whole
doctor that.
show.
Oh, y'all gonna watch that shit? Go ahead, go watch it.
Look, I was trying to give him a
But
chance
Hitler
to
did the
see
same
it,
thing too,
but
right?
nah,
Hitler killed
yeah,
over.
but
You
yeah,
know,
that was it pretty much.
Oh, practice.
it's crazy.
And I
Yeah.
don't think,
But you
yeah.
know what's even worse? I didn't want to say it. Y'all gonna watch it? If y'all, I want to say if y'all not gonna watch
Yeah, no, you know, you gave me the trailer. Thank you.
it.
I don't even watch
but
stuff like that.
but we was just talking about inbreeding, right? That happened with people that they didn't even know because
Yeah.
of somebody like that.
Well,
I'm over
a
here.
lot-
It's a pretty chick page I'm looking at, but she an individualist though. That's what's crazy though.
Mm,
It's like,
Hmm.
but what was you talking about?
you stop it on here. Oh wow. A lot of people say they heal.
All right.
I'm
I'm
healed
trying.
because I want to be healed. I used to be and I used to resist that shit, but I'm healed now.
Nah, nobody heal, bro.
Nah, I'm healed. Fuck that.
It's constant though. What
Nah,
if you get
nah.
hurt again,
I don't,
Veal?
I don't, I don't subscribe to that to my trauma, bro. Fuck that. I'm healed.
It's things you can heal. It's some things you can be healed or surpass healed from. I had learned. It's three things, right? But you'll never be like as a whole. You'll never be healed, really,
Yeah.
because it's always something you got to work on or something you got to
You
be.
can
Healed
yeah.
in certain areas, maybe like
Yeah,
not.
in certain areas, it
Yeah.
depends because some stuff you can actually be healed right on
This is
certain
different.
areas, right? Or some stuff that you actually get better. You get better than just healed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Uh,
That's the strength
but
that comes within it.
yeah, yeah. But it's a lot of things that you got to constantly stay healing it. That's just how it is.
When whatever's your trauma, right? When you
Mm.
can dream about it, think about it, see somebody experience the same shit, and you still in your frame, like you don't lose your shit about it. That's when you're healed.
Hmm.
So I think it is possible to heal. Like I'm at the point where like I could think about my mommy issues, I could see somebody going through something, or I could hear somebody bashing some fathers or whatever, and I don't want to react to it because I don't need to no more. Shit don't
Yeah,
Hmm.
bother me.
that's that area
Exactly,
though.
Veal.
You healed
I
in
think
that
Acceptance.
area
that's the
though, but
thing.
it's so
Is
many things that's what I be saying. I be going actually go to rooms that try to trigger me just so I know where I'm weak at because everybody got it's
Yeah,
weaknesses. We
I,
got
it just happened
weaknesses.
to me earlier.
Exactly.
Somebody was like, "Oh, why you put me next to this boy?" Bro, I didn't even
you
react.
you let
I
go
didn't even
you let
feel
go of
nothing
the
See, I
inside of
almost
feelings,
me,
got
bro.
Veal.
triggered and I wasn't even
Yo,
part of it.
yo,
It's
she
like
said,
no,
"Who?
but
Why you put
That's
me next to
that's
this
that's
boy?"
what
I didn't
Veal
feel
did.
nothing in my
That's
heart.
what healing is.
I didn't feel it at
Healing is
all.
you don't forget about it. You let go of the feelings that
It's
were tied to
acceptance.
it.
No,
yeah,
but let me
you
let me tell
change
y'all
your point of
something.
view how you
Y'all know when
see it. Yeah.
somebody disrespect you and you feel it in your core, and you
Mm.
either choose to react or you choose not to. I didn't even feel it. She disrespected me, not even feel that. That's how I know I'm healing.
Who
Acceptance.
dropped? I'm trying
The
to look
first
who
step of
dropped.
healing
Who
is
was up
acceptance.
here?
Maybe you just ignored it.
once you accept the trauma
So
or the situation.
she wanted to gaslight me or whatever to get me to react, but I didn't even feel
Mm-hmm.
nothing towards that shit. And everybody paused for a little bit, and they all moved past it. Like I didn't react. I didn't give it no energy. I didn't feel nothing. But everybody caught it. Everybody in the panel
My
caught it.
brain hurt. Can y'all help me though? Who dropped? I hate that I'm like this.
Um,
Somebody dropped. I just kind of remember.
Once you accept your
Chris,
situation, that's the first step
Chris,
towards
It
the
was
Who?
Chris.
Chris.
Oh, okay, okay. Ah, dang. Oh, that joke was on my head. I just, it's been like one of them things where you try to guess a movie or remember something you can't remember till you fall asleep. Like, dang, that's what I was supposed to say. Okay, cool. It was like a puzzle. I had to make
Hey,
sure I
let's answer
fixed.
this question here. How much does, because I didn't hear the answer, how much does forgiveness play a part?
A huge
How
part.
much what?
Forgiveness play a
A
part.
huge part.
I don't have no
It doesn't play.
percentage
It
left,
doesn't play.
DJ.
Oh yeah, and
I
I
didn't
got
wrote the
some
question.
new people in here. I can ask this question now. I think
I didn't wrote the
Lovely
question.
DJ did it. Nas, we
Forgiveness.
got BK, we got Good and Vo. Now y'all can do it. Now
I didn't answer the question either.
you didn't?
You
No,
did
Oh
I
what?
answer
came
it
in
for
and we
me.
talked about
Oh
something else.
since you came in. Yeah. So we ain't nah. We ain't gonna skip. I want to extend this night. It's like but so I guess I asked y'all each one. Then I'm gonna start with you then, DJ. Then what's the process? So how you feel about the topic anyways? Are we really healed?
No, it's a process.
Hmm?
It's a
You said
process.
no, it's a okay. So let's
Yes.
get to the process now. What is the what is the process you go through or currently going through to heal?
Anything I go through, I ask the question why, and then I accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And so acceptance is the first step. Is the first thing to do. That's what I do when I'm trying to heal a situation.
Okay.
So
Did
accept.
I use that word today? That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Acceptance, right. A lot of people say accountability. Okay. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna do each person each question. Good. Uh, how you feel about the topic? Are we really healed?
I feel like some people are because healing is what where it stems from. Like what do you need to heal at? That depends on are you actively like working on it or like I like what Vio said where when you no longer are triggered or doesn't affect you emotionally, then you are healed in the area. Some people don't have much to heal from.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say that a person can be healed. Um, Me personally, I don't go by healing or anything like that. I go by accepting because what happened to me.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe I do need to heal from it, or maybe I just need to accept that it happened and move on. Um, because is it still gonna hurt me? Maybe, yeah. I don't want it to. I want to be able to feel. I'm human. I have feelings. I
Mm-hmm.
have emotions. So I don't want to be numb to stuff. Because
Mm-hmm.
although I like what Vio said like just because it doesn't affect me doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm like if something traumatic happened to you, you should have emotions about it. If you don't, to me, you just numbing yourself to it. So with me, for everything, it's about acceptance.
Okay. So from what I got on it, you said so. All right, with number two, what is the process? So your process is acceptance. Okay,
Yeah,
I got you. And that's what you currently going through too at the moment, right?
yeah. I just
That's why I asked everybody. Okay,
accepted things, and it is to me. Life is life. It's good and bad in life.
facts. I feel
It
you
is
on
what
that.
it is.
Yep, that's the lifestyle I live. It is what it is. Uh, BK, how you feel about the topic?
I like that topic because I like to hear people's opinion. About it. What I mean, get different perspective of it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I don't think that everybody is healed. I think individually, I think people are still working in process of healing in all areas. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I think that people say that, I hear people say they are, in certain areas, and it's
Mm-hmm.
good. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? I'm always constantly in a process of working on me. You know what I mean? That's a day to day basis. I can't say I'm healed in one area and not healed in the others. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do the necessary work to do it all. You know what I mean? So I'm still working on me.
Huh? Oh, so you already done said the process. That's
Yeah.
okay. You got it. VO, man. Are we really healed?
We are healed, but everybody ain't we, because everybody don't think like me. And there's two types of people, bro. You could either, damn, bro. I was really thinking about what I was gonna say. How did I let this shit slip my mind? I was saying all this shit because I'm
Good
about to
looks on
quote.
the cap.
Um,
You should have threw one at VO
oh
too.
yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
Boom.
Cap.
man.
There's
Play
two
no.
there's two type of people in this world. People who gonna think small and people who gonna think big. If you thinking small, you gonna think, oh, we never gonna heal from trauma. Trauma's forever. But if you think big, you could be like, yo, I could triumph over this trauma. Like this trauma, it could make me some money or whatever. I could tell my story. I could heal. Like I believe I'm healed because I had the mommy issues. I used to project that shit on TikTok and troll single mothers and toxic women to make myself feel better. Because if I hurt her feelings, it makes me feel better because she represent the toxic women in my life, like my mom and my girlfriend. Even though they don't know me from a hole in the wall, they remind me of them. So I was targeting them. I don't do that shit no more. I'm healed.
Okay.
Even when I join their panel and they being disrespectful, I don't even feel like getting get back. I don't gotta say shit. I'm laughing. I'm putting popcorn in the comment section. I'm entertained now. I don't have to participate in this gender war. I'm healed from it, bro.
Good look.
So I
That's what
believe
I
in
liked about
everybody.
your page when I first met you and stuff. Like your testimony gonna be a good one, man. A lot of people need to hear that
Yeah,
though, for real. That's
yeah,
when
yeah.
because Tony had showed me your page and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is what I like. What his story and his background is, and it sounds like he been putting in some work and stuff, man, for real. But so you got the process. So all right. Let's go. I guess we go backwards now since I got it. Okay. I know you ain't feel like we just got done talking, but so what's stopping you from healing today? Even though you said you healed, though, but
For me, nothing. Even when people try to bring me back to that spot, oh, you be bashing women. I ain't doing that today. I haven't done that in the past week. Like I'm like, all right.
In the past week.
Yeah, my healing journey is brand new.
ah, my
No,
stomach.
oh my
It's
God,
brand new. It's brand
bro! Wait, hold up. Fuck. You,
Yeah, I was
hold
doing
up.
Good,
it 2 weeks
good.
In
ago.
the
But
what?
no,
Yeah.
actually, he's got a good point though. He's
I,
saying,
I,
but
I,
I
no, I
I
just heard that.
wasn't
I was
like
like,
that
I
yesterday.
know. It's new start, so it just sounded funny
I
though. I
get you.
get you.
I get you.
he just
Because
said it. My
I
bad.
feel it though. He
I
being
didn't hear
honest.
that.
I know. It just
He's
sounded
being
so funny
honest,
because it caught me off. It caught me.
right?
Yeah.
But
He just
he's
started
It's
right.
though.
so much.
I
I've
totally
been
get
telling
where
the
he's
truth
coming
and people
from.
laugh.
Just
I don't
imagine
know.
somebody. I just started an hour ago. That'd just be funny though. Even though it's a start.
No respect, bro. The respect. I didn't mean it like that. I was like, it just sounded. You know what I'm saying?
It
But
did
I
respect
love
sound
though.
you,
funny
Vio.
though. But I
Nah,
get
but
it
I'll tell
though.
you what though, I appreciate
That mean
He
people
you
said
woke
he's
that
up. You woke up
straightforward.
though.
That's
So
good, though.
you woke up. That's all it is.
and
But it
guess who
sounded
helped me
funny
wake
because
up?
it was a
Some of the
short
women I
notice.
was trolling on this app helped me wake up, bro. Like that's what made me realize, damn, bro. The same women I was trolling, they instead of getting revenge on me because I was vulnerable on a panel, they embraced
Mm,
me. They showed me love. They was spamming me blue hearts because they was like, "What's your favorite color?" I said blue. They was spamming blue hearts in the chat. I said, "Damn,
mm.
black women really have healing power." And I was sitting here trolling them. I felt bad, bro. So I'm like, I gotta change my ways. So I'm just going, and this is what I'm gonna push, man. When I see men doing that corny shit, I'm like, yo, listen, man, you only doing that because you hurt. You projecting. Go ahead, what you
Facts.
got going on. And I can say that because I've been that. I've been through it. You know what I mean? It's
Facts.
all a projection. You hurt because your baby
That
mama
part.
toxic. You hurt because your mama toxic. So you want to troll women you don't know. That's all.
Exactly. And that's why I be saying that. That's what people be like, you don't understand and all this stuff. Like, dog, I've been through what you've been through before. I just found another route to escape it. You just choose not to. You know what I'm saying? You ain't been through tough life. You ain't struggling all this stuff. Like, how do you know what I've been through or not? Just because I got a better way of how I handle it, that don't
Right.
mean I haven't been through nothing. That's gonna be
It's like the Olympics, bro. It's about healing and
Knowing
finding
both
a way to heal
sides.
from it. We all got a story, but how you gonna heal from your story?
exactly. But some people want to stay. Some people love staying victim and stuff. That's the problem.
Right. Right.
But you don't know what I've been through, Kev.
But here you go again. You almost got booted again. I'm like, who is this again? He got me and BK last time. I remember that though. We both was like, what the, who was that? And it was just us three up there. But BK, what's stopping you today from healing?
Nothing. Ain't nothing stopping me.
Mm-hmm.
It's full steam ahead for me. You know what I mean? Can't nobody stop
Ooh, a
me.
pretty girl,
Only
follow me. I'm somebody. So I'm talking
only person that can
shit.
stop me is me. So nothing stopping me.
Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all the reason why before we get too deep. Because I hear stuff like this, right? Hey, Samantha, good look, follow. Um, thanks for the rose. Thanks for the rose. I'm about to do the NPCs and stuff. But I
Let me see the let me see
ice
the
cream so good. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
man,
did that all the
no,
way
please
until they
don't.
bought a new car. You can't be mad at they hustling, man. They driving
I'm
a
gonna
new
get
I,
car.
you know, it's just funny to me though. I mean, she doing her thing though.
right.
She
I'm gonna
doing
get
her thing. I'm
Mary
only
Jane.
mad because she tried to act like she was 15 and mess with these children. That's the only part about that. But
I'm gonna get a rose to Mary Jane.
Having my girl say that shit, she be out of nowhere. Yes, yes, yes. I'm like, yo,
right.
ew,
What's
bro.
up,
Like,
UGK?
Ice cream so good.
like, yes, yes, yes. I'm like, she don't even realize she doing it. That's the sad part. I'm
Oh,
like, yo,
it's a
relax.
right. It's a Reds not. Can I say that word? I don't know. I'm scared now. I'm
Yeah.
scared. Take it back. I was talking about
No, no, no.
You
Legos.
did.
I'm trying to talk to TikTok. But the reason why I can't, why I was saying what stop you today, because I hear people to this, a lot of people that say this. They be like, well, I know I'm going through this. I've been doing this. I gotta do better. I gotta do that. I gotta work on this. I gotta do this and all that. But it's like it's been 20 years and you still saying the same thing you need to work on. You know what I'm saying? They be like, you know, stuff, I know y'all heard this plenty of times. We probably even did it too sometimes. But it's like, that's why I asked, what is stopping you today? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people always want to say they working on this stuff. I'm working on me. I'm doing this. But then you still seem like you at the top notch, or you sound like you still from the beginning. And if you was worse than that, that's just sad. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people be saying that I'm working like, but I'd be like, is you really trying? Or are you really, really trying to hurt? Because some people be, you could tell a lot. Like some people don't even try to hold their tongue. They just be get you, f you, and all this stuff, and react to their first triggers and stuff like that. Are you really? Are you really trying? Are you really? You know what I'm saying?
You know what was stopping me 2 weeks
Mhm.
ago? What was stopping me was,
Dog, I don't know why his stuff be so funny.
nah,
Come
get up,
on,
because
Miguel.
I was unhealed 2 weeks ago, right? And the reason was I didn't have enough love. Like, yeah, I had a relationship with my girl, whatever, but it's like I didn't feel like I was receiving enough love, so I was projecting my anger. I'm like, you know what? People don't give a fuck about me. Fuck people, right? That was my mentality.
hmm
But then when I seen different, like it took women to show me some empathy for my little mommy issues or whatever, and they were like, you know what, your feelings is valid. Instead of them telling, oh, your father didn't want you or whatever, instead of bashing me, they actually tell me my shit was valid. I said, okay, they have empathy for my experience. That I don't gotta be angry with them no more.
hmm
So what is stopping certain people, I think, is that they don't people not empathetic to what they got going on, so they just projecting that anger, or like they don't have enough love. So love and empathy is gonna help people want to heal for real. So
hmm
you see people that's acting like that, show them some love and empathy. Like, yo, your feelings is real. Like, I understand you, and they're gonna change.
Okay.
Do you think
Cause it
that
worked for
gives
me.
you more empathy, Vio, when you're embraced with that?
Say again.
Like, do you think when people give you empathy, does it make you be more empathetic towards other people?
Of course. What I don't like is sympathy. I don't want you to feel
Ah,
sorry for me. I want you to be like, yo, I went through that. I understand your feelings is valid. That is different. When you be like, oh, poor thing, like that sympathy don't feel good for people, but empathy does. When you're,
It do feel good for a lot of
I mean, I
people
don't
too.
like
That's why
sympathy.
some
Some
people
people
go
like
on the apps and
sympathy.
stuff just to
mhm.
tell their whole story.
Sympathy makes me
They,
feel weak, right? But when you have
yeah, I
empathy,
feel you.
you can relate to what I went through. So I'm like, you've been
Yeah,
through it too. So I don't feel
Right.
like a victim. I feel like, okay, I can survive.
Right.
Still
yeah.
survive.
Oh, I'm
Well,
glad you
I
said
think
that.
that's the thing,
Sympathy
man.
feel good for victims. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
Victim.
I don't like that victim shit. So I
Yeah,
empathy.
victim or victim
Show me you
mentality. I
went
can't
through
say
it and you
victim. Victim
survived,
it's,
mentality.
and I can
I,
fuck with that. You
I
feel
don't
me?
want to say it. I know I was going there too, Kev, because
Right, I
that
meant to
word
say
is like,
mentality, but you can't say that.
how long do you stay in that mindset when you already know the mindset that you want to be in?
You don't.
Oh,
Nobody wakes up in the
some people go
morning
to
and
their
just
grave for
says,
that. With that,
"Yeah,
yeah, they do
that's
that.
wild."
I'm not
They
getting my
go to the
dude right
grave
here.
with it.
I'm glad I was able to heal that shit, cause that's nasty, bro. Cause like a lot of dudes have a lot of potential, but they unhealed and they just they don't realize it, but they misogynistic. Or women, they misandrous. Like they don't realize it, but they got that internalized hatred. It's nasty work,
Right.
bro. It's not cute.
I
Like,
don't think a lot of them even really like that, though. I know we be saying it a lot, but I just think a lot of people just freaking hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because if people was really like that, they wouldn't be talking about well, hold up. Let me see before I get too far and say that. It
Mm.
is some
You're going
people,
in.
okay, the ones
Mhm.
that we think is like that, they not really like that, but it's some that's just flat out not attracted to the opposite sex, right? Or whatever, and they want to bat or go against so they can get the person that they're attracted to and had this hatred toward the other thing, so the other person can actually agree with them, so they can date. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So some people do really hate the opposite or whatever, opposite or sex or whatever. That's so it is something
yeah,
like
but
that. But the ones that we be thinking, huh?
when you consuming that red pill so much, red pill is like a medicine. Like it has side effects too, and it's that incel mindset that becomes a side effect. Like you become so red pill, like damn, I don't even want to deal with the opposite gender, and that shit is
Mm.
so
See, that's
destructive.
that's
That's a
that's when you
bad
start.
side effect.
That's why
That sounds
nothing.
like you're gonna
Too much of
be.
nothing. Back
That's
to the
like
balance
yeah, that's
again.
how you gonna be
That's
lame.
when
You
you
gonna have a
lose
bunch of
yourself.
pets, or you gonna have a
Back
bunch of
yeah.
dogs in your crib. You ain't
Back to
gonna.
the.
That's not it,
That's,
bro.
that's why you have to be balanced in yourself. You
Hey, you gotta
can't
be
take one
bad.
for nothing. You still gotta have some of yourself in there. You cannot be
I don't
so.
even think like even with the red pill, I don't think they go that dang on far. I just think that
Mm.
they
Hey,
don't
I see
want a certain
18-year-olds.
type.
18 you know some kid named QNX? I don't know if you ran into him on this shit, but this nigga young, 18, and he's so red pilled out. I don't even think he's gonna be able to get boxed, bro. Like the way
Oh
he's
my,
moving.
hey, dang, that's a whole nother level. Yeah, I ain't
That's
never heard
extreme,
that
yeah.
one. I don't even think that's the intentions of red.
I think
Dang,
he's so red
Mhm.
pilled
he
in
don't
the
even
That's
want
a
the
fact.
box now.
bro. That's
But
so.
when you go too
He
far
said
into
he'd rather
nothing,
go boxing. It's like that.
when you go too far into one thing, then you will lose yourself. You gotta have balance. Balance is in everything.
Yeah,
Well, and I think that's
gotcha.
the thing too we were talking about earlier. It's like how much of your selfishness is gonna sacrifice somebody else. You know, it's like that's the balance of it is knowing who you are and also knowing who an individual is that you're actually going to be in a relationship with or,
Yeah,
be in
right.
communication
Compromise
with.
and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, the compromise or control or, conformity. It's like you just got to be balanced. I guess
sacrifice.
that's where
Yeah.
the laws of attraction come in too.
Yep. Um. Okay, I think did I get so far with? I mean, dang. Okay, I
It's,
think yeah, we
it's
was on
Mella's turn.
who?
It was a good wife turn.
Okay, good wife, good wife. Okay, I think we had was. Is it what stopping you? I felt like she
Yep.
meant answer
What does
that.
healed or healing look
What's
like?
stopping you
I
today
think
from
I
healing?
answered.
Huh?
Oh, what's stopping me? I don't think I.
She haven't answered that
Mm,
one
Yeah,
yet. What's stopping
yeah,
you? The
that one.
third one.
Yeah, that's what we hit.
nothing.
Okay, 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 okay. Lovely. What's stopping you? Now that y'all got the hunch of what I was meaning about it, because people that be saying,
If I'm
I'm
not
gonna change
healing,
this, and it's been 20 years later, and they still talking about changing the same thing.
if I'm not healing, I'm the only one stopping myself from healing.
Okay,
I think it's a
okay,
constant. I'm constantly doing it.
okay, okay, okay.
Thanks. Thanks. But facts, lovely. Facts, lovely.
Facts to factsy facts. DJ, you
But you don't know what happened to me back in the day. I was going through some shit. Nah, just kidding, man.
back in the day. That's
Nah, I'm
what
just
they do too. But I ain't gonna even lie. Like, bro, we gonna stop these excuses.
kidding. Ain't nothing stopping me, bro. Not a fucking thing stopping
Yeah.
me.
I think this supposed to tie it too, because I was waiting for people but I guess everybody on the same. thing on this one because it was supposed to tie it from the first question. But some people be like, "Nah, I'm not. I gotta this." Then I was gonna ask them what's stopping them. So he already basically answered that. So now the golden one. Now we're gonna start from DJ and back up again. Uh, what does healed or healing look like, and how is it proven?
It looked like when it can, like what Via was saying, it can be not triggered by the things
Okay.
that is triggered. So you can be able to maneuver or be in an environment that triggered you before. Now you can just be in there and say, oh, they can actually participate in those environments without being triggered. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
that's what it looked like.
Mm, lovely.
I don't think healing is seen. I think it's felt. So when you say what does healing look like, I think it's felt. So that's what allows us to perceive certain things a certain way. So to me,
So
healing is a feeling, and
yeah, I think you the
how
first one
it
to answer it this way though. But what I was meaning by that is like you seeing another person, or you could even say
I was
being
improving.
observant of yourself, but
okay.
mainly like being observant. Love, I get what you're saying. Like it can be felt, but you can see it
Mhm.
too. You can see it though,
You know, so
if you
okay.
can, if
So
you're
what
able
is
to. I don't know.
if what does healing look like from another person's perspective? I think the only way that I can do that is to help them heal, so I know that they're being healed. Like
Mm,
I have to give that or present that or project that onto them to make me understand the experience. Because if you've never been healed, then you don't know what healing is. If you don't give it, how can you receive it? Or vice versa. So it's kind of like
okay.
a reciprocation thing of healing. It's like some, I don't know. I won't even go
Mm,
into it. And how is it
okay.
proven? I think it's just proven within self, within your truth. Mm.
Okay. I got you. Good. Good. What do healed or healing look like, and how is it proven?
Um, I'm gonna stick with what I said about acceptance and accountability.
Thank you.
What it looks like to me, seeing somebody actually trying, like you can see it in people, like a change in them when they're just growing and really just trying to doing things differently. Because when you want better, you just simply do better.
Mm. People got friends too. You can see it too through friends. Another thing. Oh, damn, I'm about to help some stuff out. I ain't mean to. Dang. I guess they was eating at me. Shoot.
I'm like, what's the A
Like,
word?
boy, I
I'm
see you
sorry.
doing your thing. Boy, you used
Something
to
silly.
snap at this before. I see that. Okay, okay.
And he capitalized it.
The A word.
Yeah, that too. Somebody mentioned that earlier. But yeah, we don't want to mess up BK turn, man. It's his turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm agree with what wifey's just said. Good wife's just said. You know what I mean? It's about accepting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having accountability for your actions. You know
Yep.
what I mean? You can see it. You can definitely hear it when someone is feeling.
Facts.
You know what I mean? You
Dang
can
nigga
tell
smell it
when.
too.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
smell it. You know what I mean? You can hear in a person's
nigga,
tone
to heal them
whether
guts.
they healed or not. You know what I mean? And you could tell when somebody's easily triggered. That means they're not healed.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's why I say it goes to every day is a process
Mm.
because one thing you might not be feeling well that day, or you might not be up to the par, and that one word may trigger your so-called healness. You know what I mean? So we have to work on ourselves on a day-to-day basis. You can accept it. You can look at it and be like, huh, I'm good. And the next minute somebody can just come off at you the wrong way and you got caught on the edge. I mean, come on, we got to be honest with each other. I believe what Goat is saying. You know what I mean? Just a week ago, you know what I mean? He was this and that, and now he's better. And then you know what I
Mm.
mean? Hearing him, I kind of
I'm
appreciate
about
that
to
he
say, I
said
think I kind of, I might actually believe because I actually
that. Yeah, I
hear
hear
him
him.
a little bit though. That's why I couldn't really laugh at it. But it just sounds funny saying it out loud because the average
Yeah,
person that say that, we can be like, that's some BS. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I feel you on
it
that.
was just 1 week. It was just like
But, but
it's 1 week. That was very funny. I ain't gonna lie to
that was funny though. I ain't gonna even lie though. But I can hear that 1 week change though for real.
you.
Because I was in it. I think I was in this room. a week ago.
Proven.
And he not getting banana like that no more either, so he did some healing.
So yeah,
Yo, I
and that's
haven't got
pretty.
banana in so long, so I know I'm not projecting. Because that's what I used to give you banana. I used to be like, oh, single mother's this and da 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 da. And then boom, hateful speech. I said, yo.
Boy, man.
The reason why you can hear it is they always contradict themselves. That's how you know they're not healed. So,
Bro, it's a lot. Right, it's so much. So much. They listen to respond.
quickly.
Boy. It kind of tied to the stuff we was talking about yesterday, right? I mean, it's so much with the healing.
And we hear the word but a lot. You hear that word but?
But but
You
But
know, where you could tell, but this, but man, but no, but that's when.
you just don't know what I've been through looking at it. But yeah, actually the
no,
opposite of a person that's not healed. But
Mm.
but
and they don't
VO,
cut you off
what
for the
do healing
mess.
look like in healed, and how is it proven?
You'll sit in their facial expressions. Like,
Mm,
you'll see it in their skin. Like, somebody healing, they glowing. They like, you just see it in their face. Somebody that's not healed, they all grumpy face or, always turning their
Mhm.
face when
never
somebody.
smaling. It's a good one.
Okay,
You
That's
just
Or
hit.
even,
facts.
That's another
or
angle. I ain't hear that today.
how
okay,
I know that
Vio.
somebody's unhealed too. Like, you could tell them a good story about yourself, or somebody could be telling a good story, and they got their face all crooked. Like, damn, somebody's saying something positive, everybody's smiling, but you. Fuck is wrong with
Hmm.
you?
But you don't know what
Mm.
they're going through
But
their day.
but actually the question. Okay, right. You right.
He
Dang,
proves
that's a
such
good
a
one
good
though.
point. No, he
But that's the
proves
opposite. Actually, we
such
talking
a
about the
good
opposite.
point.
I think I just noticed that y'all
If you
both did the
healed, you
opposite
saying
though.
okay,
That's
if
just
I
a
was
person
never healed.
that's not healed. That's what we talking about. But I
Mhm.
get you like if we was to say, I guess to go with you saying in the face, then you would say they actually happy for somebody, right? I guess that's the
Yeah,
opposite, right?
you'll see it. They're happy for
Like
people.
yes.
They're happy for themselves. They forgive themselves. Like, they acknowledge that, okay, my past is in the past. If I knew better, I would have did better. Ain't nothing
Mm,
I can do but control how I react to the shit that I can't control. That's
mm,
how you know somebody's here, when they know they can only control the reactions to shit that they cannot control, bro.
facts,
So
facts.
that's when you know. That's what it look like. You can see it on people's face, bro.
So funny he said that because a lot of times, like those are people can't tell good stories too, like good news. Some people tell good news too. Their face look a certain way. You're like, damn.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So like what he's saying, that's so fucking true.
That is for sure. That's the first time somebody said something about face. Now I thought about it. I ain't nobody. I don't think
Right.
out of all today, I ain't hear about the face though.
Security supervisor. So
Well, think
even since a
about it.
All
When
child,
you
right,
I've
good
ask
been having
somebody,
a
wife.
how
very
was your day?
I
Most
catch you,
I've been
people
man.
around
will
it my
just
whole life.
say
You
my
hear me?
day was
Yeah,
good,
I be
but
watching how people
their
act on
face
their
will
body
say it
language.
wasn't.
You will see it on their face, like that they're not happy for you. You could tell them a
Hmm.
good story, and you will see it. I'm like, damn, bro, you got some demons inside you.
Not
Like,
necessarily. I don't think you can look at a person's face all the time. You can look at more their eyes can tell. Eyes into
I
where
the
the
see.
eyes
eyes
is
at?
more
Where
to
the
their
eyes
soul.
located?
You know what I'm saying? Your eyes
Where
is more
people?
related to your
Yeah, but
soul.
where people eyes at though? Where the eyes located?
It is on their face.
Uh,
He said it is, isn't it?
Hey yo, start
So
tonight.
When most of the time you're looking what you're look directing looking in their eyes,
I
correct?
get you. Yeah, the first
You know what I'm
contact.
saying?
Yeah, first
I
thing.
mean, when you're walking up to
Eyes,
them, you're
eyes tell
looking at their face.
stories.
You know what I mean? You are looking at their face walking up to them. But when you're looking at them, and then most of the time we don't give everybody eye contact. You know what I mean? And most of the time when we're talking to someone direct, sometimes we're looking away, looking down, looking,
Yeah, I get you. You
everywhere.
saying the accuracy of it will be the eyes in the face, right?
Hmm.
That's the
you can
more.
tell
That's
when
what
somebody
till it
has
all.
kind eyes or somebody has
Yeah, is that
evil
how you
eyes.
can tell if they're
Like,
healing or
you can
not?
see it.
But I hear the person can look in the eye and tell it straight to your face.
Exactly.
I hear the person
You know what
because
I
that's
mean?
the thing about confidence too. When you're healed, you got more confidence in yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Person
yeah.
Yeah.
unhealed doesn't have as
I
much
was saying
confidence.
that. Yeah.
So they look
True.
away.
Right.
Because when
Hmm.
I look at people, I don't look at them.
Confidence
I
is
hear
glowing.
I hear your words because your facial, you can move your face however you want to move it. You can have an expression on your face like care, but your words can tell everything about a person.
Actually,
The
body
their
language is
wordings,
your
huh?
body
Well,
language is more accurate than your
think
words because the
it,
body language doesn't
it.
lie.
It's deep. It's deeper than that, though, because
It
look
is.
at people who are blind. Look at people who are deaf. They
That's what I'm.
still feel.
Your
They
body
still think.
language,
Your body
They
language,
still
Body
have
language, I get you.
emotions.
your body language speak clearer than your words, because your words, especially English language, it's so
I
live.
get you. That makes sense. I get
But
Yeah,
you.
the body
and you
language,
can.
it
Yeah,
doesn't lie.
That body
Yeah,
language
so
do
she's
that's true.
okay.
it do overpower
And I
the
can see it
whole
on her
the
face right now.
words. Yeah, that's because that's like saying actions speak louder than words, which I'm a firm believer in that. So yeah,
Exactly.
you're right because people could say anything, but okay, that's dang, that is dang there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
That
they.
body language for sure.
Yeah, it's your body language and their words, their actions too. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Yeah,
it can be the
Because
words. Yeah, I get you. You saying words like especially like the way people talk. Like
yeah,
right now, we can't see body language through. Well, y'all can
right.
see mine,
Right.
but I'm just
We only
saying
hear
I can
tone.
hear it. You can hear
Yeah,
it in people's voices too, right? It can say a
yeah.
lot too when you're not looking at it.
Of course.
I
But
don't know.
Because
okay,
You
when
ever,
you
you
when
ever, you
you
ever talk to somebody, and even though you can't see their face, you could just picture that they smiling while they talking.
yeah,
mm,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So tone matters. You can hear in somebody's tone whether they happy or
Fact,
not. You know what I
yeah,
fact.
mean?
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you're
You
right.
know, I say words. You can hear
Words,
it.
words.
You
You're
can
right.
hear when they
Yeah, yeah.
speak. You know what I mean? You can hear when somebody's confident. You can hear when somebody is just
Yeah.
going through something
Hmm.
because it's like they go from
so it's a tone.
girl, hey, how you doing?
Tone.
So it's
It's
more
Yeah,
like
it's,
their
it's the
energy.
so
the
it's talking about the
energy.
tone.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
the tone to be more than the, because the thing about the
So
words,
to be the
words,
tone, yeah,
people can
yeah,
say anything. Like I learned a long time ago, words doesn't mean shit. It's the tone. That's why
yeah.
good salespeople. That's why
Yeah,
you gotta be worried about those people who can the
Hmm.
wordsmith motherfuckers. You gotta be scared of them, because
I'm
not scared of them,
aware
but you
of
gotta be
them,
wary of
right?
them.
And I learned from them. These motherfuckers, they know how to butter you up to get what they
Yeah.
want from you, bro. They
So you
are
gotta watch your
nice with
tone.
their
Right.
words. They are
Watch
yeah.
your
Words are
pitches.
complimenting,
repetitive.
and then next thing you know, you pulling out your wallet because you know what, you a good dude, you deserve
You're
it.
right.
I mean, of course. I mean, and that's also when you
Sign a
got to
contract.
process and hear it and listen to what they're saying, because a lot of times we go in there wanting what we want and not listening to what the salesman is saying. You know what I'm saying? Because we
Yep.
go in there, man, I want this nice car right here. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause in your mind now you visualizing yourself in this car, and you're not paying attention to what the salesman is telling you. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us do that because I've done it one time before.
Right.
So that's how I can
Eh,
speak on it.
How
You know,
much you
Think
got you
it.
for? How much a
Think
month you
of
got you
that,
for?
because the choices that we make are an investment. It's
right?
like an investment. We're marketed by other people.
Of course,
We're sold on other people's ideas, other people's, you know, conflict with us, or conversation with us. We actually have to read not just ourselves, we have to read that other person.
true indeed.
Who do we believe? Who do we trust?
Hmm.
What percentage of that? So do we be selfish or be selfless?
Selfish.
And trying to trust somebody.
The salesman definitely not selfless for you. The salesman is gonna tell everything you want to hear, and you're
Right.
gonna tell you this car is gonna
So
fit you
is he
so
being
well.
selfish?
Yeah.
He's being selfish.
Yeah, he is.
He's
Exactly.
definitely selfish
He
because
definitely.
he's commission. He's
Make
seeing the
bad
commission
people
dollar.
sometimes. Even if they sound good, you know you screwing me on this car deal or whatever, but you doing it with a smile.
24% interest rate, 30%
I'm like,
interest rate.
these people wicked, bro.
Hit you with a 24%
Because
interest.
he took home a paycheck and you took home a debt.
Yep.
Exactly. Facts.
But
Facts.
you gonna bring a car home though, so
You see,
look at the bright
these
side.
guys, technique is like this. They say, how much can you pay a month? Oh, I can do 350. All right, I got you. But that's gonna be for 8 years. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get you with that crazy interest rates. So like,
Yeah.
350
How
for
do
$1
you
million.
how do you heal from that, DJ? How do you heal from that?
hey man,
When you know
that
you got sold
I'm
or you
getting
got
screwed, right?
crisscrossed,
they get you, man. It's crazy.
I
We
think
don't
I,
just get hurt by
we
relationships. We get hurt by like just transactions that we put ourselves in. We
Yeah.
can't
but you
just
know,
think that we're just healing from what other people put us through. We also heal from what we put ourselves through.
that's true.
you want to know how you heal from that? You go look at who got screwed worse, and then you could be grateful that you ain't get screwed that bad. That's like,
Facts. Right.
There
yeah,
you go,
Facts.
gratitude.
yo.
All you need is
That's
Thank
one
you.
way.
gratitude. Go find who got a
Look at it, it
worse
always
deal
can
than
be
you.
worse.
That's one
Whoever
way.
got a
That's
worse deal than you, then you're gonna feel better. Okay, at least I ain't get screwed that bad. I mean, then you can
Or
feel a little better
assess.
about it.
That's how you
You know
build up
Assess.
what?
the
I share that
optimistic
screw up.
mentality.
I
right.
share that screw up with other people because I'm like, man, you do not want to go through this. I
Hmm.
screwed up. Like I did this. That's the accountability factor. That's how you teach other people not to do something they've never done before.
And that's how I could tell, because like when I be saying, like I said, like what you just said, right, VO, you gotta look at, that's how I look at, that's what keeps that optimism mentality and stuff. But you can tell by certain people, right, where, because some people just so built off excuses, or they just still got some type of hatred or trauma inside of them or something like that. So even if, like, if I said, say if I was talking about somebody overseas, well, the people overseas, they going worse than us. Well, that's just them. Why you gotta compare it? So it's like, and this how far it go. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you really want to try to look at stuff in a positive way, you always, because some people just do want to have this mentality where they always want to feel like I'm at the bottom. I'm the bottom of the bottom. And as long as you got that mentality,
I
you will
think
never be able to have a optimistic optimistic mind, or you will never really kind of heal or grow because you think you're the bottom of the bottom. Dang, what the freak?
So
you
then
got
why
that
do
cup
those
half
people
empty.
fight the
You gotta
people
be
at the
grateful
top?
that's half full, bro.
Huh?
They don't know how to be grateful.
So
Gratitude.
why do
Right.
those
Listen, you
people
want to
who
be.
want to be at the bottom fight against the people who are already
They don't
on
have
another
gratitude, bro.
whole nother idea of being upper than them?
Because
People who are
because
happy
it's
have
people
gratitude.
that go ahead, Avia.
I said people who are they just unhappy with themselves or they don't have no gratitude. Because people who are happy, they grateful, they have gratitude. They whatever.
Yeah.
Let's say you don't even have to have everything, but they happy they got something, and that's what makes those people happy. Those who aren't grateful for the shit they have are miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what it
Gratitude,
is.
Well,
express your attitude. If you have
mhm.
gratitude, that's one of the laws of the universe. Actually, that's one of the secrets.
But a lot of people ain't. They don't like that gratefulness because a lot of people got and still have that entitled mentality, which is
That
my fourth
part.
thing I'm start
Because,
preaching on about, or
I don't
preaching
have to be
about, or
grateful.
against on
yes.
my page and stuff, because I realize that's a big problem after just talking for this whole by
What?
been like a little bit more past a year now. People got this entitled. People with mentalities is so entitled that they don't take the time to be grateful or appreciative of certain things. They feel like I gotta have this. This gotta happen this way. I worked this hard. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta be thankful that you even can get it, or because we don't never get what we supposed to have get promised, or what we feel should get promised or something like that. But like I said, we just it's that entitlement mentality and stuff. And then with the other thing we talking about, a lot of people, the reason why they stick in that way, because we got people that want which I was gonna have a live about that. People want the world to revolve around them. That's what it
Hmm.
is. And I
Hmm.
say that we do. How I'm gonna tell y'all how this go though, but y'all can go ahead and talk. But I'm gonna show y'all my live. I'm gonna do a song on that one.
That's a perfect example of entitlement. Want the word to
I
Yeah.
revolve around
deserve
you.
I
The
Well,
deserve
world to
reparation.
revolve around them. But how
yeah.
do you revolve around the world?
I kind of want
Who
What
has
that.
the?
more
I
Why
power?
do
kind of
you
want
gotta
that to
make
stop
everything?
a little bit, bro. I kind of want that shit to stop a little bit.
You already got me with the strong on the strong. Have you strengthened your strengths?
Mhm.
You know how many times I join a panel, I tell my story, and they'll make the whole shit about me. I don't like that shit sometimes. That's like fun street, bro. So I
Oh
don't
Hello,
know why
wow.
people want.
everybody.
I don't know why people want the world to revolve around
What's
them.
the
That's a lot
deal?
of attention, a lot of negative attention.
Right.
I
Oh,
want
here it go.
reparation.
Some people love it though. Some people love attention. Some people live for that shit.
But I'm entitled to my reparation.
Right.
It's yours. Go get it.
My 40 acres and a mule.
Mhm.
I gotta say, you always got them on me.
Yeah, bro. Like I don't know, man. It's just like I think accountability acceptance. Accountability is the first two steps to get you anywhere you want to go in life. Because when you realize like you are your main person to your problems and your solutions.
Huh.
Well, I mean, one
Accountability is
step that a lot of
essential.
people are missing though is acknowledgement.
Right.
If you don't acknowledge it first, how can you take accountability or accept it?
You talking
Exactly.
about being aware of it? Yeah.
You
Okay.
Awareness,
gotta
Yeah.
be
yeah.
Yeah, being
self-aware.
aware.
I tell
Self-aware.
So
Some
okay,
people are
awareness
either
first,
in
then
denial or
accountability.
not aware of it.
People
I
know of it, but they not aware. That's what I be trying to tell people. It's the difference in that. Bro.
And sometimes they don't want to hear it. You could tell somebody about themselves. Oh, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. They don't want to hear that shit, bro.
It's not true. It's not that
True.
bad. That's
That's
what they say
true.
all the time. It's not that bad.
I
It's not
told
true.
Well,
one of my
that's
friends.
denial.
Because
I
they're trying to
told one of my
compare.
friends the
They're trying
other
to
night.
compare with other people.
Yeah,
Comparison is a death of
of
happiness.
course.
It
I
like
told what I told my friend the other night. Me and him was talking. He got kind of upset with me, but I didn't care whether he got upset or not. I didn't care, but
Of course.
facts had to be told. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I had to tell him the truth. I couldn't keep pacifying him. I can't keep coddling him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, everything good. You know what I mean? When I really started learning myself, I didn't have a problem with telling him. You know what I mean? The first thing I said, hey, bro, I said, I know you don't drink. I said, you need to go to AA. He said, what, Alcohol Anonymous? No, I said, Accountability Anonymous. I said, if you go to, I said, you go look at
I
the
love
12
you,
steps.
DJ.
I said, you look at the 12 steps in AA. He said, what? And I said, just look it up. Just get back with me and tell me what the 12 steps of AA is.
That's one of the first steps.
And that's one of the first steps. I said, man, bro, you're not acknowledging anything. You're passing off on everybody else, but you're not taking accountability for your actions. I said, stop pointing fingers at everybody. I said, these women didn't hurt you for no reason. I said, it's a reason why you went through what you went through. I said, when you start learning that, I said, bro, you'll be a whole lot better. Man, you
Right.
don't know, you don't understand. What?
There
Bro,
you go.
I
But
said,
you
man,
understand. There you go.
That's everybody's favorite line when they don't want to change. You don't understand.
exactly.
Hmm.
And you know what, bro? I said, you know what? Let this be the last time that me and you have a conversation. Oh, we're gonna stop being friends because of that? Hell yeah. Because I can't keep pulling myself down while, you know what I mean, you gravitated to me and I'm
That gets
constantly pulling
dangerous.
myself down. You know what I mean? It's very dangerous. Because
Yeah.
now I feel like I'm enabling you, I'm coddling you, and you're a
Mm.
grown man. You older than I am. You know what I'm saying? You older than me. You should be showing me some stuff.
Yeah.
Here I am, half your age, and now I'm showing you stuff. Nah, bro. You
Oh,
gotta
Can I
work on
say
yourself.
something to that?
yeah, half his age? Oh, yeah, he's not going nowhere, bro. It's over.
Hold on. Let me say
I know
something
what
to
to
add to
say.
that because you
DJ.
you
He's
you
setting his
harping on the
ways.
man's age, but there's a thing that I was taught by my master that says, and that's my martial arts instructor when I was a child. He said that it doesn't matter how old you are, you can always learn something from somebody no matter their age. So you looking at that man saying, "Oh, he's older than you, he ain't going nowhere." That's not how it works. Some people don't learn as fast as you or I or even Kevin. So we have to come in and be like, you're not necessarily going to coddle him, but don't sit there and think that just because he's older than you that he should have learned it by now. Nobody gave him an opportunity to learn it until he got to you. Think of it that way.
What the frick? I actually agree with you. Right about that too. I'll be saying that too because some people, a lot of us do say that a lot too, and that's also part of the. That's why I say a lot of us got that entitled stuff that we don't
Hmm.
realize it though. But he right about that though. We do automatically say you should know better or you should that.
Right.
But you right. Everybody is gonna learn on their way, and they only gonna learn what they know. So it's like, who is to say who should know what? You know what I'm saying?
But
We
listen,
can't,
though.
because like somebody can do that to us. This reason why I say that, because somebody can do that to us. Well, you at your age, you should know this or something like that. But no, I only know what I know. You know what I'm
That,
saying?
that that's why
We
I
only,
always
we
ask
only,
that
it
question,
only hurt
Kev.
us when somebody do that to us, though. But I can feel why we do it, though. I can feel why we do it because I do feel like you should know this, like this age, like what the freak. But then I had to, like in reality, people only know what they know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a
Hmm.
lot of things people should know, but it's just, I don't know. It's just, I
Well,
think that's just being in fairness. That's all that
I,
is.
I'm not knocking
at
him.
what
I'm just
age
saying,
do
like,
you
at
have
60,
choice?
it's
How
hard for
many
us to
times have
break.
I asked that? At what age do you have choice? But doesn't choice come from
So
knowledge?
whenever you recognizing that you have choice, I guess
You always
whenever
got
you aware
choice.
of it,
I was
because who's
23.
to
I was
say?
23 when I figured out
You
I
always
had
got choice, but I'm saying, like, he's not going to change. I mean, I'm saying he's not going to, but for him to change now by information, usually people don't change off of information at that age. They change off, like, circumstances. Like, they
I
go to
feel
the
you talking
doctor.
about the chances, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they go to the doctor and they were like, okay, you have to change
I,
because your health is on the line now. Like, you know what I mean? If
yeah.
you need
I
something
would say
drastic.
that's possible. It's possible, but it ain't probable, of course.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna think like how a lot of women do. I was just in the lab and tricking a lot of them. But we just said this earlier though. Or was it? But
no.
yeah, yeah, it is possible, but it ain't probable at that age. But it's not impossible. Put it that way.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
not
it's,
impossible.
it's, it's still a chance, even though we be saying people get stuck in their ways and stuff. But it's some people that actually can. I believe so, right? I wouldn't hold my breath on it, but I do believe, yeah, that somebody that's 80 or whatever age
Situation
can,
can change them, like
yeah, it
accidents
can, they
or
might can,
stuff.
some people can grow. So that's like, I mean, at any age, some people can wake up, you know what I'm saying? And some people don't get the chance to wake up, but who am I to determine who's woke or not? You know what I'm saying? Everybody, it's like, that's why I be having to question that certain stuff, though. That's why I
And
say
they
I'm
got
trying to, me,
intentions.
myself, I'm trying to grow out the entitled, mentality on different things. We've been grew up this way. We grow up to say, people should do this and people that, whatever. But at the end of the day, people is them. You know what I'm saying? And we can want people to be a certain way, but in reality, it's just, you know, people gonna be people. That's just what it is.
That's why I ain't really saying nothing because for
I
one,
saw when
y'all have to
somebody said something about
understand.
customer
Uh,
service.
Y'all have to
Go ahead,
understand
BK.
what this man is at. This man
All
is
right.
of age. He's already set in his ways. So no matter what I say, no matter how much I push it, he's set. He don't see nothing wrong with himself.
I feel you.
I can't force someone to see themselves if they're not willing to try to see their own self. I get
So
everybody
do
what everybody
you stop
said. I wouldn't do
once
everybody.
you recognize that? Do you stop giving to that
Yeah.
person? Do you stop
Huh?
trying to? What do you do
I,
when you've already known that this person just doesn't know what you know and isn't willing to care? Do you walk
But,
away?
All
oh
right, so
no,
you want me
no,
to tell you?
no, not
I'm gonna tell you like
I,
this,
I
I,
don't.
I give up on people
BK.
who
No,
give
I
up
was
on
asking
themselves.
BK.
Oh, okay.
uh, I don't just walk away. You know what I mean? It takes some time for me because I'm very optimistic of people. You know what I mean? I want to give everybody the fair chance
Right.
to,
You got to
because,
do what you
you know what I mean?
tolerate. That's all.
Right, exactly. Because,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tolerance.
uh,
But
in the
but that even
last
that
5 years,
term. Come
huh?
on, babe.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I know I'm about to say even with that term though, and I say all of us say that setting the ways thing though.
Mm-hmm.
But just like you said, trying to be more optimistic and trying to at least look at maybe some potential in just a human in general. I be
Mm-hmm.
try, I just say I don't know. I'm just saying for my I'm just saying should. I'm not saying we have to. But I said we just
I just
should
hope.
just I guess we gotta change it up if we do want to hope the base for everybody and say that, you know, because I be saying that too. When I get so mad, I'm like, whatever, man, you just said it. Because in setting your ways, that can vary. That don't even have to be a certain age. It can actually be somebody younger than us, that people that be setting their ways. But if I'm also believing that anybody can change at any time, that'd be contradicting to say that somebody's setting their ways. That's the reason why I don't want to
Good
like
point.
kind of contradict myself. You
Yeah,
know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? Because
yeah, he's set in his way. I
oh,
can, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, Kev. You know what I mean?
okay.
I don't speak about that about everybody because I try to be very optimistic, but for the past 10 years, and he ain't seen it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And he ain't
All
really,
right, so then
he's
it's not you that's supposed to do it. It's somebody else. Pass
Dang,
the
I was about
torch.
to. I didn't want to push it though. But I about to say sometimes some people got to hear from different ways. But like I said, he could be like BK could be valid too because sometimes some people go to their grave with their situation too. But I
uh,
mean, it just depends though. But I guess from his perspective, he is set his way. I got people that I feel that same way too about that they set in their ways. But I do feel what you saying too is
yeah,
that I might not be the person to get that person that message either. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it might be, because God can work different way. We both believe in God, right?
yeah,
So I'm pretty sure if it's meant for him to change or whatever to us, of course people could be set, but it could be somebody else that unlocks somebody else, because I
true,
be feeling like that the person is somebody I really like really love right now that I want to change, which of course is a family member,
yeah,
of course,
of
and I
course,
want them to change so bad, but I feel like I might not be the person for them. So right now, I will say that they set in their ways, but me, I still have believers possibilities. So I think it could be possible, right?
I
That
agree.
somebody can change that person. It might not just be me. That's just what it is. It might not be me, and it might not never work. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like we want to just, I, uh. I feel that though. I feel it though.
Yeah,
We'll never know until
All
the
right,
person hit their grave.
so
We'll never know.
that's true.
look at it like this. I'll give you an example of something that happened in my life. Kev, you know I went through hell and back for a girl.
Just like I feel like
Literally.
you set in your ways.
I'm only set in my ways when it comes to being
Cause you
stubborn.
have not changed. You said I'm ego driven. I don't care. I've been talking to you about that so much. You said I gotta know everything. But go ahead, my bad, my brother. I had to mess with you.
You good? You good? Nah, I'll use my something that happened to me personally. I literally told three different individuals that were on the street that were addicted to drugs and that were blaming everything on everybody except themselves. I sat down and have a conversation with them. 20 minutes later, I used the AA approach on them. Okay? I was like, you can't control people, places, and things. You can only control yourself. I said, there are 12 steps to every program that come out of AA that's spun off. I said, if you go look at those 12 steps and you sit down and you actually apply those to your life, you'll stop blaming other people for what you've done to yourself and what you allowed other people to do to you, and you'll accept it for what it is. You can either move on with your acceptance or you can hold that grudge, and that grudge ain't going to do nothing but drain your energy and drain your vibration and make you low vibration. But at the end of the day, two changed their lives and one's still doing the same shit.
Yeah,
So
right. I don't. Yeah, about to
it's
say
all
that that shows. Yeah, and
it's
I'm
Hmm.
glad you said something like that too. And
Thank
that's the
you.
reason why I'm gonna
You broke
stay
it down.
being. I'm gonna stay being me. I'm gonna stay because people be like, I need you. I want you to adjust because people probably don't like your tone and all that stuff. But it's like shoot, it's either people gonna reach it or not. It's like we get once you affirm, once you realize that you can't save everybody, or it's not up to you to save every or certain people. You know, you just gotta live. You gotta stay firm in what you is. I mean, what you is, because people are attracted to you for a reason. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna collect the people that you collect, and it is what it is. But just like you said, you got two out of one. You know what I'm saying? But you still got
Mhm.
somebody in general. That's already a good thing to get one. You know what I'm saying? But the fact you got two out of one, so that make you, you know what I'm saying? That that show that everybody ain't meant. You know what I'm saying? But everything don't work for everybody.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna take it tonight. This was fun.
That's so true.
good
All
evening,
right,
my
for
Thank
sure.
you,
brother.
DJ.
No problem.
And also
Last
look
day
at it
of
like
my
this, Kev.
2 hour shifts. I'm happy. I'm off after this shit. 4 days off, and I'm gonna take them. I ain't doing overtime. Fuck that.
He
But
left
yeah,
on a good note.
yeah, it's true
Look
what
at it
he.
like,
You do have to look at, what I mean,
go ahead.
what he just said. And what I mean, it may be the message might not be meant for me to give to him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very optimistic of that. If it ain't me, it's gonna be somebody that is gonna break through. You know what I mean? And hopefully, prayerfully,
Hopefully,
I
right.
planted a good, I hope and pray that I planted a seed. You know what I'm saying? It may blossom. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
And even
as of
huh?
right now, I'm gonna have to step back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, let it be let the cars lay where they go. You know,
You,
Hmm.
you made a good point, BK, because if you think about it, planting the seed, and we talked about individualism earlier, it's like, how can you be an individual without being impacted by any outside influence?
right?
How are you a seed, and what waters you? Do you create the water, or do you
Hmm.
allow something else to
Okay.
water you?
I hear you. I
You
hear
know,
you.
it's like to be an individual. First of all, we're born from an individual, so technically we're like not an individual. I guess we're an
Right.
individual
You mean we
outside of
born
that
from
person.
right? We
Yeah,
born from
like
a group actually, right?
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
a couple.
I go.
Right, I'm
I
about to
go.
say you said individual. That's like who the heck do that from one from one individual?
So you're
I go.
you're born from a relationship into a relationship with yourself, and then you're impacted by everything
Yeah,
outside of you that
right.
makes you an individual.
Yeah,
So
that
that's why we
creates
talk
you.
about
Yeah.
understanding creates understanding. It's like, yeah, you have to separate yourself, but you also have to indulge yourself in order to understand other people.
True.
It's a balance.
That
Right.
I'm like Kev. I'm like Kev. I like these lives where I can go in and I can learn from. You know what I mean? Iron sharpens iron. You know what I mean? And I
Thanks.
don't go into the lives where they're tearing down, because if I stay there long enough, I don't know. I don't know what's chipping inside of me. You know what I'm saying? Chipping at my heart. So that's why I like to go where iron sharpens iron. But then I
Yeah.
also go to some lives to see what triggers me. When I can
That
sit
right,
back,
you see,
you know what I'm
right?
saying? I can go into these lives and I tell you, I'm gonna tell y'all the honest and good truth. Race kind of triggers me.
BK, we
That's a
know.
trigger for me. You know what I'm saying? I know good and well that's a process for me. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
When I hear people talk about racism, this, and then they make it to be how to say they try to play it off like it never happened. Oh, you playing victim? No, I'm not playing a victim. We just telling you facts, and we telling you from history what happened. We're telling you from our point of view of what we see, what we live on a day to day basis. That now I can say that word that right there kind of triggered me. That's why I try to stay out of those live, and sometimes I try to go in just to see what will trigger me. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, that right there triggers me. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I don't like talking about it. I period. That's what I don't like talking about. But
And
anything
guess
else,
what,
But
BK,
since
you
you
have a
said that
trigger
trigger you, what
too.
about white and black?
mm,
Uh,
mm-mm.
you know what? But think about the power of the swipe. We talk about the power of a swipe. That's a trigger too.
It is. It
You,
show it.
you can literally trigger yourself out of that live. We
Show
have to
can.
know what we are allowed into or what we are allowing ourselves to hear, to listen to. I
Of
guess
course.
I know, Kev, you've been in some
Is that
crazy
Moses
lives.
up there?
You got to have some thick skin. I mean, you have
Boy,
to
done
be
grew his
prepared.
hair
I
out.
mean,
Yeah, you do.
you know,
You
and
know.
and
Yeah.
then but you also have to know when you're ready to leave,
Oh, show you right.
when this ain't
Yeah.
for you.
Hey, you seen what happened? You was in that room yesterday, or
Which
Yeah.
one?
you see? I guess I always trigger people, man. That's just crazy. Even if I want to bring balance, I trigger people. But I
I
actually,
know,
and that's
I
what I was
know.
kind of mentioning earlier, because it's like that's why I say it shows that you could talk about accountability all you want. You can show how smart you are. You can show the degrees or something like that. But it's still, yeah, when you get emotional, it's a wrap. They
Hmm.
not trying. Nobody's trying to hear anything.
Right,
That just be funny to me. I'm like, dog. I was
The,
actually shocked
the
at how that happened
grief.
because I'm like, I mess with these people, but I'm like,
I
dang,
like
I'm
it.
trying to get you to understand. People be saying that they want the truth, right? You try to tell the truth, but they get triggered and take things personal. Dog, that
Right,
jump be crazy,
I
bro.
love the
right.
truth, bro. Even the uncomfortable truth.
Everybody not
I
ready
just,
for real. That's
bro,
all.
I'm a fan of the truth because, like, I just don't like cap, bro. I don't want to have false delusion, so I need to know the truth. Like,
Yeah.
fuck that,
Believe
bro.
me, okay, what I'm talking about was women. So a lot of women be saying they want the truth. I'm gonna be real then. They
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
want the
They
truth.
don't
You
want
try
the
to give it
truth.
to them, it
They
be a
don't want the
wrap.
truth.
I
Yeah.
started being
They
honest with
just want
A
that
myself.
lot of
sugar
them don't.
coated
I ain't gonna even
fantasy.
lie. I'm not even trying to be like that, but I'm noticing that you could be.
Hey,
Nah.
I
You was
give her the
stating
truth,
facts.
bro. I give it, even if it's going to trigger her. You wanted the truth? Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
bro, I'm
Hey,
not.
I'm
all I'm
big on
saying
that
is
too. I
woman.
feel you on that though.
Listen, everybody
Well,
say they
that's why I
want it,
always
but
say with
can't have it.
women, their problem is correction, and they want protect. Correction equals protection. I will always say that.
They
If
don't
a
like that word.
woman does not know how to be corrected, how can she be protected?
Okay, I get
Oh,
you. That way.
they
And that was
can't.
a girl
But
line,
I
wasn't it?
put this in the comments
Man has to
earlier.
protect his
Y'all need to
correction
pick
too,
up the
though.
shadow journal. Do your shadow work.
I,
Of course.
I just noticed my boy Mr. T up
Because,
here. When did I let him up here? That's weird.
Man, you know
alright,
how many
I'm.
times I
so,
scroll on TikTok and they be trying to promote that shadow book?
What is
Bro.
that?
It says
What,
some
I mean,
shadow
what,
book.
well,
The
I'm not
shadow
talking.
workbook and the shadow journal. I have it, and you know me, what I do. I believe me, that's all I do. That's my work, and it's
Right,
really really
Well,
going
somebody
back
tell you
into
how
your
to heal
subconscious.
yourself?
Yeah,
right.
it's
hey,
going
man,
That's
back
the
into
reason
your
why I mention
Hey,
it.
in.
I gotta just learn from the people who bought it. I can save my bread.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
so
some
look at
people
it
need
this
it.
way.
Some people
Oh, the
can already
shadow
do
work.
it, Vio,
Okay.
without a book. You
Oh,
don't need
dang.
a
Did my
book to
book
go
come
into your
today?
shadow.
Oops. You just reminded me.
hey, that right there
Right.
is something
So look
serious.
at it this way. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because if you know anything about the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Kabbalah, or the Talmud, or any religious texts across the planet, they tell you have to do self reflection, which is shadow work,
Of
in
course.
order to get to where you're going in life. If you can't look at yourself in the mirror, look in your own eyes, because they say that the eyes are the windows to the soul, to the true self. If you
Hmm.
can't look at yourself, then how the fuck can you look at somebody else and judge them?
Facts.
Because you can't even look at
Hmm.
yourself.
Ooh, that cut
Hmm.
Facts.
deep.
I always say that.
That cut
Hmm.
And
deep.
people
It's like
get, and
people
Kev,
people expect
Kev is
so
a good
much from
example
other
for
You know what?
people
telling the
else.
truth.
I'm
Well,
a
you
judgmental
expect so
person,
much
right?
from somebody
If
else,
I'm
but you're not
judgmental,
willing to give it to yourself. How do you know what to expect?
I accept all my flaws, right? So I'm comfortable being judgmental because, and I don't lie about myself. I tell the uncomfortable truth about myself. If people think so it's like I'm comfortable being me, bro, and I'm
Yeah.
comfortable judging people because like I'm not religious. I don't gotta not judge because God said not to.
Man, that
Yeah,
and
no,
that's a
I'm not
lot
looking
too.
at it
Even
from,
I don't
listen,
know what
listen.
religion say
You
you
have
can't
to
judge.
judge.
Right. Look,
Well,
hold
We
on,
scripture
hold
make
do
on.
say
judgments
that
Look,
though.
every single day.
before
God
You
told
judge
before
us
we
what
go
not
you
to
down
have
judge.
that
for
rabbit
dinner
hole,
today.
Then they say thou
You
shalt
right.
not
judge
judge a
what you
person
have
by
for
your book.
dinner.
No, they
Oh,
miss
no,
it.
no,
That's why I
no.
said it's the
Hold
people.
on, hold on. Before we go down that road, look, I'm going to tell you right now, go read the original versions of every scripture in every religious context before you quote that, because it's not that.
Can't make love before
It's
marriage. They've been lost me in clubhouse.
right, right. But my point being is this. There's a lot of stuff that people misconstrued to be scripture versus what they misconstrued just be a good thought that somebody said.
Silly like that.
And you got to
The
go back and you got to
ideology.
read the you got to go back and read the original root words of all of the stuff that we're looking at. Go skip the English language as a whole. Go learn Hebrew. Go learn Aramaic. Go learn Arabic. And those are three out of the four Semitic languages. When you can go read those and understand the root dialects, you're doing something with yourself. And that's not me trying to, tell you what to do. That's me giving you a suggestion, because a lot of the stuff that we read is mistranslated. Like, it's horrible.
Everything is
Just saying.
everything is
Far from the
misconstrued.
Bible.
We use our own interpretations when we read
Right.
anything. So
Hmm.
Yeah, but it
The
when we
says
say
sermon.
in
things,
That's where
Scripture,
the sermon is.
but when we say
right, but in
things, it's gonna
Scripture,
be from our own interpretation anyway,
Right. I was just
regardless of
about to
whether
right,
we
say,
but
read it
like,
or not. I mean, we can
yes,
read it
but
all day long, but it's still
what do
gonna
you
be our
feel
own
this?
interpretation.
So how do you feel
Yep.
about sacrificing your children for God? Like
That's why we have millions and millions of pastors or
Right.
millions and millions of leaders who
Said
speak
sacrifice your children for God.
speak on an ideology of that.
I actually believe we
That's
on
what
this earth for
indoctrination
God. It
is.
ain't for
What
our
we
own
read.
needs.
well,
Yeah.
okay. So with that, there in all religious texts, if we're going to use the word religious,
We're
it
not
does not
choosing that you
say.
are.
Well, I'm not the only
Think
one that said it, so
I believe God has a wife, and
you
I haven't heard
you
a
know what?
religion
Think
talk
about
about God having a wife.
think about this though, right?
God
I'm
does
glad you
have a
said
wife.
that. You said what do if it, or what do you think about God if He said sacrifice your child, right? I would do it with no problem, right? Just think about it this way, right? Because like I said, you
Sacrificing
going
my
and
child.
like I
What
said,
can
take a
mean?
lot of putting your
One,
ego
two.
to the side, right? So think about this. The person that created you, right, brung you into this world that even made you exist, tell you to do something like that. Why would you have any second thoughts on it? Because it
I
had to be
ain't
a
doing
reason
it.
behind it.
I
You see
ain't
what I'm
doing it.
saying? Because he didn't have to make you at all, right?
My child has my DNA. I don't got no DNA with God. You're not gonna tell me to sacrifice my child? Fuck
But
But
out of
I
here.
don't think
but
that
what
says
I'm saying
that. That's not
that
what it
but
means.
you said what?
That scripture, that's not what that means.
It didn't though. But I was about to say if it did mean that, right? Because I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure he talking about Abraham and that one thing. Oh, yeah, I know he's probably talking about. But what I'm saying is, my thing is, how can you not sacrifice something for who created you? That's what I'm saying, or
Oh yeah.
who even made you exist.
100% selfish and 100% selfless. I ain't about to put my child through that. God told me to.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay.
So, is it more of like you have more power over God saving you have more power over you saving your child than God has saving your
For my
child?
child, I am God for my child.
Okay.
And for me to be
I
a good
was
leader to my dad
trying to
and to my
clarify that.
child, I'm not submitting to a God. I'm not submitting to that. Cause
Ah, okay.
yeah, cause I'm not weak. I need my son
Ah,
to see that I'm strong. I'm his leader. I'm not submitting to another person telling me to sacrifice my son. No, I'm not submitting to you. If you gonna tell me to sacrifice my kid for you, you don't got my submission at all. So I'm not.
I see that, Bio. That's a leadership mentality. That is a God
So you a
mentality.
god?
So he's a God. Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
All right, so let me add into this. So for all the non-ethers in the room that are going to understand this, and for the rest of you that aren't, you can educate yourself later. It's not about you sacrificing your child. That whole scripture was never about him actually physically sacrificing. It was
Which
about
he didn't do
him
it.
saying, right, because he was stopped. It was about the energy of that you put out. Being a leader, you must also learn how to follow. So it goes both ways.
And it was about how
Uh,
much he trusted in the Lord. That was the whole thing. And then
well,
he
it
wanted
wasn't
to
even
see.
just it wasn't even just that. It was about the fact of trusting, knowing that somebody above you has understanding that you don't. That's all it is. It wasn't the
Did you just
sacrifice
say
of
the
the
same thing I
physical.
said and try to add some extra words? I just thought about
Yeah,
that. You said the
it's a
Yeah,
same thing I said.
you did. You did.
Trying to make it sound
Yeah.
even better. There you go. Same thing.
Right.
Try to
I
We
reiterate,
both said the
mean,
try to
same
make it
thing.
Write that
reiterate.
down, Kev. Write it down.
That's funny.
Kevin
yeah,
got a W on that one.
yeah. I mean,
No, no, no. I just
Right.
went that joke was just funny. I'm like,
yeah,
hold on, didn't I just say that?
yeah, he was going down the right path. Yeah, I
For
So
the
mean,
most
true,
part.
though.
yeah, I
Now,
agree. You know, we are not. You know, we gotta stop saying that we can't look weak in front of our children. You know what I mean? We have to show that
I
there is
can't,
time
bro.
that
I
we are
can't.
vulnerable. You know what I
I
mean?
can't.
Because we can't be strong all the time. You know what I mean? Because at one point in time in your life, you're gonna get sick. That's a weakness. We gonna
And
our health. We're gonna our health is gonna dwindle one day. That's
that's that's the point, BK. Like we can't, and one thing we have to
I
do
let
with our
myself.
children is we can't teach them. We have to allow them to be weak.
right.
We have to let them be sad, let them be hurt, let them
Right.
feel pain, and embrace them in that, so that
Yeah.
they know what it's like to be strong.
Exactly. So we can't
You
keep
know,
saying, "Oh, be
you
strong, be strong." Okay, I thought
yeah,
my dad
you
was the strongest man alive. You know,
yeah. So I'm
you
not
know.
going to use my strength to break your weakness down.
Hmm.
When kids are pure, kids are innocent. This is the problem that we have with raising our children is that everybody wants to just like, punish them and discipline them and structure them and make them be so controlled that they don't even know who the fuck they are right now.
it's
Sorry,
called
I cut
Hey,
you off.
indoctrination.
What what make
can
you
I ask a
feel like
question?
kids are innocent?
Hey, what's up, Kev?
What a
Can I ask Vio a
But they
question?
brand new to the world. They don't know. They don't really know what we know as adults, right? They brand new to rules. They brand new to the world, so they definitely are innocent.
Hey,
is that the way we feel because it's our judgment or something like that, right? Because I would look at it if we was naturally supposed to be innocent, right? We shouldn't be able to get influenced or come okay. Because I think we was talking about earlier about how emotions come first, right? So one of a kid naturally let me see, I'm trying to think. Uh I can't think of something. I'm trying to think of something. I can't think of something quick enough.
Because your innocence is actually
So do you think
you've
a kid come
become
out loving? A love with love, or do people teach it that, or do the parents teach a kid how to love?
is embraced by the caregivers.
It's
Let's say
taught
parents, caregivers, whoever
Right. I thought you're right.
teaching
I'm
that
glad you
baby.
said it.
because you can
Yeah.
teach a kid to be
You
violent,
got it.
right?
You teach hate. You teach love. You teach them how to express themselves. I mean, I don't think
They're
so.
guided, they're molded. But I think you were getting into something, Kev. Like, what if we do go back into the substance of it, and it's like their brain was molded? What if they have some sort of genetics or something within them, some innate knowledge, some innate being that's within them that says, "I know how to love" or "I know how to not love."
Mm. A matter of fact, it's funny because you know what's funny because I think Mr. P was the one that said this too. Because you always talk about being indoctrinated, right? And you make it seem like it's a bad thing. And then I think that was Mr. Wasn't that you I was talking to you about when you was talking about indoctrination? About being
yeah,
it's a good thing, huh?
yeah. Well, I said
I
it
thought I paid
indoctrinate.
attention. I'm like, yeah. So explain to her because I remember she always talk about indoctrination a lot, and then we were saying indoctrination is part of life, but it just
No,
depends on what you're getting indoctrinated with, or something
I
like.
always say. all
Like here
knowledge
with black
is good
knowledge.
knowledge because it's knowledge that you take in order for you to discern.
Mm.
All
Yeah.
knowledge is good.
Yeah, all
All
knowledge is
knowledge,
good. No, yeah.
maybe I
Depending
shouldn't
on.
say
I
good
mean,
first. All
I mean,
knowledge, everything that you take in is
Yeah.
knowledge.
Yep.
Whether
Right.
it's good, bad, ugly,
Right.
deceitful, or whatever, it gives you options so that you know how to discern. Just like
Right.
if you've ever been experienced with unlove, now you know that there's an opposite of love.
Right.
You know there's a desire that's within that too. So that's why I said all knowledge is good knowledge.
True.
well, I mean, I think that knowledge can be learned. I wouldn't say that all knowledge is good knowledge. I mean, there's plenty of things that we know that are bad, and the ways to learn them were done in unethical and immoral and inhuman ways. So, I mean, there's some pursuits of knowledge that just weren't good in any form.
Well, that's
But
why I'm saying it's. I guess good knowledge.
No, I get. I
What
mean,
I'm
I get
saying
what
is
I
the
Lovely's
fact
disagree.
that
saying
it's
on that
being
one though.
known.
I
Good
disagree.
and
The
bad is
fact,
worth for the
the
good.
fact that it's known
All
Yeah.
to
knowledge is
you.
good. There's no such thing as bad
All
knowledge.
knowledge is good, right? I'm a firm believer of
There's
that
no
too,
the
no matter
action
what
of
it
the
is.
action is bad, right? But what we
Yeah.
learn from that
Yeah.
action is the knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I
there's
get
no
I'm
what
just
bad
saying
Lovely
knowledge.
there's some really far out there uh, research papers and things that have been done and experiments that have been conducted that go way beyond what people would expect a normal moral and ethical compass would be. That yeah, there's something to be learned from it, but still, the the means doesn't justify the ends with some things. I mean, there is a spectrum to how grotesque humankind can be when it comes to the pursuit of knowledge.
Oh yeah, for sure.
is.
How the media be portraying people trying to fight for their life in court. They portray them as guilty off rip. Yeah,
So, so my question is, okay, Mister, what do you consider bad knowledge?
Hmm.
I mean, some of these things have words in them that are hard to describe over TikTok live, but just for anybody who doesn't know, look up who invented the term cis for cisgender and look at their research palette. Look at everything that they did in their work. It's grotesque. And that person's
bro.
information is being pushed around and advertised when it's like they did things that violate all
So,
kinds of normal
I love
human
this stuff.
policies.
All of our
so,
brains
I
getting
so,
tested today.
Mister, is it?
hold on,
ain't
So,
hold on.
ain't
Mister,
nobody not
is
getting that
it
work
bad?
today.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Is it bad? Is it bad that you know that? That you know that term?
Say,
Oh,
Is it
oh,
bad
I
that you
wish
know
I'm
that?
getting to.
I
That's why
didn't
I asked the
research
question.
who did it, and I wish I didn't know about the research that individual did. I wish I
That's
could
what.
get it out of my brain. It was gross.
I love. That's what I was getting to. That's why I asked him the question. You know what I mean? Because the
I know
research
you
that
did,
he's
BK.
talking about, you know what I'm saying? See, I know that love. I think sometimes when I listen to you, you be like, "Dad, she's saying what I'm thinking." You know what I mean? And that's what I was getting to. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
that's
because
some
it
research that it when they wrote it, it was bad. But when you read
right.
it, you knew it was bad. But you say, you know what? I can't push that agenda. So
I'm
you
glad I
know,
know it though.
you
Right.
know
I'm
what
glad
Right,
I
I
right,
know
mean?
it.
right.
That's
So
what
then
brings
I have that.
discernment.
Yeah,
If
I
you
have that
didn't know it,
balance.
yeah, I
Mhm.
have it. I have it.
I'm just
Now I get to
all I'm saying
choose.
is the
This is where
experiments that are
choices
done
come
didn't
from.
need to be done to know that it was gross. And so
True.
Choices,
that's my
but
point.
choices come from that. Now
That,
you know your
But
choice is that it was
yeah.
gross.
And not
right.
even that, you even with stuff like that, right? You it's like it strengthens you at once you recover the grossness, right? Then
Right.
you know the next time it would be like something if something was worse than that or
I'm just
something
saying
that
it's like
seemed like that could have because it's like okay, it's like stress, right? Um what was this? It's like stress. Like if you never stressed before, you wouldn't know how to handle it when you got it. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that you know about it, right? It's like it can't affect you once you get used or get out that growth phase, I guess. Once you get immune to it, you get
Oh,
immune to it eventually once you get out that phase.
right.
all I'm gonna say
Kev,
with
you said
the
it right. You said
exploration of
it can
knowledge.
affect you. It
All
can
I'm gonna say
affect
is
you.
like
How long does that feeling stick with you?
I won't have
Kev
that
just said
thought
it
out of my
right.
head for
He
years,
said when
forever.
it affects you. Okay, something can affect you, but how long do you let it affect you?
Hmm.
And that varies. Every person, some people go to their grave with affect whatever they get affected by. That's like people that hold on to grudges and all that stuff. So
I'm
Right.
just saying, like
That
I've
that's
seen a rough
trauma.
life.
That's
I've seen
victim
some rough
mentality.
things, and
yeah, some
I'm telling
people
you that some of
meant to
these
be that
research
way.
papers are just way beyond what you would expect.
True.
And it's like there's a difference between. All I'm going to say with the all knowledge is good knowledge is when it comes to exploration of knowledge, there's things that we can do versus things that we should do. And some of the things that we have done, we didn't need to do. There was no need to explore in that area, is all I'm saying. If we're going to say all knowledge is good knowledge, you're getting behind some really, really gruesome ideas that have been explored because of governments being in power. I mean, His Imperial Highness or Majesty, whatever the name is, he goes on about all these different things in history. He can vouch that there's been huge genocides put on all kinds of people in the quote unquote
Yep.
exploration of knowledge.
Yep.
But he know about it now.
And
He get
and it's like
educated.
I
Yes.
think
I
it's
can I
safe
can
to
name
have
off three
views that all
dictators. Hold
good
on. I
though.
can name off hold on, bro. I can name off three dictators that they probably don't know about. Pol Pot, 300 million people.
Yeah,
Okay,
About
I'll
to
just
start
drop
him
that
up
one.
now.
Okay,
I know
hold
who
on. I
that
got
is.
two more. Right, but I can name off two others that they probably don't know. Leonidas, and I'm not talking about the one from 300.
Oh yeah, I know him.
No, not the one from 300.
No, I got you. I
Leonidas
know
killed
I know it too.
250
Unalive. Unalive.
million, okay, unalive, 250 million people in his time. Then we can go to Leopold. Leopold killed roughly 400
him.
million.
Alive,
Unalive.
right?
Unalive, okay, unalive 400 million people through his lifetime, through all of what we call Africa right now. So those are just three examples, and those are in the hundreds of millions of people, and the exploration of knowledge, control, and just pure out evil. So again, for his standpoint, he's right. There are just some things we should not do
Not
for
no.
the sake of understanding and knowledge, because yes, all knowledge
Okay.
can be used for good, but the achievement of getting that knowledge, the ways you go about it, not always.
It's good to
So,
know.
so I got a question. Then. Don't you believe in God, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
do.
believe in things. I don't believe in things I can't see, touch, feel, or hear. I know God is real. There's a difference.
Okay, even that too. Do you know God knows all?
Yeah.
Mm.
So, do
Okay,
you
so I
feel
got one
like
for
God's
you.
gonna be like, "Oh my, I'm disgusted. I should not know this. Why do I know this?"
Hold on. I got you. I'm going to answer your question by simply saying this. If God knows everything and God created everything, God is also evil, right? Because
That'd
he
be
created evil, right? Hold on.
that'd
He
be
created evil,
from
right?
human perspective or how they want to view it, right? But who's
Hold
to
on.
say
I
that?
got you.
Just like
I
we
got
can't
you.
say what's evil. That's why I don't like calling people evil or good. I
Hold
let
on.
God do that. But
Hold on. Kev, let me land the plane.
Mm.
I thought you asked
Evil
me a
is
question.
the no. Evil is the absence of God, just like the darkness is the absence of light. There you go.
All right, here we go. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I got
You
something
done
on
brought
that
the
after
Bible up. It's a
Tilly.
wrap
I
now.
can
Tell me
hear
about
you.
him. Go ahead, Tilly.
Can you hear me now? Dang,
Yeah,
ain't even working. Here, let me take this mic off.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm trying to
we
hook
hear
up the
you.
mic so I can talk clearly. I'm gonna step back outside.
Go ahead.
Can you hear us?
Man, I'm trying to hear it because I've been vibing with you guys all the way through.
Right,
But
you
now,
talking clear. We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
all
you.
right, cool. So yeah, where we at? Where we at?
We're just talking about if God knows all, God made all, um, God is everything. Is God evil? And
I don't think God's evil though.
I have a
But
response. His Imperial gave his response, and now we're waiting on you, I guess.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you ask my opinion, I don't think God's evil at all. I think that God is in all things. I think that God is in these little frogs right here. If y'all can hear the frogs right now,
Mm,
these frogs are singing.
God and the
They
devil.
got it going on. Like just in the Bible where he says, "Look at the birds." Just like when Bob Marley said, "Look at the birds," and Man, I just feel like God is in all things except all the confusion that we got in our
God in all of it.
political system and everything else, man. Man, God is in nature and
God,
God is not
he
evil.
might be in it, but that don't make it. Cause he in all of us, right? He in every
He's in all of
creation,
us too,
right?
yeah.
Cause he created everything.
We're made in his creation, yeah.
Yeah,
We're
we
all
made
created.
everything is made in his creation, right? He created everything, even the stuff we don't like, even the stuff he's against. He created everything.
Anger and he's got love and those two different qualities, but there's a difference between there's a righteous anger, and y'all know that because when something's wrong and it's unjustified and people are suffering, we have a righteous anger. God's got that. So my point is, like, God is not necessarily evil, but I mean that's just kind of going in a direction I'm not sure, because I was trying to stay with y'all this whole time. I just got back on the phone, so hey, but I'm feeling what y'all talking about though, so keep going.
Well, my take on that whole situation is about is God evil? I personally, I don't have that take that God is evil. I
He
think that
created it.
God is all that is good. But part of the wager, from my understanding of this whole life that we have, is dependent on the phrase free will. And in order for us to have access to free will, making unfettered decisions, we have to live in a reality where there's the possibility for extreme good and extreme evil. If we don't live in a reality that allows for that wide of a spectrum, then our free will is inhibited in the slightest degree. So, that's what this whole thing is about, in my opinion. That's the wager, is that we have to live in a reality like this. Otherwise, we don't have free will. And that was, the thing. Will they believe in you if you're not there and everything that can go wrong can go wrong? So
Now you
that's kind
adding
of what it's
Murphy's Law
about. It,
into it.
it
Go for
has
it.
to exist this way. Otherwise, we're not making a 100% clear choice. Like having kids. Imagine if you knew when you had kids that they were going to grow up healthy and perfect and live a long life, and there was no chance of anything going wrong. Would you really be deciding to have children? Or is it more of a free choice to decide, in spite of all the potential dangers that exist, you still decide to have children?
That's love,
Which one
dog.
is a free choice?
That's love. But I hear what you're saying, man. You guys are in some philosophy type things going now, but I'm not sure what everyone's trying to state. But I will say that that's love right there. I would rather have my kids and go through all the pain and struggles to experience that joy of life, and that's the same way God is for us. He
Is
would
this
have.
going back to all information is not good information? I mean, all information. Is that we going back? Is that what they're going back?
It can go in any direction. That's what I'm saying. That's why I like these kind of talks.
I was trying to wonder if this was just going to.
Let's take it back to the beginning. We're held accountable here. Are we really healed? Man, we're not really healed. Nobody in this world is really healed. We're all messed up from different things because we're not living naturally the way God intended us to. This is a superficial world we're in. Like, I swear to God, it's too materialistic, and some people in other countries are more happier. They got the aloha out here in Hawaii more than we got it down to the T. And that's my opinion. I don't ever try to push my opinions or beliefs on anyone. And I don't mean to come up in here all loud, y'all. That's why I try to stay in the comments, because I'm
Oh, you
too
good, brother?
but one love, y'all.
You
It's all love.
good. You good, my brother, because I'll put you like this. You can ask Kev, you can ask Lovely if she comes back. I be causing a ruckus when I come to a room. So you good.
Hey, I have a question for
Try to step
Vio.
back.
What up?
Is Bistro there? What the hell is
I
it?
wanted
I
to, I
thought
wanted
about
to
it. I
answer
ain't hear him in a while.
that
You there,
topic
brother?
though. I ain't get the answer.
Hey, Vio, are you there?
Yeah, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got a question for you, man, on something that you said earlier. You said that you don't submit to no God in that scenario that would ask you to sacrifice your kid because you ain't weak.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't submit to religion.
I wasn't
I
even
just
trying to
okay,
go down
so
that path, but let's see what Mister talking about.
so the
I
reason
just
Just
I
let him,
wanted to
because
bring this
everybody got
up
their own
is
beliefs. So
because is I don't dispute what you were saying about holding your ground or anything like that. That's not the point at all. All I'm getting at is when you said the word submitting because I'm weak, like making that correlation. So
I
I'm
believe.
just saying, as a dad, like as a father, because I'm assuming you have kids, right?
Not yet, but I have a spouse.
Okay, so so envision you got yourself a little 3-year-old and a little 1-year-old sitting there on the ground. All right, and you're thinking to yourself, would you be willing to do anything for those kids?
Of
I
course,
mean, what I mean is like,
I'll go against God for
are
my
you
kids.
talking about like, would you not go hang out with your homies so that you can be there with your kids, even though you really want to go hang out with your homies and you know taking care of the
I'll
kids is going to be a
sacrifice
pain?
everything for my seeds, bro.
So in a way, you can teach your kids about submission through strength. And what I mean is, you're submitting your personal desires for their betterment, which means, in my opinion, you're showing strength by devoting yourself to something that is not you.
I
And
disagree.
that's how I view submission.
If you
And
devote yourself
so
to a book, I believe that's foolish.
I'm just saying, like, from a dad's perspective, I submit to my kids' well-being before my own desires all the time. And I don't look at it as a sign of weakness. I look at that as a sign of strength to my convictions, because I'm willing to give to something else that isn't me. And I just wanted to point out that if you do that, that's not a weak thing. That's one of the strongest things you can do, in my opinion. That's all I was trying to highlight, is that submission doesn't necessarily mean weak. It takes
I'm not.
strength to say, I'm not going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do what's good for
Yeah, but
the
look,
people I'm obligated to. That takes a lot of strength, in my opinion.
I'm not. I can't raise my kids using a blueprint that somebody else made, right? So I'm not gonna tell my kids to follow the Bible and follow the commandments
Oh
of
yeah,
my.
y'all talking about two different things.
So
He talking about submission. He ain't talking about the Bible.
no, he said because when I said I wouldn't submit to God or whatever,
Oh,
he
the
said,
word submit. Oh, you think submit is only in the Bible or something?
Bible. Yeah, you can see
nah.
that.
I'm just saying I wouldn't submit to like religion. I don't submit to that.
Oh no, he was just
I think
saying
he's
that
trying
you
to add
said.
into
I'll
that it's
get you. I'll
weak
get you.
to
I'll get
submit to religion. I think it is weak to submit.
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I was just saying that
Oh, yeah,
it's
that's
not
kind of.
always that way, in my opinion. In my opinion, it takes strength to recognize that you're not gonna fulfill your baser instincts
So
and
what do
wants.
you believe in then? I guess I gotta do this then.
This is what I want
So
to
What?
answer. I wanted to answer the question about is God is evil. I'm gonna say God is not evil, but religion is, right? One thing I keep hearing about, like people when they talk about God, they keep saying he. That the people who wrote religion is given narcissistic, and like a narcissistic male wrote it, right? So when I think about life, everything takes a man and a woman. Not everything, but like most things on earth, like man didn't just do it by himself. We needed a woman, right? So what makes us think that everything that's created was created by one God? I believe God is up there with a woman. He has a wife. So if we're gonna keep saying he, nobody ever acknowledged that God should have a wife. Why should a God be up there lonely? But this is what religion is teaching. I think people don't know what the fuck they talking about when they talking about God. Cause like, how you gonna say God don't have a wife?
Yeah, we don't
All
have all
right,
the info,
so
but it doesn't change the scenario though. But I hear you
hold
though.
on.
So
I got you. I
that's
got
when I
you.
that's
I
when I throw
got you.
bullshit on
I'm gonna
religion
break
when they
this
don't
one down.
acknowledge that he has a wife.
Right. Hold on. I'm gonna break this one down. Okay. First off, there are two different spirits and energy. You have a positive energy and a negative energy. That's God. And it's not a singular being, that's two separate energies and two separate beings. So when you're thinking of it from a religious context, you're saying that they're teaching just there's that one specific energy. No, it's two different energies. And Hebrew, Yahweh, that you break that down, Yah and Way. Yah is the male, Way is the female. The energy that you're talking about. Now, when you also break it down further, there's seven spirits. They can call them Elohim, the Orsha, whatever you want to call them, but those are the spirits that help create the universe, the energies that help create the universe. So, what you're talking about is a complex thing that most people don't even understand. And they don't understand it not because they don't want to, they just don't understand it because they don't feel like they have the time. So, yes, there are two different energies that created us, just like in the physical sense, in the spiritual sense, and the energetic sense. Yes, God has a
So why?
significant other and energy.
I got a question then. So why
Ooh,
do
there's
we
two.
think
I
that?
don't think it's
You
just
think
one.
God is a human?
A human being, of course not, because humans have organs and our organs rot. But Bible also said that Cain killed his unalive his brother and he lived forever. But that's impossible for a human to live forever because our organs are gonna rot.
I wouldn't
So
look at the Old
that's why I
Testament.
don't believe in that BS Bible that humans wrote. Because the Creator created us. How the hell we gonna create the Creator? So I
Now,
feel like people
Hmm.
question for you.
freestyling. They
Well,
freestyling this
if
religion,
if
bro.
you if you go back in time, I don't know if you go back into the history, but you go back into the AC and BC. There are men that lived up. Your natural life, you're supposed to live up to 120 years, and plus we was over 7 feet tall. So if you go back to history and you can look in the doc and Google it, just ask how tall was the tallest man, and it will show you the tallest man and show you how old they were when we lived. So yeah, we can live for a long period of time. So if you have any question, you don't have to look in the Bible. You could Google it. It shows on Google. You know what I mean? What's the tallest man and what was the oldest man that lived? And it dates back to the AC or BC, if I want to say. You know what I mean? I mean, everything that we look at, read
You
is
believe in
made
Black
by
history?
man.
The Black history, all them books that white man wrote.
Yeah,
I
because
believe
Oh,
I
they
believe
studied too. 'Cause they just admitted that too. The Catholic Church just admitted that they took the
I'm trying to.
from Africa, from Ethiopia. Like I don't know what.
Yeah,
I'm looking in the
they
I
comments.
got.
did
Y'all
just
talking about
admit
something
that.
else now, but
he was
Hold on, real
asking.
quick.
He was
I
asking
wanted
for
to ask VO a
my bad, my
question.
bad. Go ahead, y'all.
the question.
You heard the question, VO.
Or
Say it again.
that
Something
dark
They
about
say
black
you
history.
believe
dude,
them
blonde
the
hair.
Black history books that's out.
Black history books.
Yeah, because I'm getting. I guess we get into you saying that. Sound like you trying to whatever man made. I guess you said is BS. But I was saying, do you
History about the
believe it?
oppression of black people.
Huh?
The history about oppression of black people. That's what you mean, like black history.
All the books. All the books.
I believe some of them that is written by black people.
uh,
How you know it's written by black people?
If it's a black author.
Huh?
If it is, I believe it. But if it's a pale man trying to tell me about black people, I think they're lying.
Cause we would never know that though. I guess
yeah.
because
Because
all
we
we know
know
is what we know.
whoever win the war can tell their version of the story. So I guess, but I don't really be believing what the pale man tell me because I know he want to indoctrinate me to believe something that's not really true.
Yeah, but we really can't cipher what I mean
Right.
because all we going through is what these books and what Google telling us and all the stuff we
Right.
decide to look up. We don't know if
Exactly.
it's coming from Pale Man or the whatever. We just so
We know we got to look it up. We know we got to
we
need
just
the
look it up, right?
information.
We
We
just
need the
don't know.
information.
I look at it this way: we know history from other countries that their country is lying to them about their history, right? So if we know that other countries are doing that, then what makes us think the U.S. ain't lying to us?
I'm open to that. I'm open to
Lines
all
up.
that.
It
I'm
lines
really,
up.
Exactly.
like
All
that's
of
why I'm
that.
trying to get people to be little. That's why I say
Be more
I'm open minded to
open-minded.
anything. I'm open to even the Bible could be wrong, right?
Me
But I'm
too.
saying, and this is what I tell people because I believe everybody should believe what they believe, but we shouldn't demonize what other people believe for whatever we lacked or from or getting hurt from whatever happened. I guess from our the studies and stuff because everybody not experienced the same exact thing.
Right.
Everybody
To
is
demonize
making a
Satan
choice for
was.
what they
Hey,
feel
Kev,
sit in their spirit, right?
Kev,
You got
Do you think to worship the Bible is to worship Satan, since the Bible invented Satan?
No.
hold on,
Uh,
hold on, hold on, hold on. Before we even go down this rabbit hole any further, there are three things that we need to have an understanding of. First off, all of the things that were on this planet before what we call Jesus Christ existed were created by dark, light skinned, or even tan colored people.
who was
Okay?
tan. There were no tan people. Who
Now,
was tan?
tan as in light in complexion. Don't
Light skin.
just let me finish what I'm saying, because satire is not something I'm good with.
I
There
was
are
asking.
things that I can. Well, no. Let me finish. There are things that I can tell you about the United States that you guys will find hard to believe until you go do your own research. I'll give you an example.
And where
The
did
Grand
research come from? I'm
Canyon.
about to get on all y'all now. Done.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
So
hold
where the
on, hold
research
on.
come from?
Hold on, Kev. Let me finish. I'm going to give you three things that are found here in the Americas that are not found anywhere else in the world. And you can't tell me that they are because I can literally prove it to you by giving you 14 different words to go Google search and then go actually look in real books that are a couple hundred years old
Where
and
that
prove
Google
you
search
wrong.
come from?
I'm
No,
open
no,
to
no.
all.
I'm saying Google.
Cause
I'm
this
saying
this
Google
why I
search
like
for a
doing this
reason.
stuff. Cause all I got to do is listen to, and I love when people when we all talk or talk down on one of each other's belief or something like that, right?
It's
I
not
want
a
to see
belief,
where did all this
Kev.
source come from?
All right.
Where
Hey,
did it
All
so
come
right,
I'm gonna
from?
so
jump
So
in on
let me
that.
finish. Let me
What we
finish.
googling? What we
Okay.
googling?
all right, Mr. P.
Google
Y'all a good one.
the
I'm just too
pyramid.
tired.
Hold on. Google the pyramid of Isis in the Grand Canyon. Start
So what?
there.
Huh?
Google the Google the pyramid of Isis in the Grand Canyon.
No, I'm good. I'm good. That's a white man wrote that. I'm good.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
You
Nope.
talking about
Not at
how
all.
America is where Egypt is? You talking about that one?
Uh,
No,
I'm
no,
about to go
no.
to the
We're not even.
logic. I'm about to go to the
We're not.
logic
We're
that's
not even.
being
We're
used
not even.
right now.
We're
I
not
don't
even.
know.
We're not even. We're not even going to call it that because there's also a pyramid and temple dedicated to Odin, Krishna, Vishnu. Like there, all those the temples that you can find throughout the Grand Canyon. You can find them in other places, but there are
They did
things
hide
here
a
in the
lot of
United
random
States, like
stuff.
I
Makes no sense.
right? But there are things here in the United States that you can't find anywhere else. When I say the United States, I'm talking about all the
Don't
Americas.
think too far into it though, man. You know, I've been down a lot of rabbit holes, but I hear what you're saying right now because it is pretty wild.
Is
Right, but I've
that
actually been
city?
to the Grand Canyon, is why I'm saying what I'm saying. I've actually been to Sedona, Arizona. I've actually been to the places that I'm talking about, and I'm telling you firsthand,
You been at the
these
beginning of
things,
the time too.
I believe
no,
in that underground city shit though. That's what
it's
he's talking
real.
about.
There's
And
some
and I
So
also
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
let y'all know
real.
believe
beliefs are not facts. I tell people this all the time,
Right,
man.
but
All
that's
we
why I'm
know is
not
our
talking about,
experiences and what we've been taught.
disbelief ain't facts
right,
either.
but I'm not talking
Just
about
because
Huh?
that
beliefs.
disbelief ain't
I'm
a fact
talking about
either.
physically.
None of
Right,
it.
but
None
I'm
of it's
If
talking
facts.
my
about
It's just
belief ain't a
beliefs.
physical.
fact, somebody's disbelief ain't a fact either.
None of it. None
Right,
of it is right. None of it is facts. That's why I say. But I'll be saying the thing is when we try to stand 10 toes on stuff that we don't, things that we really don't know about. That's what we mess up at. That's why I be saying about being. A lot of us got to be more open minded, just in general, because all of us can be wrong any
Hey,
day.
yo,
I don't know
It,
who said
all
whose
right.
situation
So,
is right,
Kev,
whose is
real quick,
wrong. We can only go off what we feel, what we feel or what make our life or help us progress in life. That's all we can do for real. Because even
hold on.
we can talk down on Buddhists and all this other religions, or we could talk about people
No,
that even
Kev,
believe in the black history stuff, you know what I'm saying? But we don't know
Kev,
what's a lie. We don't know. All we know is the probably from when we was born and what somebody told us, and even what
Kev.
somebody told us that done got tempered and changed. The story done been turned around 100 times
Hold on,
before it got to us. So we
Can,
would
can,
never know the true truth as much as we want to think that, right?
Kev.
true.
But
can I know the other two things, please? Because
Hey,
I'm
what's good,
taking
really?
notes.
Speaking
Two
to it.
more things. So he said to go check the Grand Canyon. What are the other two things? Because he said he had three things.
oh, you're
Yeah.
right.
I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm listening.
All right. Now, once you go check the Grand Canyon, you physically go there and you start looking at the stuff and understanding what I'm talking about. Second thing I want you to go check that is literally only found here in the Americas. Go to Mexico
Okay.
and then go to certain parts of Mexico and then you start looking at hieroglyphs that are called Paleo Hebrew. Paleo Hebrew is only found in the Americas. Let's go with that one. Then the third one, which is one that'll mess you up, look up the Tarmary Empire
Hey,
or
real quick.
Tar America,
Hey,
and that's America.
just
Go ahead.
remember. All this information is totally good, bro, and I love all the young minds and everybody's point of view. Just remember, like, even in the Bible says to not be wise in your own eyes. And any man in this world that spent his whole life studying something and says one thing to be true, and they're ignorant of everybody else's culture or this and that, they're wrong. They're basically the Pharisees the Bible is talking about. So my whole point is, in Job in the Bible, when he had all them stuff going on, his friends basically hated on him and said he's got sin and this and that. You know who walked up and said the most beautiful thing? It was a kid. If you actually read through Job and go to the end, it was a kid that said the most beautiful thing. He said, none of you guys know what you're talking about. This is your friend. You're supposed to be showing him love and this and that. I'm not talking about what we're doing right now. I'm just giving a point. But after all that, God said, no man knows my ways. His ways are higher
Facts.
than our ways. And so my whole point is, people have been fighting over the same things, doing what we're doing right now for thousands, maybe 10,000 of years. Like, maybe they had it wrong with the whole time frame. But that's not the point. The point is, what exists, period, is us. Like, we're people. We're supposed to love others more than ourselves. And
That's
people
the
chase
goal.
power and greed and too many
No
things. And
matter what the beliefs is.
we're all
That's
left up, man. And we're all healing, trying to get back to the normal core of who we are. Living
That
for
is
our
so
reason.
true.
we are
That
trying
is
to get
so
Right.
back to
true.
our sound self.
Right.
Don't let all this stuff take you too far away
Wow.
from the truth, is my point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly. You
It's
right.
all about love.
That's it.
Yes, yes,
That
exactly.
that
It's
is
like
one.
that is the more powerful. Unconditional is even more difficult because you
That's
know
impossible.
to have to no, I'm trying. I'm really trying hard to see over. It's like what I work so hard now is to truly see over the person projection of their own anger towards me,
Mm.
because with that, if I stay focused on the unconditional love, I can overcome that too. I saw people that they attack me, and when I see through that, and I saw that they were
What the heck?
Yes, sis. Oh, bro.
Right. What happened?
Did it get real silent for y'all too?
Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
it did.
Oh,
Her
bless him.
bars.
Hope not.
Or she must be outside or something, walking
It's
around.
that unconditional
some.
Wow.
signal.
We speaking truth, and the satellites is trying to blank it out, y'all. No, for real.
Yeah. I,
Truly,
So, all right, now I
I,
gotta get you now.
oh, she was talking the whole while.
yes,
Hey, your
Joy
signal went
Simpson.
out just then.
So you
You
believe
said
in
good, sis.
unconditional love?
That was good stuff, sis.
I don't
I'm
believe in
working.
unconditional love.
Yes,
That's fake.
yes. I'm imperfect, and I know that I was conditioned to think the way I do, so reactive. So that's why I come in this life. Whatever I learn is like is almost like evolving, constant. What did I learn from that? Why
Mm-hmm.
did I get triggered? How do I connect with the person? Because truthfully, I'm here for connection. I'm
Mm-hmm.
no longer here for chaos. I want to connect with people because people that attack me, I reflect my past self. That was me. I'm no longer there. So truly, I'm trying to tap into the unconditional love because it's hard. It's hard. We go through some tough stuff. The
Mm-hmm.
more angry a person is, I say, wow, I was in pain, but I wonder which kind of pain that went through. So when I think that way, it's no longer an enemy, and I try to embrace it because I'm also a woman. I've been a mother. I know what it is, it's like having a screaming child and give him love and put him to sleep, you know. Those are moments and we need to project the love to everybody, It's like we want to be understood. We need to tap in and try hard to understand others as much as we want to be
Right.
understood. That's
Right. Facts.
unconditional part. It's hard and it take meditation and it take connection with self. So that's what I say is like I don't want to come on the TikTok and speaking from ego. I want to be humble. I want to be discerned. I want to understand. I want to be a better person. That's what all of us should aim for. That's all. That's all I have
Yeah,
to
there's
say.
too much falseness in this world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We
Hmm.
even false to ourselves, so you know that is what it is, man.
That
But
is,
yeah, I think the whole point is like the only reason why I say this because I run into this a lot. Like I
hmm
said, I tell everybody to believe in what you believe in, right? Um, as long as it's benefiting you or if it's helping you in your life. Because nobody, and I know to this day, nobody can tell me that they know that they can stand 10 toes on what they believe in unless they just want to be arrogant or something. Because I'm always going to ask them, have you been here since the beginning of time to even notice? Because anything can be a lie. Like as long as you say that you're open minded, right? But some people are not. Some people are just stubborn and they're gonna stay that way, right? But nobody, all like only thing we do know, all we know is our experiences and what has been taught to us and our researches and all this other stuff we choose to spend our whole life doing and not whatever. That's all we know. You know what I'm saying? But the whole point is what we gonna do with what we know to help our self grow. You know what I'm saying? Or help even others. You know, we can have all the information in the world, but what we gonna do with it? But brag about it and say I know this and you don't know this, you know what I'm saying? Or I think this way and you don't. Like, what's the point? My thing is the whole thing is how's it benefiting your life and helping your life? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like we can always act like what my beliefs is better than yours and what your stuff sound like is dumb and or something like that. But then again, we're not getting anywhere. It's just comparisons for what? You know what I'm saying? Because obviously some is working for other people. It might not work for you, but that don't mean it ain't gonna work for somebody else.
Yeah.
facts.
Watch the frogs, man. They sing together. Watch. I mean, it's just I don't know. I don't mean to keep taking it back to the animals. I'm not saying we're animals, but I'm just saying you look in nature, you can see the natural design, and
Mm.
it just comes up in you like a breath, man. That's why I love music. So
Yeah,
hey,
it
Right.
does. That's one reason why I don't like to get on religion because I hear one side bashing the other side.
Hmm.
My thing is we have to be more open minded to accept other religions.
I talk to
You know
my
what I mean?
Muslim brothers. I talk to atheists. Everything.
Instead of just bashing one another about their religion. You believe what you believe. And at the end of the day, we can all debunk every religion.
Every.
You know what I mean? So no one is set in stone. Yet do we have to unlearn some things about everything? Sure we do. But at the end of the day, I can't beat you down with what I believe. 'Cause what I believe is what I believe. You know what I mean? Am I open minded to learn different things? I am. And I'm not, that's what Kev said. I'm not standing 10 toes down for anything but my children. You know what I'm saying? And myself. But other things, I'm open minded to learn different things from different people.
Get off one second.
That's why I like
So
understanding people.
I have a question then. Do you believe that your parents are your parents, or do you know that your parents are your parents?
I believe that my parents.
Oh,
See, that's the difference. I know my parents are my parents by blood and by right. That's the difference. Until you can understand what I just said,
Ain't believing
But
you're
knowing,
somebody
gonna
taught you that, right?
but ain't believing
no,
knowing.
Peace. Hey,
no,
I'll see y'all
no.
next time. Be good.
All right,
All right, for
all
V.
right,
sure,
bro.
man. For sure, for sure, for sure.
But that's the point of why I'm saying what I'm saying. To
I
believe
thought I seen my
something,
crush for a minute. So I was talking to him. Yeah. But
to believe something just means you don't know what it is, if it's real or not. To know something is to know something. Like, I'll give an example. I know when I went to the Grand Canyon, physically was there, my body, my mind, my spirit was physically in that place. I touched those stones. I walked through the Grand Canyon. I saw what I saw, heard what I heard, and felt what I felt. Okay? I know what I saw. Can't nobody tell me what I know. They can tell me what I
you're right.
believe.
But nobody
You
got to
feel
believe
me?
you either. That's what the other thing you got
Right.
to remember.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But guess what? I don't care if they don't believe me.
Yeah, yeah.
I know
Well,
what I know because
yeah.
I physically felt it, saw it, and touched it.
Yeah,
You feel me?
exactly. I
That
feel
it
you.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
But,
matter about what somebody believes, what they think I know, or what I think
yeah,
I
and
know.
that's all it is.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly. As long as you know that,
That
right?
part,
Because the
right,
thing
right,
is, we like try to teach things and say that it's facts, but nobody don't have to believe. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's the only point I'm getting to about that, though. Because even
right,
you
and
expressing it, right? That's up for you to. Even that's an internal thing. You know that, but even you voicing it is still like you want people to still believe what you're saying. But I'm just
right.
saying, in reality, everybody have a choice to believe it or not. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's something I would be trying to,
Okay,
because some people take it personal, like, why you ain't, you know what I'm saying? But every human mind work different. I mean, some people going to
yeah.
adapt, some, you know what I'm saying? It's just what it is, what it is. And I would never recommend or tell somebody to believe everything, because that will make a person be naive. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, dang, you do that, I'm going to bend to that, I'm going to bend to that. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't tell, no, like a person that you're not gonna believe everything I say. You know, that'd be crazy, ridiculous. I mean, I could just say anything and make you
Look,
believe it.
look.
You know,
Right.
I know what happens when you die. Y'all could choose to believe me or not, right? Check this out.
in
So
my opinion,
No, it sound
when
like, don't it?
when you pass away, right?
Oh no, that's me getting water out the refrigerator.
sure. It's like,
Your soul.
Oh no,
Ted,
no, no, no. Hold
Ted,
up, I got you. Camera,
no,
No,
Ted,
we don't want the camera
Ted.
on.
camera. What does that say? You see that water going into a cup, my boy?
I don't believe it.
I believe it.
Wow,
I
you can
believe
feel
it.
it
I
too.
hear the vibration of his voice, but that's just
I
me.
think Vio was talking though. We
So
had
yeah,
talked
I'm
over
about
him.
to
My
tell
bad.
you some. This is what I know, right? When you pass away, you don't go to heaven or hell. That's how I know religion is capped. So hell
You
don't.
you passed away before?
Right. That's why I'm about to ask him. Did he pass away?
So peep this though. This is how I know this.
Oh, how you notice?
Oh,
When
I gotta hear this.
Me too. I want to hear this real good. Let me go on mute for this one.
when you pass away, your soul it transfers to the spirit world, right? Now, the spirit world is something you probably tapped into. If you ever had one of those deep dreams that felt like it was so real and you seen like a dead relative, that was you being in the spirit world. That's where you go when you die. You don't go to hell, you don't go to heaven. You go into that spirit world that you tap into when you have those deep dreams where you see those dead relatives. Word. That's the truth. You
Word,
can choose to believe it, you can choose
word. And I'm gonna tell you like this, boy. I'm a Scorpio, so we're gonna get toxic for about 5 seconds.
Okay.
House of Pluto and the House of Mars. That's war and death. So eighth house. So I understand where you're coming from. I'm all into the macabre. I'm all into the what is classified as the occult, because all of that stuff that they tell us we're not supposed to know. Go learn it. Change your mind. You'll see some things and hear some things that'll mess you up or wake you up. One or the other.
How? And my thing is, when do you pass away? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that one.
Every time your eyes close and
I
you
tapped
reset.
into the spirit world. I see my father, I see my cousin, and they passed away. So I know where they at, and I know
Is
where I'm gonna go when I die. So I'm not afraid of death.
is
And
that
it's
a
beautiful.
sign to
It's
let you
beautiful in the
know
spirit
that they were
world.
fine? Is that a sign to let you know that they were fine when you
No,
see them in your
my
sleep?
dad was actually mad at me because when I got the inheritance, I ain't break bread with his kids, but I don't give a fuck about his kids.
But didn't it? But it's still isn't that that's a interpretations of the dream. When you see a relative unalived or whatever, it's not telling you where they're at. It's just letting you know that they are fine. Period.
Nah, I
It's
don't
no
think so. Cause my dad
because
is not
you
happy with me. I know this because he
he
visited me before.
he
Like my dad, he's
in
not the
order.
type
Wait,
of
so you
person.
said it's called Nether Realm?
That's what he
Nah,
said.
I call it
What's
the
it called
spirit
again?
world. I call it the spirit world. That's what
Spirit
like
world. So why
yeah.
spirit world can't be considered heaven?
Hmm.
Word. Cause you don't necessarily got to be a good person to go into the spirit world. Cause I believe Hitler is in the spirit world too.
Possible.
So
You
That could
you
still
know
be
so the
heaven.
reason why I don't subscribe to religion, they say you gotta be a goody two shoes to get into
They never
this
said that.
afterlife. And if you don't, you burn in the afterlife. And I'm like, no, bro.
Nope.
But who
That's why I
said
said
that?
you got the
What do
teaching
you
that I got
do?
when I was younger until I read the Bible for myself. But that's none of that stuff is true. I'm
Nothing.
I
gonna just
already
let you
know.
know
Okay,
that that's
well,
none of that's
I
true.
don't believe in hell. I'm not afraid of hell. I'm not going there. I'm going to the
Yeah,
spirit
I
world.
don't think hell. No,
Okay.
it's not. No.
I don't
I'll
believe in
tell you
Yeah.
what.
hell. I don't believe
I'll
in a
tell you
Satan.
what.
If
Vito.
the Bible invented Satan, then I don't believe in the Bible, bro.
Okay. Well. Look at this. I'm gonna tell you this right here, and I'm gonna tell you this from someone that read it and understands it. I don't understand everything because I'm not gonna say that. But what I do understand is this: at the end of this life that you call life, at some point in time, all heads will bow and all knees will go. You will all go to your knees, and you will say to
For
one
who?
God, one person, and one person only. Trust me and believe me on that
I don't believe that bullshit.
one. I mean, hey,
I don't
I
believe in
mean,
a lonely God. I don't think
Can I
God is up
say
there by himself.
something?
there's only
There
one
are,
God. Bro.
There's
there
So
only
are,
one
you
God.
know,
God has a wife. He has a
can,
spouse. 'Cause we have spouses.
yeah.
We need
There's
for us to
only
feel
one
life. We
God.
need a woman. So why y'all think God made everything by himself? That's ignorant. I'm not ignorant, but that's narcissistic to think.
But who's at the head though?
Yeah, you
Who's
see,
at the head?
uh, where is the love? Where is the love?
You know
Anyhow,
what I'm saying?
I was trying to say one thing. If we stay connected to a positive thought, because you see, when there is one belief, like I had a death experience, um,
I did
and
too.
I don't remember nothing. I remember going for surgery to deliver my baby girl, and then I flatlined because of loss of blood, and then I woke up with the sack of blood, uh, I staring up high, and they told me what happened. So I don't remember nothing. I didn't see the light, didn't see, but that's my experience. And
Hmm.
I believe that when you speak about your experience, that's your experience. And I respect it. That doesn't mean because I respect your experience that I believe your experience because I didn't live
I
it.
wonder why I never tapped into that word then when I first looked.
You know what I mean? Digo, Dio.
Let me think about that.
Also, I believe the spirits they could visit you, right?
Oh
In the
yeah,
real
I
time.
believe that.
So what my dad did one time, I was talking on the phone with my girlfriend. I was talking about how much I was gonna get the inheritance. I was talking about the money I was getting, right? So I'm on the phone bragging about this inheritance money. My deodorant gets knocked off my dresser, and my windows was closed, and my shit wasn't hanging off the thing at all. When I tell you I felt his presence and I felt spooked, I'm like, yo, my deodorant just got knocked off the dresser. My girl was like, yo, stop playing. I said, yo, I wish I was playing with you. Like, I wish I was joking. Like, that shit really happened. I'm like, nah, spirits is real, bro.
Yeah,
So,
they real though. They most definitely real.
if I
Nobody
So
said.
know,
I
yeah,
think that's even in the Bible that you not
yeah,
talking about.
Yeah,
But yeah, they
exactly.
real for sure.
if I know my
Yeah.
dad
I
wasn't a
believe you in
saint,
that.
if I know my dad wasn't a saint and his spirit is bothering me in real time and I see him in my dreams, then I know hell is not real.
But who are you to determine if your dad was a saint or not? That's the thing. We keep going off our own values of what is good and bad. But we just actually
I
mentioned
don't
this
believe
earlier about good and bad is meant to
I don't
work
believe
with
my dad
with one another, right?
I don't believe my dad met the Bible's requirement for a person who's going to heaven.
It doesn't matter. If long as when he God always give us an opportunity to say our final words before we take that breath, that last breath. You know what I mean? When you confess and say, "Hey, I believe in you. Come into my heart, come into my life." At that moment, God always gives you that opportunity to confess before he takes before you take that last breath. You will say something before that, before the end of the day of your life. You will say, "Lord God, forgive me for
And
all my."
you made me think about that too, because it just showed that everybody do got their own experiences what they have in life. Because
Mhm.
even if it was according to right your
So
beliefs, right, what you said you said when you fell asleep you seen your parents, right?
I see in my dream, I see my parent, I see my cousin. In real
Right.
time, I had a ghost experience with my dad
Yeah.
twice. Once I was talking about him on the phone, I walked through a cold spot in a room. that when I told somebody about this story, they said spirits are cold. I said, yo,
Yeah.
it felt like the air condition was on, but it wasn't. My air condition was not on. It was only cold in that fucking area that I walked through, and
Yeah.
that shit spooked the fuck out of me, bro.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
It's
so
So
real.
when I say if spirits stay here, bro, that means they don't go to hell or heaven. Then the Bible must be lying to me. That's what. That's
nah,
what. That's what.
I
That's what.
don't know
That's what.
about
That's
that.
when I was like, to hell with religion. And plus, there's too many religions. Somebody gotta be lying.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I feel you on but Bible and religion are two different things. Everybody keep making it
Right.
seem like Bible is no. Bible had many religions in it. They don't mean you. It's the religion, right? Just
Hmm.
like, but what I'm getting to about that is like I'm a firm believer that, and that's it's even in the Bible, right? God gave everybody their own experiences how to basically to connect back to Him. No matter everybody ain't gonna have the same experiences. Everybody don't catch the Holy Ghost.
Hmm.
Everybody don't get dreams and all that stuff. He hit different people for different angles for different reasons. To connect to Him and stuff. Because I was about to say, even if we was going off, like you said, if yours is right, you said it's valid that from off your belief, you said that we all gonna go to this thing. That means everybody would have had the same exact thing when they go to sleep. They're gonna see that thing. They would have had the same exact thing if that was really like legit supposed to happen, right? If it was
I
like
believe
that.
everybody experienced it. They just probably don't remember it. I'm able to remember my vivid dreams, like those lucid dreams, or what I call it tapping into the spirit world. Is like
Yeah.
that shit feel like real life. Even when I get off work and I get on the train to go home, I fall asleep on the train. I astral project. My spirit won't be like it would leave, and I'll be into the spirit world. I'll wake up, I'll slam back into my body, and I'm in a fucking train station with mad fucking strangers. And I'm like, yo, how the hell I was just in a different world? So I'm like, I know the spirit world exists, bro.
How many times that happened to you though?
It happens to me when I'm really tired, and I hate that it happens because it's unsafe because I be in public. But
That's
I
why
know
is it like kind of frequent, or it's just, or it happened to you too many times to count on one hand?
it happens a lot.
Kayla, yeah, it ain't demonic, man. It's not demonic. Like I said, I believe God uses have people look at
It
different
happens,
things from different way in different ways and stuff. So it's
and
just everybody got their
every
own
time
type
I
of
wake
ways. It
up,
ain't really
it's like
demonic.
I
It's
slam into my body, like my spirit or like my soul. It's like it slams into my body, and then I wake up, and I be like, what the fuck?
because yeah,
How
some
was that?
people have
And
visions. Some people
I be
have.
thinking, how was I sleep that deep? Like, how was I sleep that deep? Because
Yeah.
it be my soul leaving my body, bro.
Just like he
Um,
said, some people guys would he had people with dreams of going to hell and all that stuff. Like I don't mean that they necessarily going. It's just sometimes God put things in your life for you to, because it actually these experiences is what changes, right? That's his way of how he tap into to get us on the right path or the path that he wants us to go and all that. So even the way we talk about each other, I don't think God take how we talking is serious. Because like at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer. If you don't say God or not, our Creator knows us more than we know ourselves. I'm a firm believer of that.
But it
And I don't know.
was in
Do
me.
you believe that we made ourselves, or do you believe? Oh, you said you used to believe it's a God, a woman, and a man. I mean, so I
If the
mean,
creator
even
was
that,
using me,
right?
bro, I'm gonna tell you
Huh.
this one thing. It was like for like a whole week, I kept having this like voice in my head every time I woke up, like everything is gonna end in an explosion, right?
Yeah.
It was like before black people see liberation, everything is gonna end in explosions. It's like what I was being told, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to believe that shit, bro. I'm like, I don't want to believe it. And I hope that shit is BS. I hope it's just my insecurity, and I'm not spiritually inclined or something. But if I am, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
them dreams. I mean, that stuff that happened to you is for you to wake up. That's what it is. It just get us to wake up
can
or
I
to
also
move differently in life. That's all that is.
can I also say something? It's like I hear a lot of like it's like when this younger man is saying it's like my father he did things it's like a witness so he's not in a good place. That is like judgment. I used to live on judgment, and little thing that happen, it's that by doing that, you're stopping yourself from seeing that like we grow day by day, they may grow day by day. So by holding on to the judgment, You don't understand that person have growth. You don't know if they're repentant, if they did the healing work, if you're not present on the daily living. And even if you're present, you live with them and you hold that judgment, you cannot see the truth of their growth. So that's what I'm saying. So in their time of passing, we really don't know where they're going because we don't know where they're at. Does that make sense?
Facts. Yeah,
Right.
don't.
Do you guys believe spirits like
But do
are
you
good
understand
spirits
what
and
I
bad spirits?
said? I was trying to ask you, do you understand what I was telling you? Well, I hope you think about that. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe in.
All right. So regarding the spirits, like they could possess people, right? Because sometimes I be thinking I don't want to sound crazy. I think my girlfriend gets possessed by these bad spirits sometimes, and I be like, "Yo, what is wrong with you? Like, why you?" And it's like she don't be herself, and her eyes get real black, like real. I don't see the white part. So I'm like, damn, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? It feels kind of like evil, but I also
You know,
think maybe something's
sometimes,
possessing her.
sometimes okay, I live with my adult son, right? And sometimes it's like he's an adult, I'm an adult, and I forget that sometimes. And and then when I put myself into check, then it's like it totally changed the perspective. I humble myself. It's like he's an adult. Maybe it's my energy. Let me get busy, do something else. Let me go for a walk. Because if I focus in how he reacted, because I asked a question, it started chaos. So sometimes it's just projection. It's just ego. And I could argue on the daily, but I know that when I argue, I don't get nothing positive, so I dissociate myself to even think that why they have an attitude, why their look looks the way it does. That's to me is it's something that I didn't heal before when I was a traumatized child. So when I start to feel that energy, I disconnect and I start to question myself because most of the time it's me. It's me. It's not them. It's me.
Mm,
That's all I'm saying.
mm, yeah. Well, I'm about to say what the word happened. What in the world? But yeah. Uh. But yeah. I mean, we all have dreams. You know, God gives children visions and men's dreams, older men dreams. So I get what you're saying. You know, um, uh, Vito, the goat, the goat. I get it. We got a long way to go. Mm. Oh, this is a little too deep for my soul.
And I hope I see 60, 80, 90 years old. Like, I don't want everything to go kaboom before shit get great. You feel me?
Mm.
And I hope not, man. There's too many.
Man, gotta
There's
be
too many
thankful you
nukes
made
on
it
this
to where
planet.
you at now, cause some
Oh
people not even
God,
make
be
it to your
thankful,
age.
bro. Cause like all these nukes on this planet, man. I be happy I'm here. I just every day I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Yeah. Live the moment because that's all we have anyway. We don't have the
I'm trying to be
past, we don't have the
optimistic.
future.
You don't know how life either gonna be too long or too short for you to be pessimistic every day. Like, come on now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. A moment of silence.
oh, right. Oh, my bad.
All this silence.
Never heard that before.
Can we please have we gotta let all that stuff get
Right,
uh
all that, because we was talking about
absorb
the
it.
heavy stuff, yeah. But
That's my take on the afterlife. Y'all believe in the Bible to take on the afterlife?
I believe a lot about it. No, it make. I mean, I actually see a lot of the stuff that goes on in the Bible. I
Yeah.
believe a lot, and then I get the whole concept of it. And it ain't the way people been teaching and stuff. The main whole goal of it is to basically to love one another. That's all that is. That's the really thing. And it was the stories that were in there was basically showing how God used people like us and that make mistakes, live life, seeing all this other stuff and still find a way, you know, to show that we need him. You know what I'm saying? Or
Mhm.
it, whatever you want to say, her, he. It basically just to show that none of us is perfect and he still can use us. That's what I got out of it. And he got something for all of us to do, and
Mhm.
realize that we will still never know his total plan. None of us, not even his angels. So
That's
all these
that.
people that be coming with these conspiracies and all that. You ever notice, like even the Mayans that came, well, the end of the world is this and all that stuff.
Right.
He never told us when the end of the world gonna be. You know what I'm saying? He never told us when he's gonna return,
But there's
when
gonna be
Jesus
one,
gonna
right?
return. None of that stuff. We just don't know.
He said, just be ready because I'm going to come like a thief in the night,
Mm-hmm.
the day or time when I will return. So
Mm-hmm.
be ready. You
Yep.
know, we don't know. We just, I heard one time in 2020, in 2000, that when the clock strike 12, God is going to return, the world going to end. Man, I was
Man,
so scared. I'm like, what? I'm listening to all these people in
Right,
2000.
I was.
World gonna end? Oh, my God.
I think the world's gonna end with the uprising of black people.
Okay.
I don't think the pale man wants to live in a world where he's equal to the black man, or the black man is more powerful. So the
Okay.
pale
Real
man's
talk.
gonna
If you
do
really
it more.
like look deep
Vio,
within, the pale
can
man
I
is
ask you?
still black. They just skin just white. All of us is
Mm,
black for real.
the pigmentation, yeah. Some got pigmentation, some don't. I get it.
That's all
Kev,
it is. We literally all human. We the same thing. It's just we done separated.
And
But
So
I don't
Kev,
know.
behind the scenes
I have a
uprising.
question, Kev. Kev, I have
What's
a
up?
question. Are you friend with Vio?
Yes.
Yeah. Good, good. Because is very Vio, you are so bright, and I really love your connection, spiritual. But I think also, and this is just take it for a 54-year-old now that is been here in this life, and you need a little bit of guidance. I mean, I did need it myself, because that's important in life. This disconnection between the older generation and the new generation needs a balance. And I think that our answer will come with the perfect balance within ourselves. So that's my little wish for you. That's all.
yeah,
I hear you.
yeah, because there ain't nothing new under the sun. It's just been going on for years and years and years. Disconnect between the older generation and the young generation. It's been going on since the beginning of time.
And that I believe
That's
that he
not
has
it.
done
You know the funny
You
purposely.
know
part
what?
about that?
I think
With
it's gonna
this
stop with
disconnect
you.
from the older and the younger. So we disconnected from just each other in general. It ain't really no age thing. That's what make it funny to me.
Of
Because it's
course.
like we literally doing the same thing with the same age and we
Hmm.
doing the same thing. It's like we just all disconnected in some way. And then we got some people we just relate with. And so, it's just, I mean, I really don't think it's no age. It got nothing to do with age,
No,
though. It's
no,
the same thing that going in both sides.
no.
Because you
I
got
mean,
stubborn older people, we got stubborn younger people, we got uh immature this, immature, you know what I'm saying? It ain't even no age in this situation. It's just everybody want their way to be the way. You know what
the
I'm
way.
saying? That's all they
Right. That's true. I agree with that.
Right. But what I was trying to say, let me go deeper because I really want to
that's what
be
she said.
understood. I want to be understood. Maybe I used the wrong wording.
No, you
And
good.
thank you for
We understood
reminding.
what you said. We were just talking about something
No,
different.
Yeah.
no,
My
no. What I'm saying is this. If we would talk, right, what I notice as an older person, that their problem in society is still the same problem in society that there were when I was young like that. It's just that dressed different, but it's still bottom line, same problem.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Just be
that's
patient.
it.
Right.
There's
People
nothing
that's
new.
been in
But
power
because we no
always been in
longer
power
talk
because
to each
they've been in
other.
power.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason why is because everybody is smart, wisdom, and they have lack of understanding. So is that the fact that one, just like Kev said, I'm not trying to put no age on it, but I think I'm gonna go right to the age part. I feel like it is the fact that everybody got to be right. Nobody can be wrong. No,
Facts.
nobody want to bow down and say, you know what? No, I didn't say bow down. Can't even say that word. Nobody
Ego.
wants to
Put that
eat
ego to the side. So
right.
yeah.
They don't want to let their pride, their ego down. They got too much pride to say, okay, I understand what you're saying. Let me hear your way. Okay. Now let's hear it. And then if I don't agree with it, I say, okay, well, listen, we got to come up with a better plan.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to be in the driver's seat, but nobody wanted to get in the passenger side.
Facts.
You know what
Facts.
I'm saying? So somebody got to learn how to say, you know what, I'm gonna let you drive this time.
Be
You're younger.
humble.
You know what I mean? Exactly. You know what I mean? If you're younger, okay, I'm gonna let you drive. All right. If we're going to a place where I ain't never been before, okay, you're the oldest, you've been there before. Now show me how to drive
Right.
this car better
Right.
than what you drove. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people is not gonna give up that position
Nope.
because they're afraid of letting themselves be vulnerable to any person. And I think that's probably where we lose where we lost that. You know what I mean? Because I go back and I could just say this from Bart. I don't know about past this right here, but 1716, Jim Crow had wrote a letter how to create a slave, how to make a slave. And if you look at half of the thing that's going on now, it still exists from 19, what he said in his letter. It's still going on. They took our minds and kept our body. So now everybody's thinking for themselves now, but no one wants to understand that it comes back full circle.
Must be outside.
So that's just my thought of it. I mean, hey, we see it
Wow,
every day.
Kevin, that was deep. That was deep. When
She
you
said.
said, let a person drive, let a person drive. I am guilty of that. I went on a trip with my two sons and we were on the highway and they were like, uh, just let me drive, and I was like, watch out for the truck. They're braking. And then when my other son said, would you let him ride? And then I start to look within, right? And I went before, when I was a child, I was looking at the other cars. I was looking at the nature, at the vision that I had. I never worry about who was driving. I never even had the thought. So I had to go back and I do a lot of meditation because of this, it's like those triggers. But yes, I don't trust. That's how it came out to, and why I don't trust. So that's deep for me when you said, let a person take the lead.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
that's why, all right, I
if,
was
if
saying,
you
wow.
if you even you want to go back to when everybody first started driving, I believe everybody in here started driving kind of early. When you first started driving, your parents kind of reluctant to let you drive. You know what I mean? Because you didn't have enough experience to drive that car. You might not had enough knowledge of the car. So they were kind of timid. But over time, when you finally got those L's or them driver's license, however you want to call them, then your parents more kind of lean back, kind of, hey, okay, you going here? All right, cool. Then they let go of the wheel. They allow you to drive. You know what I mean? And that's where some of us have to get to that point. We got to let this younger generation drive. Are we reluctant to let it go? Sure. But the way some of these young people are talking, they have a better way. You know what I mean? And we should be there as adults to kind of guide them in the right direction. You know what I mean? Do we know everything? No. That's why we always say it takes a village to raise kids.
Hmm.
And it does
Yeah.
take this village for us to get to that next step, to that next level, to that next place that we need to be as a whole. But everybody have they thesis, their doctorates, and their degrees. But no one's saying, you know what? Hey, just because I got this degree doesn't mean I can't let you drive.
Right.
Right.
You know
Right.
what I'm
Oh.
saying? If I got all this education, but I should still be able to let you drive it. All right, now I'm gonna lay out this plan. Are we gonna go step by step about it? Probably not. We might have to veer off a little bit, but nobody wants that. Everybody want to go down this straight and narrow road, but sometimes to get to where we got to go, might got to go left here and right there. But at the end of the day, as long as we get to that destination that we
Right.
call life, you know what I mean, coming together as a people. That's the problem. We don't know how to let it go. We want to argue it down. We want to debate it. We want to, pick apart somebody's story. We want to, dilute what somebody is saying instead of just trying to understand what they're saying.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why a lot of these people are TikTok broke. TikTok,
Oh,
because people don't want to hear a person's story. We don't have to pick it apart. Just say, you know what, young blood, or my dude, I feel you. I get what you're saying.
yes.
Life is
Yes.
not going to be perfect. Not where you predict it, life ain't going to be that way. But we, as the older generation, we have to be there for them as long as we possibly can. But nobody, like I said again, nobody wants to let the wheel go. Two people can't drive this car. We let Dr. King drive. We let Malcolm X drive. Now here we are. We don't have that leader to drive this car or this bus that we got going on. Everybody want to be the leader. Sometimes we got to follow that leader.
And nobody want to protect the leader too, because it's still every time that those bigger name that you just said, uh, they were alone. At some point, they were alone, or they were like betrayed. And I don't understand that part. It's like sometimes I wanna come out and be more outspoken and truth, but it just so happened, that when those moments happen, then I have somebody that friend me with. I had the last one is like a officer sniper. It's like after I had a beautiful life and we were all connected, you know. Then I'm trying to do a video that is very truthful within me, and it didn't record. So those are stuff that all my life, when I stand up for the truth or ask the question, I had very, very negative repercussion, right? Which it took me back and get scared. But I don't want to live in fear. I just want to know that when I stand out and speak the truth, many stand out with me because I'm speaking truth. But it just so happened that when sometimes I speak truth, I feel alone, and that's not a good feeling because I'm not speaking just for myself.
Yes, it is. Cause I'm standing alone in my truth. I'd rather be at peace with myself and at war with the world than at peace with the world and at war with myself. So what?
Mm.
If I'm standing in my truth and I'm standing alone, I'm comfortable by myself because then I know I don't have fake people around me.
There you go. And when you speak your truth, true people come around you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You keep telling your truth. Eventually, you gonna hear somebody can hear your truth, and it's gonna be a chain reaction. Then everybody's gonna be in a group that's about the truth. There would be no room for negative and fake people because a lot of times the truth hurts the ones that are not telling the truth. Sometimes it helps, but a lot of time it helps. You know what I mean? So we just gotta. I don't know. We don't, like they said, we don't have no Martins. We don't have no Martin. We have Martins. We have Malcolm X's, but no one wants to rise to that occasion because they see that what happened to them back in them days.
You know what? I even like I wanted to like do this activist thing, but the thing is, I know that they use your own people against you. So it's like, damn, you could try to fight for your people, but they will throw some money at your people to betray you. So when you it's hard to fight for rights when they are so like they driven by the pale man's money. They're not ready to betray the pale man.
Well, I'll tell you this much. It is easier to do it if you just shoot your move. That's the reason Malcolm and them did what they did. So we
Right.
wouldn't have to do what they did. See,
See,
Malcolm didn't, it wasn't the goal to make little Malcolms or Martins. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to wake up those young people. As long as you woke, that's all that needs to happen. Because you will then begin to exercise that what you know to be great for you and your family. They did, see, Martin and Malcolm and all of them, they did the damn thing. They red pilled us. They got us out the matrix. They let us know what was going on. So now you know, black man and black woman. Now you know. Do you need a leader?
You don't
Now
even
you
have
know and fully understand what's going on. Do you need a leader?
you don't even need a sacrifice. You don't need no George Floyd getting mutated anything. Like you don't need all of that. Like
that's a good
you know,
question.
like why do we gotta sacrifice people's lives in order for us to wake up? Like we already know they've been doing this shit for years, generations. Like what's up?
And that was the point of Malcolm and them, was
Yeah.
to let you know so they don't do it to you. Let me tell you something. The so-called supremacist mindset is not that supreme like you think.
Hmm.
It's not. It's never been. It's a figment of your imagination. But if your imagination runs wild, it will become a real thing to you.
Let me see.
All of that. All of that. Figment of your imagination, you putting 100 on 10.
Let me see.
And the reason why I say that is because no one is stopping you from doing nothing no more. Real shit.
Systematically, it's not stopping you.
Well, depending on what system you're going to. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said a black man can do whatever he want to do. As long as he don't ask nobody, can he do it? Now, if you still asking for permission to do shit, then that's what you get when you ask to be under somebody else's rule.
I mean, as long as you got them Social Security numbers, you're still part of that system, correct?
Yeah,
As long as you have
Well,
that driver's license, it's still part of that system, correct?
is that the only way to do it? That's one way. That's just a way. It's not the way.
But you, but
It's just
you,
one
don't
way.
you, but don't you need a driver's license to move around like you want to move around?
If you are going to driving commerce, yeah, you're gonna need a driver's license. But you
Or you
got
can
some
become a
people who
sovereign
know how
citizen.
to. Well, I would say this: you could call it sovereign citizen, or you could just call it legal rhetoric, based on the definitions. You know, I had did a case like that, and I didn't tell them I was sovereign or nothing like that. I just used the definitions. I said, well, according to the word traveler, that more so fits me than the driver. You know, like now I'm a driver because I make my money viatically in the streets. That's a driver. The word driver means someone who gets paid to drive. He make his living driving his vehicle.
Oh,
A traveler is a person who travels in his automobile to just take care of regular things in the course of life. Well, all you gotta do is explain that and let you go. I don't understand how brothers been getting clowned because that's all I did. I wrote down
oh, we cannot hear the
the
good stuff.
Yeah, your bars are your service is
Yeah,
going in and out.
yeah, yeah. It's always happen. There we go.
Okay, I had like I said, I had went to court on something like this, and I won because I didn't have a driver's license because at that time I wasn't using the streets to make money, and I told the prosecutor that I said I'm not making money in this while I'm traveling. Oh, they were upset. They were upset, but they couldn't deny what they wrote down. Y'all wrote this, not me. Y'all the ones said in federal definition, a traveler is a person who do this. Y'all the ones made a distinction between traveler and driver, not me. I'm just using the distinctions to my advantage. And
That's
based
the
on what
duality.
and based on what y'all wrote before I got here, I'm not a driver.
Where's that information for anybody to find? Where can you find that information?
In any dictionary, any law dictionary, everything that I'm talking about is in any law college, any law book is there.
Yeah,
See, what I realized is this, especially when it comes to dealing with courts. One, district courts ain't real courts, number one. Anywhere you go and they have a military flag with gold tassels or a gold border, that's not the United States. And don't ever think the Constitution is going to fly. That flag lets you know we are not a court of constitutionality. So all of that case bringing, none of that shit matters in district courts. You can't fight court cases in district court with court cases. You fight court cases with court cases in higher courts. Why? Because those are real crimes. So for everything that they have, it has definitions. Definitions. All you have to do is look up how they define you. Like for instance, with the child support here in my state, we got a lot of relief because we found out how they defined us. And when we figured it out, we pulled it up and said, nope, you wrongfully characterized us. So you have to, according to your own rhetoric, you have to change these orders. See, when it's in their rhetoric, it don't cost a penny. It only costs money when it's something that's not in there. But if it's already in there, it's just up to you to show them it's in there.
You said look up define what now?
I said you have to define the words to how they define you, what they characterize you as. See, everything is about definition and how they see you. And that's what they write down. Like for instance, if you got a child support case, you are
obligor.
Okay.
Most brothers don't know that,
Obligor.
right? They
Hmm.
don't know that.
Right.
Well, how did you become obligated to somebody? You would never know if you don't know the definition. And
That's
then you find out what do that means. Then it tells you. And then you say, well, that didn't happen. Well, then you need to alert the courts. They have mischaracterized your case by their own definition.
mm,
It's only when they have to go through extraordinary situations
mm,
that it costs money. When the
right.
lawyers have to go above and beyond the pale. So if I say to them, well, Your Honor, the judge say, well, you're here because you were driving while your license was suspended. And I would say, well, Your Honor, I was not making money when I was caught in my automobile. And he's going to say, well, what does that got to do with anything? Well, according to you, a driver is one who is employed by using a vehicle to make money. I was going to the park when he pulled me over. I was traveling. According to you, Your Honor, a traveler is one who uses his automobile for the everyday course of life. Every shit, grocery store, family, fun. This ain't me now. This ain't me. This is according to CF 333-9 in the federal laws. That's what y'all wrote. But you can't do it in front of everybody because you're messing up the bank. You gotta write that shit down on a piece of paper, give it to your attorney, who is a state officer. He then is going to take that same piece of paper to the other state officer, which is the prosecutor. They're going to laugh about it. Oh, he got us. Oh, he did his homework. Tell him to take this plea and he can go home. It's real
Okay.
simple. It's hard when you got warrants. They ain't got to listen to you when you got warrants.
That's true.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
you ain't got shit to say. When you got warrants, you ain't got shit to say. I don't care how right your definition is. Under warrants, everything you say wrong. But if you go and you're not the defendant, see what we got to realize as men, and I used to tell men when I was on television, WHPR TV 33, stop being the defendant and become the plaintiff. You get a different result when you're the plaintiff.
that's true.
We're so used to being a defendant. All of that Jim Crow, black codes, all of it is bullshit at best. And this is why. Because they wrote it for someone who was willing to try it.
And they
For those who
succeeded.
know, and those who know better, well, they didn't fall for the okie doke. I told people one day I'm gonna do another live. The last time I did this, I got my whole entire account got suspended. They didn't even let me get the page back. But when you talk about Jim Crow and all of that, not every nigga in the United States come from slaves.
No. Now, misunderstanding of that. It ain't that
Yeah,
we came from it. It's just that we have that mindset of it, of being a
right.
slave. Just like how
Exactly.
we go out here. Jim Crow said it best out of one of his letters. He said, "Go in and take the mind and keep the body." If you look at how a lot of us think, we don't think logic. We don't think with common sense. We allow somebody else to think for us. But
We think
our
of
bodies are
emotion, right?
strong. Our bodies
Mm-hmm.
are well strong, but our mind is so weak that we're just a fall for anything and everything. That's what Jim
Now,
Crow made that letter just for those people that they let their minds be weak. and let their body and build up their bodies to be strong as I don't know what. So he said, keep the body, because the body, you can work that body, but you take their mind and feel like, okay, a lot of us don't think that we're free. A lot of us don't think that we can be free. A lot of us think is that we are free. So that's what he means by that. And then it transitions from slavery mentality to actually we're still slaves in some shape, form, or fashion to today. A lot of us don't think that we can get out of this loophole. Just like when you said a while ago, don't think y'all, this, that y'all can't do it. Know the law. You have the mindset that you know the law. Everybody don't have that mindset that know the law. 'Cause a lot of them don't feel like they can learn the law, but it's too much reading. So they're not thinking for themselves.
And that's where
And
the
then
rubber
there
meets
is
the
the
road.
duality. Can I say another thing? Is like if you go most wording in the dictionary, there's always a different meaning, right? And sometimes I will say something, and the person that repeat what I'm saying, he didn't understand what I was trying to say, and then I'm gonna go see the word that I use. There is a different meaning. So the person that is receiving, it depends where it come from, the meaning of the word, how he perceived it from me, and if they know me from how long, or if you just know me right now. There is so much involved in a thought, and so that's is very important to see how we word stuff in the law and even in a public environment, because there is duality in each word if you see it. So that's all I want to say.
Oh, no, you're right. Words are, especially in court, when it comes to law, words are interchangeable. That's what the average person don't know. That words are interchangeable when it comes to law. So just be in the regular world, the sky's blue, but in law, it might be red for a whole another different reason. But if you don't know that words are interchangeable, then you go in half cocked. This is why I tell people to understand what really happened. You have to understand the totality of everybody. Why some of us think the way we think, why some of us move the way we move. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, exactly. That's
We
where
move
I
the
was
way.
saying about unconditional love is like we need to take off the veil that we were jaded with and see things for what they are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's all. It's just awakening, like with the Willie Lynch letter. You think we read that, and you know what we said? Oh well, whoever fall for it must be dumb as hell. Only a person who can't read gonna fall for this. But that's why I tell people, you have to understand the difference. We all are not the same.
True.
We not. We not. I'm from Detroit. I didn't live the Jim Crow. I didn't live the black codes. It was something totally different going on here than in the South when it came to the racial climate. You feel me? So when I think of the Jim Crow, what they were going through after slavery, Reconstruction, and all that type of shit, it wasn't so here. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing. I'm not saying racism didn't exist, but not on the level it existed in the South.
Well, but
Whereas
yeah.
a city existed, but racism didn't exist on the level that it existed in the South. You
Right.
see what I'm
That's true.
saying? So
Yeah. Right.
here, it wasn't. You wouldn't call no black person the N word because
Right.
there was no system to stop a black person from getting in your ass.
True.
So they
True.
couldn't. Whereas down south, they could say that because, well, a lot of them is in law enforcement. A lot of those
So
white guys down there, are deputies. They sheriff's buddies. They buddies with the sheriff. The sheriff and their father go way back, and his father go way back. So here, it wasn't so. So that's why I tell people, read Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s memoirs. Wasn't too big of a fan of King, but I did read his memoirs because I wanted to know what did he think about the North when he came to Detroit, when he came to Chicago, when he came to LA. I did want to know what did he think of that. Come being a person coming out of that Jim Crow shit, what would he say if he met a Stokely Carmichael who coined the phrase Black Power? What would King do if he met Stokely Carmichael? What would King say if he met a Marcus Garvey, whose ideologies were far, far more deeper, far more intelligent, and in his memoirs, he gives you the blueprint. He
Well,
tells you how he felt.
true. But I can read them, and they all probably sound good. But actually being in that system, in that era of Jim Crow and all that, they speaking from the outside, not the inside. They can say what they would do, but they were not in it. So anybody can say what they wouldn't do or what they would do. But it's a different story when you're in that system. Marcus Garvey can speak from the outside, not the inside. He can speak from looking inward. Um, the other guy you just mentioned, he's speaking inward. He's not speaking from inside in out. He's speaking from the outside in. So of course anybody can speak and see what you could do different. But when you're in it and speaking from it, it's a whole different story. You know what I'm saying? So
That's why I said his memoirs was important
yeah,
because we
yeah,
didn't have the insight. See, I didn't know until I read the memoirs why he thought the way he thought. And like you said,
right,
living in the experience and hearing about the experience is two different things. So
true,
when Martin Luther King said that the words Black Power scared him,
right,
now
right,
I know why they scared him. Coming from out of
exactly,
that system, I get why when Stokely Carmichael told him that, he was like, hold on now, man, wait a minute. Because Stokely Carmichael was an activist who never had got accosted by white supremacy.
right,
See, he don't. We always shared lockers with them.
right,
We always drunk from the same water fountains. We always ate at the same tables. So
right,
that separation shit, we only could read about it and say,
right.
well, here it's not like that. That's all we can say. Well, here it's
That's
not
it.
like that. It's
Right.
not like that. That's all. I can't say, well, man, y'all, no. Only thing I can say is here it's not like that. Um, when he got Stokely Carmichael, and I always tell people, of all the people that King connected with, pay closer attention to his relationship with Stokely Carmichael. That was one of the most defining moments in King's life.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Stokely
Yeah,
Carmichael.
yeah,
Yeah,
Stokely Carmichael, I
yeah,
believe, our mother mine said that's when it got bad for King
yeah.
because of all the people that he could have tapped into, he tapped into the wrong one, but the right one for us to tap into Stokely Carmichael as hey man, come let's do a march. Come down
Mm-hmm.
to Mississippi.
Right.
That right there was the turning point in King's life, in my
Okay.
summation.
I mean, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Looking at his documentary, and then I read a little bit of his book or his son book. That he felt that that's where the turning point in his life. That's why Hoover got involved. That's why Hoover felt like he was a threat. You know what I mean? Because he did connect with the right people, but wrong for them. You know what I mean? Because he knew it was going to be an uprising. He knew it was going to be something different because he seen it. He saw it from a distance. You know what I'm saying? Because they tapped his phone. They started tapping his phone. They started, following him everywhere he went across the United States. You know what I mean? Even they followed him to with Malcolm X. You know what I mean? So yeah, I get it. That was the turning point for his life. You know what I mean? And what you were just saying, we all got to be a Martin. You know what I mean? We don't have to get out here and be a Martin, but we can be a Martin by just speaking on it, speaking the truth about situations that we got going on. But we all just can't come to grips with it.
And I would like to tap it into that also. Um, I have a background, right? Like addiction. And so, but because I overcome and I did it publicly, I don't have any fear of going public and then coming back. But you are this hypocrite. You do this. I'm cleaning up myself. So I don't have something that they can take and put it against me. And that it was something that I had to do based on history of what happened before. A lot of people, they come on this platform and they say something, but they don't walk the same something that they're trying to advertise. So it's very important, that when we come out as publicly and making a statement or taking up a fight, that we do mean what we say because we live that kind of life. That's all I think I want to put out there, because that's the way that they're gonna try to silence us.
Oh no, you're right about that. That you're definitely on point. That's why it's important that we know all sides of the coin and why certain things was the way they were. Like you said with Hoover knew what was up. Hoover knew that. See, Martin Luther King was no problem as long as he kept it Southern, kept the connection Southern. He was no problem. But when you tap into a Stokely Carmichael or an Elijah Muhammad, now that's different. Because these are Negroes who fear us not. Who okay, I use myself as an example. When I got my record deal, I used to make records back in the 90s. And when I was on tour with my dogs, Two Line Crew, we were, which city? We were in a small town. That's why I like Jason Aldean's song Small Town, because he right. It ain't racist, he right. Small towns have a way of living, and city folks gotta learn. You can't go in these small towns with your city shit. That's all Jason Aldean was saying. He wasn't being racist. But when King talked to the more astute scholars, that was the problem. Because they would then tell King, basically, man, you stupid. Let us put you up on some real game. That was the problem. They put him up on real game. Say, hold on, man, wait a minute. Nah, King, that ain't what happened. Stokely Carmichael told Martin Luther King some shit that shocked the fuck out of him. He told him, King, racism will never die until white folks end it. King could never see that. Stokely said until whites mobilize against whites, it'll never go down. King couldn't understand whites will never do that. Yeah, they do it up here. That's how we knew it could work. Because how do we empower, and that's something to say, how do we empower the whites who say they ain't racist to get rid of the whites who say they are? That's the shit Stokely and them was talking about. So Hoover couldn't have that. Hold on, wait a minute. If he take these plans back to the South, and these men down here get wind that the men up north don't play that shit, well, they may be inspired to be like they northern brothers. We got to get rid of them.
Oh, so
To tapping into that in 92, right? That was the first time that I came in this country. And I came in from New York. No, yeah, New York. And then I went to Washington and I stayed with that family that it was biracial. And the atmosphere that I saw in the street, in the house, it was different from when I went to Charleston, South Carolina, to my ex-mother-in-law, that literally on her street, I was the only one with darker pigmentation. And then we went in another street that it was like full of broken houses. It's like almost another dimension. And I see people looking like me. So where I thought that that kind of environment was before when there was slavery, I saw that it's still going on today, South and North. It's almost like you're going to do different continent. And I wonder why they didn't pick up with the time, the North and the South. So that's my question for you, Sky. 6?
6 foot.
Yes. 6 foot.
Sade, how you doing, Sade? Ooh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey, 6 foot, you there? He must have stepped away.
They got to understand is the tragedy is this. They didn't want black people in the South to meet black people in Chicago or Detroit or the West Coast because they knew that if they seen that we didn't fear whites at all, that they too would have the same attitude and take that back to the South. But that would be dangerous because if you come from the South and you visit your cousin in Detroit and you see him dating white girls like it's nothing, and you take your ass back to the South and try that, you gonna get your ass handed to you. All of that was a shock to Dr. Martin Luther King to come to our cities and see that the very thing that they were denied all their life, we have been exercising all our life. That was the tragedy. That he would meet some Negroes, well, what he thought was Negroes, who had absolutely zero fear of white supremacy. Not only did these Negroes have no fear of them, Martin Luther King never seen black people beat up white folks and get away with it until he came here, until he came to Chicago, until he went to LA. He never seen that before. That was a shocking to him to see a white police officer get his ass handed to him by a black man. And there was no Klan that night. There was no crosses burning in his yard. They didn't want the brothers down south to know that brothers up north wasn't buying that shit. So when King came up, it was an eye-opening experience. When he got to the West Coast, that really fucked his head up because he never seen niggas with M16s. That shit was unheard of where he was from. Black men and women with M16s standing right next to the law. And nothing happened to him. As a matter of fact, not only did nothing happen to him, but the law was afraid to fuck with him. That shit shocked King. That shocked him to see niggas carrying guns.
Yeah, it did.
That was an eye opener. Like, hold on, wait a minute. What do you mean you could go in the same restaurant? Man, fuck that honky, man. Come on in and get you something to eat, King. Fuck him. I wish he would say something. I'll whoop his white ass. King ain't never heard black people talk about white folk like that.
That's true. That's true.
It was like, huh? Are you joking? Did you just hear? He on his cell phone calling back home like, y'all, they ain't scared of whites up here. Whites ain't. What scared him the most was whites were not in power. And the
True.
reason why that scared him is because to some degree, King got his power from the white structure. So how will I fare in a place where blacks run everything for real, for real? Where do I fit in at? I went on the West Coast and I met a group called the Black Panthers. Now these a bunch of black militant motherfuckers, y'all. They got machine guns, Uzis, grenades. They got people who graduated college. They got a guy named Huey P. Newton who has a law degree. Now keep in mind, niggas in the South wasn't even going to college. It was
Yo,
against the law to even learn how to read.
True.
King met niggas who had degrees.
Well, we get a history lesson tonight.
Yeah,
This,
real shit. That's why I tell people get the memoirs because he's gonna tell you what happened when he met the Black Panthers. Told him, "Hey man, we seen you on TV and shit, but what you here for? We good.
I'm
Don't
here,
nobody."
folks, because I'm about to shut down. Type.
Nah, Kev, you all right out there? We got you going. We got you going. But yeah,
I'm tired.
I tell people look at that look at that look at what a lot of those brothers down there said when they met brothers up here. Because I tell people, the reason why we were able to do what we did down there from up here because we didn't have that experience. That's why you had the freedom fighters coming from not down south, coming from the north to down south. Why? Because these black people ain't under that Jim Crow shit. These black people look at white folks totally different. So send them down there.
yeah, that's why Martin called them to the South. Yeah, I do agree with that because
Exactly.
even all the freedom fighters that came, there were few black, but majority of them was white.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Yeah,
when you look at why it wasn't that many black freedom fighters, because the black people didn't get the memo
true.
on of everywhere else until they got to school and got history books and shit like that. Other than that, it was what it was. And I tell people, be mindful that you don't cross the history paths because they wasn't the same path. And in that separation, whether you know it or not, is all of our liberty.
Hmm. Okay, Kev, you about to go to sleep anyway because you gone for a minute.
I will be back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Because I
Thank
know.
you for the beautiful live because this was so much that I have to process and understand. But thank you. Have a
Oh, yeah.
great one to all.
All right.
This was
Yeah, you too.
beautiful.
Yeah, I
Appreciate it.
6 foot. I definitely got to get that book because me reading this right here on Carmichael's life, I think I needed this. That seems interesting. I didn't never know who Carmichael was. I mean, I heard about him, but never know who he was. This is deja freaking vu. This is deja vu. All right, man.
Yeah. There's something behind deja vu. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah,
I always wonder what that is. That might be another realm. You know what I'm saying? I don't
yeah. His first name was Stokely Carmichael. He he changed his name once he got to Ghana because he moved from here after the disassemble of Black Panther. But that's his real name,
know.
Stokely Carmichael. But anyway,
Kwame Torre.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Yep. Actually, he would turn out to be one of the most prolific. Him, H. Rap Brown, it's something about that Chicago blood. It's something about that. It is because even with the Black Panthers, the deepest, the most powerful, and most influential Black Panther came from Chicago, and that was Fred Hampton, the one that died at 20. He the one who said, if you young and you find yourself saying that I don't want to fight for the people because I'm too young to die. He said, nigga, you already dead.
Mm.
He said, if you say to yourself, I don't want to fight the revolution because I'm too young to die. He said, nigga, you already dead. Let that sink in. He said, if you say I'm too young to die, I'm too young, then you already dead then, man.
Facts.
Fred Hampton, yeah. It has to be something done to gap the information up because it's like